Hello, everybody. Let me move this around. I have to be in the middle. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. Oh, what a great Friday it is. It's a long weekend for most of us. If you have Monday off, please be safe in those streets. Let me introduce our panelists. We have Mistaken Marcus, aka Marky Mark to me, Della, Team Della, and the AP. My name is Shan Monet, formerly known as Shantae, and this is a chic critique. Hey, beautiful people. Y'all can take yourself off mute now.
Hi.
What's going on?
Hey, chat. Y'all listen. It was a long week. Oh, that Christmas break was so long and just so relaxing. I was like, dang, can I do this for a semester? I'm over it. But I started my business, y'all. Not my real business, but I started a business. And so I'm super, 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 super excited.
Congratulations.
We'll see how that goes.
Gonna go great. Good luck with you.
Yes. I want one of those. What did you say, AP? Did AP say something?
Oh, I just said good luck.
Oh,
what is the business in? What's the business in?
Well, no, I'm selling stuff. I have
drugs.
What stuff?
I listen. No, I'm so I have
Griselda Monet.
You said what now?
Griselda Monet. You don't
Griselda?
know.
No.
Griselda Blunt. All right, never mind.
Oh yeah. Okay, got you. So listen, I've always had access to wholesale items, like very good quality wholesale items, but I needed it for something else. And I'm like, why don't I have this stuff on Amazon? And so I'm starting an Amazon business and just putting in my products with those products. That's how I made your shirts, all those the things, the clothing. I have a lot of stuff that I it won't say a chic critique for sure, but just the items. Like if you want to buy hoodies, I get them very, very, very cheap. But they're good. Is that not a good quality hoodie? Those hoodies are very good quality. I believe in great quality, and so I'm just
get your hoodies from Shan Monet.
Yes, but they will not say a chic critique. They would be plain. So if you want to buy a plain hoodie for a decent price, cheaper than you normally sell them, then I will have Champion. That's a Champion hoodie, right? That's a Champion hoodie.
It is logo and all.
Yes. And so I'm just anyway. That's my story. I don't mean to bore y'all.
I like it.
That's not why we're here.
No.
Promote yourself, girl.
But you gotta get it off. If you got something good, let the people know.
Yes, great. I only do great quality items. So I will be bringing it to Amazon in a few weeks. So that's my goal. Anything exciting happen in y'all's life?
No.
You're on mute, Mistaken.
I said, like you, I'm excited that we have off on Monday. That's yeah. Coming off of those long breaks, it's kind of hard. So, but it was great. So I'm looking forward to Monday.
Yeah. It's a great weekend to get those dates in, talk to people, go in with a goal, be intentional, get to know people, don't waste people's times. And it's all for love.
Be in them streets.
Don't be in the streets.
You gotta get out there a little bit.
I'm never gonna listen. If I have to meet somebody the organic way by going out, it ain't gonna happen because I don't go nowhere.
Lord.
I don't even like going anywhere. I don't like going on dates. I go because I have to.
Dang. Where would you prefer to go hang out then if it's not like what
I have one spot.
City? Okay.
I
like
have
a bar,
in Atlanta, and it's called the Beltline. This place called Bazzotti is very classy.
Mm-hmm.
It's very chic. It's not expensive, and it's my go-to place. I love it. I can walk afterwards if I think I ate too much. Just walk those calories off. Enjoy the scenery. It's so many great people out there. The art, the graffiti, like it's beautiful. You might hear somebody playing a saxophone, music. It's just my go-to.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're in Atlanta, the Beltline.
Mm.
Very nice.
I like the Beltline.
Okay, enough about that. Let's get to the point. Let's get to the show. We're just talking like we're behind the camera. This is what we talk about. We're behind the scenes. All right, so she is. So you know what? When I came up with this topic, I was like, Mistaken and I were talking about. We kept on bringing up Logic. A long time ago, Logic would always talk about tribes, and I know we've talked about tribes before, but here we are again because Mistaken is like my counselor. I bounce things off to her and when I'm dating. And I never realized how important that whole tribe thing is. And so it made us think a lot about this YouTube space. Because, a lot of times in YouTube, what has happened is they put us all together, And let me just play this. Let me show y'all this banner because it puts things in perspective. Can you read it for me, Mistaken? And this is what made us think of this, okay?
Where's your glasses? Remember in school they had kids separated, honors, regular and slow classes? See the see the problem with social media is they got us all on here together and we are not supposed to be.
Because I look at the internet and I'm like, what is this riffraff that I'm listening to or I'm looking at? And our views are so different. And it's not to say my views are right and theirs are wrong. It's just we're just different people. I would like to say, like Logic says, we're of different tribes. We're not supposed to think the same. The way you were raised was totally different from the way I was raised. In a normal sense, we would not even be in the same room together. Let's just be honest. If it were not for YouTube, if it were not for social media, we wouldn't even be around each other, And that post, even though that's talking about schooling, I thought about that in real life, like how that plays a role in dating, in friendships, in socializing, networking. And so that's kind of what we're going to dig into.
I want to go ahead and jump directly onto this because
sure.
I will say that a lot of it is what Black people do anyway. So, for example, I was in gifted and talented classes. Just going to that post, we had our own playground. We had first use of the kickball like it was a giant open with the bases and it was all concrete fenced in. We had first use of that. We always went to PE last. And whenever I would go home, because I didn't live with near many of those kids at all, it's why are you hang out with those white folks and you're not one of us? And I think that's just something that's always with Black people, especially, it's always been. If you're not part of us, you're not one of us. And it appears that happens in these spaces also.
Chaotic got jokes right now. Why don't you join the panel, Chaotic? Bring some listen.
That's pretty funny.
You do look kind of like Candy Cane, though. Just a little bit, though. Not a lot. Just a little. But you see that you guys, everybody can get it tonight.
Nights like this, I wish.
You know what's so crazy? I do think that a lot of this, let's take it to school first, because that's really where it starts, in all honesty. In school, it can be at home or in the classroom. And it's crazy that you say that, Abe, because back in the day, I do remember people being separated a lot more than it are now, because it's more inclusive now. But even when it comes to school, in class, you are separated. People who act a certain way, and it didn't even have to be like educational. It could be like the jocks over here, the these people over here. It's so cliquish. It's so many, and everybody had their cliques and everything. But the problem is when you're on YouTube and people are giving their opinion, they try to speak for everybody, and everybody is not the same. And I think that that's where the issue comes in. What do you guys think about that?
I think it's more they speak generally and not necessarily saying that, lumping everybody in. I think on YouTube they speak in more generalities than they do uh, specific people or programs. And I think that's where the lump looks like it comes in at, is because it's okay. We're talking about 51%, not the 49%.
Well, 49% is a big percent.
Well, I think sometimes too they're talking general. Say it for me. General. I can't get it out.
Generalities.
Yes, based on their personal experiences, not necessarily based on the facts. And so when you're speaking general in that form, it makes it sounds like it's facts, but it's not, because then one of the things that we do here is that we will research stuff. And a lot of times when we're listening to other panels, when they're talking, they're giving their opinion and stating it as if it's fact, when it's really their personal experiences, or things, I guess, that they've seen, and it doesn't necessarily reflect the general population.
And it's so crazy. Let's start with this super chat, and this is a good one right here. The ex-son husband. Can you read? Because that's bold, so I can see that, but I can't see the writing unless it's on the side.
Okay, the ex-son husband, $5. I'd wife Shan, but I can't do the stepdaddy.
Exactly. So, first of all, thank you for that super chat, and I get it. Stepdaddying ain't for everybody. And so let's talk about stepdads. Let's take him off, because I'm not trying to point this at him. Thank you for the super chat. And so one of the conversations that I had with a man, nobody I'm interested in, and he was talking about the same thing. He was like, "Oh, I don't think I could be a stepdad." But the reality of the situation, you can't be a stepdad, which we're not talking about him. I'm just saying in general. But a third of marriages are blended family. A third of marriages are two blended families coming together. That's a big number.
I gotta get a jacket, y'all. I'm cold. Hold on.
Okay. So a third of the marriages is. Can I answer the first question first?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I got a nuanced perspective about it, because I had like different compartmentalized groups of people that I'd be around.
Okay.
So, like, I'd be around the hooping group, right? Then I'd be around the group from my neighborhood. Then I'd be around people that was interested in some of the same like thought processes as me. You know what I'm saying? And they all probably couldn't hang out together. Like, I think Kanye had a line like, "I got the gangsters getting along with the backpackers." Back in the day, it was a song like that. And I don't know. I just it's kind of why I don't like looking at one group a certain way, because of like I'll be with these people, I'll be with those people too. Like I'll mix and move. I get what your initial point was though, about the separation exists for a reason. It's easier to be around people when you got a lot of stuff in common with them. Like I get that, and the same similar experience, a shared trajectory.
Can I ask you a question, Marcus? Because we actually have a very similar experience that way.
Mm-hmm.
As an adult, because you still have all of those experiences that make up you, do you sometimes find it difficult making new acquaintances, or having acquaintances for different things? Like, for example, for me, I have a guy that I do just boxing talk with. I have a guy that I just do computer talk with. I have a person where it's general life talk. Whereas if I put them all three or four of them together, they wouldn't have a damn thing in common. But I need all four, if that makes sense. I only listed three, but it's about
but are you
four.
really we're talking about hanging like you're with them all, the like it's your are you talking for a job?
No, he's saying like friendship.
No, I'm not talking about for a job. I'm just talking about, when I say acquaintance, when men say friends, that means I rocks with you. So when I use the word acquaintance, I'm substituting what you may consider friend. So not necessarily work, just the people I have a drinking friend that would not do well with the guy I talk boxing with. You know what I'm saying?
I know exactly
And,
what you're
and when
saying.
we're talking about those social groups, especially from the original post, with lumping everybody together, and this is why I was asking Marcus, where you can bounce between each group because each group is who you are.
Right, right. No, so yeah, like I have a group of friends that if when I was younger, right, if we was going to get on females, I know which group of friends to go hang out with. If I want to go to like a exclusive event, I know which group of friends to hang out with. If I want to go hoop, I know which friends to hang out with. If I just want to hang in the hood, I know which friends to hang out with. And those they don't always intermingle well. Most times they not gonna intermingle well, but they all give me a lot of love. So I wish the groups could intermingle. I do wish that, but I know it wouldn't work fully, because yeah, it just wouldn't work fully all the time.
Well,
So
I do think it's important to have a diverse circle. And the reason I say that is because when you are in a diverse group or deal with diverse groups of people, it helps expand yourself, your knowledge, and also helps, I guess, in other, also like make things more realistic, because a lot of times we could be caught up in our own bubble and we see things only from our perspective because it's based on our own experiences. But when you have a diverse group, it gives you an opportunity to see things from other perspectives, and what you thought may be may not necessarily be. And I see this a lot with um, people who are more on the upper, socioeconomic ladder, have no clue really of what's going on the other end. And so they speak from a place of just really not knowing, because it's like who they surround themselves with most of the time are going to be other people who are like them. And I think in these spaces, kind of like what that little meme or whatever it was that she showed, that's really what it is. The internet, social media spaces has given us an opportunity to have so many more diverse perspectives. But I'm not really sure if people are necessarily using it to grow or just to, point point the finger.
Point the finger.
They like the echo chamber.
I think that the way this stuff is panning out with the women are this and men are this and women are this and men is the end result is destruction. I've always thought that. I will continue to think that it's like assisted self-destruction. Like we do got to come to a point where we could exist and have a valid complaint, and other people have a valid complaint. You might not understand it. You can empathize, let them have it, and then just don't tread on they like respect for them. You know what I mean? Like don't. Oh, you still a man. You don't got to worry about grape. Or you still a black woman and you can get Section 8 faster than I can, so you don't got to worry about eviction and being homeless. Like both of those things are like realistic struggles that people, you know what I'm saying? And to play the I got it worse than you game all the time, it's not gonna be productive. It ain't gonna get us nowhere.
It's so
Yeah,
funny because my topic was going to be, and I changed it. JR is going to change it for me. The topic was going to be there's nothing fair about love and relationships. It's not a fair game. It's just not fair.
Right.
It is what it is. Let me read this first super chat, and the second super chat is kind of the second super chat, believe it or not, kind of goes to where we're gonna go. You saw that too, mistaken. So before that, I want to say thank you again to the ex-son husband, Shannon Tam wifey material. I ain't simping. What is simp? I don't know what simping means, but thank you again, ex-son. That's one word I don't get at all, but okay. Simping. But thank you again. Okay, so the reason why I went ahead and did the super chat is this super chat is what we're talking about tonight, amongst other things that we've heard in the manosphere, debunking myths and all of this kind of stuff. So you gotta get that.
There's some truths in the manosphere too.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a lot of
absolutely.
truths.
Wow.
Don't think that. And we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna emphasize the truths, but then we're gonna talk about those myths. But go ahead, I'm mistaken.
All right, Ray Alexander. Hey, Ray. $5. Some men have issues about not having access to women out of their lane. That lane could be looks, class, or education. It's become a major issue.
So this is the big when I sum things up in my because I'm researching, it seems that we have a bunch of people who are just upset because people who are happy are not upset. You know, people who have an abundance of things aren't complaining because they have an abundance of it. You understand? So let's get to the real issues here. The issue, and not people who just hear the gossip just like we are, because I'm just nosy. I know some of y'all are just nosy. You just like good conversation, and that is great as well. So we're not talking about that, but we've all seen it. You've seen it, chat people in the chat. You guys seen it from people's messages that may come, and you be like, "What is this guy talking about?" Or "What is this girl talking about?" But do you think at the end of the core of everything is that people, both women and men, are upset because they don't have access to a certain group of people?
Absolutely. Short answer, absolutely. It's like anything. It's always grander when it's an ideal. Because when you get the things that you pine after, and you get it enough of them, it starts to lose its importance, its value, and all those things. So if you on Instagram all day and you looking at like private jet flights, men flying private jets, after about the 15th time that we flew private jet, it didn't matter no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, well, we just don't got to go through baggage claim. Only difference, is it worth 20, 30, 100,000? No, it's not. Like, it's not, unless it's to show to other people, you know, but that's an internal, all these issues are internal issues, but that's a self-worth issue. If you feel like you absolutely have to do something to show other people that you have this type of a lifestyle. And with men on the other end, you looking at women on IG all day, BBL and not BBL, with the perfect body and the perfect glowing skin, and it just look like a wet dream poster at all times, and you can't get that type of woman. After you get it, I guarantee you, somebody that has her or had her is annoyed with her already. And if you had enough of that type of woman, you'd be annoyed by it too. It's like you say, abundance does not create a scarcity mindset. So you tend to look at it like, oh, I could take it or leave it. Matter of fact, I'll leave it because I don't even got time today to deal with that stuff. But you got to get on that other side to understand that. So it's kind of a hard ask.
Would you like to add anything, Della? Because I know we hopped around. No. You know, but so do you think that when people are like when it's because I always think like I always want the community to be better. So I get the conversation about, oh, you need to stop doing this. You're not going to get the results after this. But I feel like if you've told people some stuff and they ain't trying to change for themselves, you've done what you could do. But it gets to the point where it goes to like you are like wishing hell on them. It's like, sir, you wishing death on them, like because you showed a cheek. Like, come on, brother, like. This trying to change the world has turned into hate. It is like, yo, calm down. Like, it's okay to preach your message, but it's almost talking about like now you're just mad. Does it make sense to you? Do y'all not see that?
I actually argue that it's too much access. And you get people who don't have the necessary skill set to talk to men or women on a different level than themselves, and I would argue that they see certain traits and they're saying, oh, all women act this way. No, my guy, you don't actually have the skill set to mingle with that particular person. So just because you have access doesn't mean that you have what it takes to have that person in there. Let's call it, what do we call it in the manosphere? Have her in her femininity. Have her bring out that feminine energy. Maybe you don't know how to bring it out of her. Maybe it's you. How about you go back to the Circle K, Wait for somebody to pull up in their Corsica with a baby seat in the back seat and French fries on the floor, and go talk to her, because you don't have the skill set to talk to lady at the wine bar with the martini. You don't know what you're doing. Leave that to the professionals, sir, and quit getting on YouTube and complaining because all women are this way. No, fool. The woman that paid for the BBL, that has her own reality show, you can't talk to her. Like stop it. And I'm tired of men complaining. Real ass talk, y'all, and pardon my language. Man, we do a lot of complaining when it's up to us to get things to change. When will we understand that it's not up to women? Stop complaining about them and stop complaining about them to them. Do something in your own life and you will see the changes happen. And quit trying to bust down everything. Just because you flew her out don't mean she gonna give you the cootie cat. That ain't what that means. It means you flew her out.
All right,
I don't.
you've gone too far.
I'm saying it. I'm saying
You've
it.
gone too
Like
far.
I'm taking. Hey, look. No. Like it's driving me crazy, and it's page after page after page. Oh, this woman here. Meanwhile, and I'm about to talk to the ladies.
Okay.
Ladies, no, you might not get a dude that is 6 feet tall with six digits. You might not get that. You know what? You know why you might not get that? Because you don't qualify for that dude. How about this? Take your Corsica with the baby seat, the car seat in the back seat with the French fries on the floor, and go to the Circle K. Wait for that dude to pull up on a bicycle and have a conversation with that guy.
Don't do that. Don't do that at all.
Or there are several other, because there are women's pages trying to help women get better, but they don't want to listen to them. They want to listen to I'm just going to say a Kardashian because they're the most popular, right? They want to listen to the Kardashians who have access and know how to mingle with that other group. Baby girl, with your long ass eyelashes and your 9-inch nails, you can't really type on the keyboard. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You don't have the skills that they have. I'm sorry, I'm going to get off this soapbox for a minute.
All right,
I just had to get all of that out. It's driving me crazy, man.
Sound like you.
What'd you say, mistaken? You muted up.
I was saying it sounds like he had been holding that in and needed to get that out.
Y'all have no idea. Like, okay, look, so there are several shows that I watch and several people that I respect. And I hope it's okay to shout them out real quick. Like, I respect Red Lipstick Vibes. I respect Security Boss. I found somebody today, and I don't even know her name yet, but I respect her. It starts with an A. I respect Anton's Millionaire Morning Show. And I respect Ricky Williams' content. Those are awesome people to listen to help a person better their life. So if you're consuming all of this content that's not getting you anywhere, where you're listening to Vivica Fox, stop listening to her.
And
flip on over to Crimson Cure.
Yeah.
And have a listen. Quit all this damn complaining. And no, I prompt, like, look, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you. I am over 6 foot. I make a really good salary, and I'm not gonna really discuss it online.
Okay, this is not Kendra.
Baby girl, you don't qualify for me. You will never be in the spaces that I'm in when I'm out mingling. So you need to relax your nerves and take your ass down to the Circle K or watch Crimson Cure. I'm done. I'm sorry.
You owe one today, huh? you owe one today.
I had 2 drinks before we started.
Maybe I need to catch up.
Oh, okay.
You know,
I normally don't drink, but I see it's gonna be one of these type of nights because you owe one. I need to go ahead and
yeah.
hold on. I'll be right back.
You're right. I think that it goes true for both women and men. I think that what has happened is we've relied on the internet to try to give us access to things we just don't have access to. When in actuality, the only thing you need to do is make yourself better, and then by making yourself better, you gain access. But nobody wants to do the things that are make them, because nobody wants to hear what they are doing wrong. Everybody wants to just know that, no, you're just wrong for not choosing me. You know, when in actuality, no, she's not wrong. What Jordan Peterson say, she's not wrong for not choosing you, or he's not wrong for not choosing you. You're just not where you need to be, so to speak.
I agree with the internet, the social media. Again, like how we said in the beginning, it makes us more, I guess, gives us the appearance that we're more connected and that we have access to people that we normally would not have had access to if it were not for the internet. And so because we feel like we know, these people because they may follow them and all of those kind of things, that now is this mindset that when I see somebody of the same caliber, like maybe walking down the street or whatever, and then you approach and they're like, putting the brakes on it, then it's kind of like, oh, you're not all that, that kind of stuff. Because it's this idea that
try to knock you down when
right,
you feel like
that
you're too
I should
high
have
yourself.
access to you. Right. I should have access to you because like it's this false mindset that I can get whoever I want because you think you have access to them because you see, the people that are typically out of your league that you normally would not have access to, you think you do in this whole, internet kind of situation. But in real life, they're, you're just not compatible. You're not going to move in the same circles. You're just not. And that's okay. But you can't get mad at the person who's doing the rejecting. You just got to take it for what it is and then, get in another lane.
Mistaken. They not only do they get mad at the person, but they get mad at the entire damn sex. It's nuts. It's not just the
One
person. It's
person just
the
through
whole
the
like.
whole gender. It's like
Hey,
all these
look,
roles. We all
Quanshisha
old.
is y'all representative. Period. Like, oh my God, Quanshisha with her 6 kids, her four baby daddies, and she won't even listen to me. I'm gonna have to smack her up. Take your ass to jail. So I don't condone doing that. But like, blame all of y'all for Quanshisha. What are we talking about? Like, come on, man. What I've learned, I've been on this planet for 42 years. What I have learned is all of y'all are different. What I've also learned is all of y'all have like buzzwords and triggers. First, I'm not going to necessarily try to trigger you, no matter what you do, because I'll walk away first. And then once I get my social cues from you, then we can have us a conversation, a favorable conversation for me. But it's just these dudes be killing me. And then we get married dudes that are in these spaces, and I'm cool with that. That I'm okay with that. But
barbecue.
But they get in these spaces, they've been married for 55 years, and they try to tell you about the dating scene now. Nigga, you been out there yet? Oh, I'm sorry, nigga, you been out there?
Dating apps, they don't know social media. They don't
What
know
is-
nothing.
All right, so let me
Married since the 90s. Nigga, get out of here.
all right, let me jump in on this. So this
Oh,
is where a lot of I think the married guy's perspective is coming from. Me being one too. It is we understand that the devices and the mediums in which you engage with people have changed, but basic human psychology is still the same. Our innate needs and nature have not changed, and the things that made most men of older men especially successful I think would make them successful today in this dating market. I genuinely believe that. I think it's been a shift of what men's and like. So this is where the manosphere has some great points. A lot of the issue with the women that they have of today is feminism, right? And the fight for power and control within a relationship. And if you're dating somebody that has like a feminist ideology, it's going to be hard to have a successful relationship unless you're willing to succeed and always take the back seat or sit underneath her in some form or facility. Because equal is never equal. It's always somebody always has 51% of control of something. Somebody always usually has the last say. In relationships, like a lot of the men that are married, have been married for a long time, understand that somebody has to drive the boat. And it just seems as though nowadays people are really trying to acquiesce to the y'all want to be hot girls and then we accept you, okay, we'll try. But or you want to be co-leaders, okay, we'll try. And that's never gonna long-term work out. And a lot of us look at it and think like it's not that the women are different, it's that the men are willing to engage on terms that we wouldn't engage on, if that makes sense.
That brings me back to the point where it's up to men to make the change. Like it's not up to women. And I said it last week, and I'm gonna keep preaching this point also. A woman's favorite currency is attention. Quit complaining because they'll take the negative attention also. Quit complaining, leave her behind, holler at somebody else. Don't give them any type of attention. But for whatever reason, and this is where I don't actually necessarily disagree with the manosphere, just for the record.
Yeah.
And this is what was I saying? And this is where we have to take a stand and just stop it. As a matter of fact, I'd go so far to say you don't even include them on certain conversations.
Which people you see?
I'm talking about females. If men want a very specific outcome, they got to move a very specific way. You don't acquiesce to any of that foolishness that you may get, and you could get it from Elisa or Shonquequa. Just keep on moving, bro. Just keep on moving. I'm sorry. Go ahead. This your show, Shan. I'm not trying to take over. I'm sorry.
I want to hear from Della. She quiet.
She is quick, but Della is like, this Friday, I'm soaking this shit. I'll come in when I need to.
I know, Della, you disagree with
Della look like she on that. I ain't gonna even bother. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what AP had tonight, but I want one. I want whatever he had. Give me $2 out of that. But look, this might just. Hi, how are you doing, Brienne?
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you?
Did you have anything you wanted? Because I was about to change the subject. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I was listening to what Marcus was saying about a successful relationship and how someone has to have the final say. I agreed with that because my husband, no matter what, has the final say. Because in your example, if the ship is sinking, I don't want to be the one solely responsible for that last decision, because that just adds stress. So the person with the most experience should be guiding the ship. So that's personally my husband. So someone has to have the final say. The 50-50 decision making doesn't work unless there's someone that can have that final, gavel saying, okay, this is what we're actually doing. Now, obviously, you don't want to be a leader without hearing everyone's input first. So you want to hear my input because I am the neck, but you're the head. You're going to tell us what direction our family is going.
Beautiful. I like that, Brienne. I like that, Brienne. Because I gotta squinch to see your name. But
I have a question.
Okay,
I don't know if Tab brought it up or Marcus. It says something about feminism.
And that was. I'm glad you said that because that's what
this is just a question that I'm posing. Like, not to say that I've done research and have a whole history of feminism. I don't. I ain't gonna say I could care less, but if something, draws me to it, I will do the research. But it was something that either one of you guys had said that feminism, wanting control and over men. I think it was you who was saying like it would be the 51. But my question is, was feminism really about having control over men, or was it about having control over yourself? Like women having control over their own lives.
That's how it started. It started with women wanting control over their own lives, and it just progressed to something very negative. So the research I've done briefly, because again, I don't know too much, but the first wave was just about being able to do the same things and have the opportunities. Now it's about almost forcing women to do things they never to do in mass, which is what I do. I'm a stay-at-home wife. So always wanted to be that, but I was always pushed to school. Like as soon as I turned 18, my mom said, "You're going to school or you're going to the army? Which one you want?" So I'm like, okay, I'll go to school, I guess. Because at 18, girl kicked out of the house. Well, not kicked out of the house, but put out of the house to do something. And it was the army or college. So I chose college.
Mm-hmm. And I think
really
that's the
started
thing.
with like white women pushing for equality, like wanting to be considered equal to a man. We're like,
Right.
feminism, the whole notion of feminism is very different than like a woman's femininity or her essence of femininity. Like they're very different. They're two polar opposites. So feminism is more like I should have equal pay. I should be able to work the same jobs. I'm the same as a man. That's like that whole movement.
So it's really
I
more
definitely
so
share that.
about having, like we said, control over your own lives, but also being able to have access to, the same opportunities that men have.
And
So
I
it was
wish it would have
never
stayed that way.
necessarily
I wish it would.
about trying to take control over men. Although now I know the initial wave of feminism have changed over time. But
A lot.
but when I hear a lot of talk about feminism, and I think the initial purpose or the initial aspect of it, I don't think was a bad thing. Now, as it shifted, of course, it's changed, to something totally different, now than what the original purpose was. But yeah, I don't think is necessarily about even now in these spaces that I hear. I still don't necessarily think it's about women trying to control men or take power away from men. I think that may necessarily be the way that it's presented, but I think it's still about women wanting to have control over their own lives to do whatever it is they want to do. Unfortunately, do whatever they want to do without the consequences. But
So do you think do you think because I just read a comment and I hear this often, especially about black women. It's like black women have the I want to know why people think that black women are feminists. Like what is it about black women that gives like we're feminists? Now I do understand that black women want to get educated because they want to be in a certain class. They want to do better. They want their offspring to be a certain kind of way for the most part. I know that there's some people lagging behind, but we're talking about this lane because I think that we're pretty much in the same lane here. And so it comes off as I think that people are saying we're feminists when in actuality, what I really think it is you just want better for yourself. You don't want to struggle, you know? You just
I
don't.
feel a lot of our mothers
I don't
pushed
think
us for
that's I
college
don't
so
think it's
much
synonymous
that
with-
One person at a time, 1% at a time.
Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say briefly, I feel that our moms in mass pushed us to college so much that I almost had a dream that if I had a college degree in my hand, I could still have it all. I could still have a husband. I could still have a thriving career, all the children I wanted, and everything would be okay because I at least had that as a backup plan. I've said this before, I do have a college degree, but it's just a 2-year, and I was released from my job due to budget cuts the first month of 2021. So that college degree didn't help. And again, a lot of the jobs I was able to apply to, they were filled up by the time I had applied because everyone had a good, what was it, a year and a half during the national sickness to apply for those online jobs, and I had missed the boat. So I just, from January to this January, I've been a stay-at-home wife the whole time. So a college degree doesn't save you. For the most part, like, you want to have a good support system and a family. And that's what I really learned this last year.
I just want to say, because I know you might not hear it often, especially in the era that we live in now, in the TikTok and Snap generation era, where it's be a boss B, get your bag, F free. You know what I'm saying?
But those are like hood people, like with their
no, it's senators twerking.
I'm a boss babe.
Marcus, you're right.
It's senators twerking.
Senators twerking. You're right.
I just want to say I appreciate the sacrifices you make. You do one of the most important jobs that's ever existed in humanity. We need mothers. We need women. We need mothers that are women that impart culture in their children and put pride and value in their family. And by you doing those things, if you never get your flowers, I'm giving you flowers today because you come on here proudly and say, I am this, I stand for this, and my family is first. And if you want family to be first, more women like yourself have to exist.
Yeah, I don't hear that a lot.
Amen.
It's because they say you have a college degree, you shouldn't completely depend on your husband. But my husband depends on me in different ways. Obviously, I'm 9 months pregnant, so working in that capacity isn't possible. But to be able to do my duty is what helps our family to thrive. So I also wanted to say the reason why a lot of men in general think Black women are really feminist is because they don't say the family first. The family almost seems like an afterthought, and that's not, the basis of what they would want. They want to know that you value family first. If you have a career, hobbies, or a side business, it would still come secondary to the family.
But Brienne, I don't need no woman though. I don't need no woman. Is that not fair? I don't need a woman. So I mean, if I don't need no woman, then I don't need.
So my question is, because I like what Brianne is saying, and it's opening my mind, because it's a catch to it. There's a catch in there, because if you don't potentially, so let's look at the person who didn't. They followed that. They're like, I don't need education. I'm just gonna chill around and wait for a man to marry me. But then you get mad if they're on poverty. They have to look for the government because they're not qualified for jobs, or they're living below means. So what is the catch? Because this works in Brianne's favor because she has a husband who saw that she was a great wife, and he took her on, and she's under his covering. But what happens to women who are on that same plan who don't have a man? So where does that leave those women if they don't have a plan?
If you listen to Brienne, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, what was the question?
So the plan is so everything worked out in your favor. Okay. So what happens to women who, let's just say they did not go get a college education, and there's a man, there's no man to marry. Like they may get dates, but nobody's marrying them. So then it seems like it works when there's a guy involved and he comes and he marries you. But we also see the flip side where a person, they don't have a plan, and they're just out and then we're all taking care of them through tax dollars.
I've never seen a person prioritize a marriage and a family, not have a marriage or a family.
Well, 52. No, that's not true. I think that there are people. You have to have a person to want to marry you. There are people who people don't deem to be marriageable, whether they don't look good, they maybe not be attractive. There are certain things.
They might not be attracted to the man they want, but in general, I'm just saying. We just was talking about tribes, Shan.
But even okay, let's take that woman. Okay, she's not attractive.
Okay.
She's not well versed.
Okay.
She's not, she's not educated.
Okay.
What are really her options? As
a
far as
not
the men,
traveled,
be
a not
honest.
well
She has a lot of
educated, not
options.
attractive man.
She has
She
a
needs
lot
to
of
date him.
options. There's a lot of men that she has access to that she may not necessarily, want for, but that's who is within, her
Her
tribe. So
tribe, her
that's
lane.
who she
Okay.
has.
I
Yeah,
do
it's
have
who
an
she
answer
has
for
access
that.
to. Everyone has access to someone.
But everybody does have access to someone, but people are just not asking people to marry. We even hear it on here. It doesn't benefit a man to get married. It's people on here every day talking against marriage, every single day.
I think people are getting married. I see people.
I see it too. We're just talking
Yeah.
about the YouTube. We're not talking about our real
In,
lives,
in,
Ellen. We're talking
in,
about the YouTube streams.
in real life, 75% of my friends married.
And in my circle, mostly everybody's married too.
Mine is, I have a decent amount of married friends in my circle too. I think most of us are married, but that's not, the numbers don't suggest that we're getting married
That's
like
true.
that.
That's
I
true.
don't know
Married
anyone
people,
other
like
than the
minds,
older generation.
they usually are together, So what's happening? Well, because these are the people you're talking about. People who don't make a lot are the ones not getting married. That's what the numbers suggest.
I'm
So
gonna say 90%. I'm sorry.
You said what now? Go ahead,
I just
Mark.
thought about it more. I'm gonna say 90%. I apologize for cutting in. I just wanted to say 90 because I was thinking about it more. I don't know that many single people like that I would say is like, circle. Like my actual friendship circle is mostly.
Mhm.
Yeah, I have an
Brianne,
answer.
I have a question for you, and I think it kind of segues into the question Shan had for you. If I heard you correct, you had both of your parents growing up?
Yeah, both of my parents are together. They've been together almost 40 years. It'll be 40 years this year, I believe.
That's one difference. My next question is, did your before your husband proposed to you, did he meet your father?
Yes. Also, he was the childhood best friend of my twin brother. So I didn't meet him until 2 years later because I couldn't really leave the house without my dad or my brothers. So I was at dance classes and art classes after school, and my brother was outside in the neighborhood playing basketball with people. So that last year of dance class, I finally started going outside with my brother, and that's when I met my now husband at 14. He was 16 at the time. Years later, we started dating in college, and that's when I moved out of the city about a state away, and my husband had to drive a state away to ask my father for my hand in marriage. And obviously, he had known him growing up, so it was a pretty easy decision.
So it goes to it's easy to say that you had a man in your life to vet your husband properly for you in order for you to be able to get married to the right man.
Correct.
But let me ask you a question. Wouldn't the right man have to come along though?
Most people have already met the person they're supposed to marry.
I agree with
Statistically.
that. And I was going to bring
Ooh,
that
I
up.
like her.
Brianne, no, let
I
me
like
just
her a
tell you
lot.
this. I was about to bring that up because I think both men and women alike, because I think this gets on women all the time too. But everybody has met one person
That's
in
a
their
lot of
life
food.
that was
Mhm.
probably great marriage material, both men and women,
Thank you.
and they did not make that move.
I told one
Is
of my
what
family members that one of their family friends they should have married, um,
you said? What
and they
now?
didn't believe me. I told one of my family members, it was at like a holiday party or something like that, someone's birthday. I can't remember, but there was this guy kind of floating around talking to the family and everything. And I'm like, well, who's that guy? Oh, that's just one of my friends from, my old high school. I'm like, is he single? She's like, yeah, he's single. I was like, what's wrong with him? Like, he's a nice guy. He talked to me. He said hello. He knows your family. No, he's like a brother to me. And I'm like, okay. And I just left it alone. But this perfectly nice guy, just talking to the family, he knew the family. So I'm thinking in my head, why not him? And she already friend zoned him in her mind. And I don't know if he's with somebody now, but I even asked her about him recently, and she said he's doing good in his career. They work in a very similar job field, so they talk often. And I'm like, that would have been a very easy transition. But that's not what she wanted, and she is still single. But obviously, I wish the best for her.
Oh, yeah.
Um, it's just people from the outside can probably see it a little easier than you can in your own life. Because it was very simple. Is he single? Do you know him well? The family knows him. Get together. But people don't believe me because I'm the little cousin. I'm easily 10 years or 8 to 10 years younger than most of my older cousins. So when I say things like this, they're like, oh, that's just my little cousin. I'm not listening to her. But it could really help if they listen to any outside input. Yeah, what was your question, Marcus?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, what's going on, panel?
What up?
Hope everybody's doing okay. I want to throw something in here as well too, because the other day, Brianna, you were on a panel, I think the other night, that was full of people on there. I'm sorry, Brianne. There we go. Oh, okay. Let me do something real quick. There we go. Okay, it's bigger now. Okay, so you were on the panel the other night, and I found it really amazing because a few days before that, I was talking to some guys on there. Pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. That world that you were in over there the other day. I was telling them how if you operate how you're supposed to operate as a man, you operate how you're supposed to operate as a woman. I said it's like a magnet. Both of those ends will go like this. But if both of them are trying to bring the same type of energy, you can do whatever you want to try to make that magnet go together. One is going to push the other one away. And so literally there were some people that did not agree with that. And I told them, I said, when you guys see this happen, I said, it's going to fall back to it being a nature thing. That no matter, I know a lot of women can say this, oh, I'm gonna do this, I don't want he got to be 6'6". I said, but if the right man came across them, they wouldn't be able to help but let the nature take over, because there's nothing you can do about your nature. So a lot of them argue like, Ty, no, it ain't. The next day, I was trying to get on this panel so bad because you got on there and you start speaking about how your mom said, always be sweet, always talk, stay this way. And I swear, within like 5 minutes of you talking, the whole panel, them all just, all of them, the guys, the women on there too, everybody just kind of seen that. Then they went from that to, I like to just hear you talk. You have a very pleasant, it just changed the whole game up. So I sat there, I was like, put me in this panel now because I'm about to bust all of them out. Y'all just got this. And you got in there and did exactly what I was talking about. And that's why I was telling them, I said, this is the reason why she's married. This is the reason why she's in the predicament that she's in right now. This is the reason why I'm pretty sure the type of person that you are, I can just tell by how you talk. Your husband is probably the type of guy that's like, this is my babe. I'm going to do everything to take care of her, all because of how you present yourself. And the reason why I say this is because that's what I tell people. They've heard me and my wife podcast before. The same exact thing they say about my wife. She's so sweet, so soft-spoken, so timid sounding, so this, so that. I'm like, yeah, so what man wouldn't want to take that right there in and say, I'm going to do whatever it is I need to do to make sure that right there is going to be taken care of. And
I believe the woman I was referring to was my great-grandmother, because she's very similar to me in that way. And she grew up in Cincinnati, I grew up in Toledo, so, about 200 miles apart. But every time I saw her, I just was in awe of her. She could like float in a room and you wouldn't hear her, but you would always see her and feel her presence. And obviously my great-grandmother passed away when I was 16, but I always have these wonderful thoughts of her and the way she would cook and clean the house, even into, I believe, her late 80s. She was still walking and talking, running around the house, cleaning, being a homemaker, even though her husband had passed away many years prior. So she kept that same femininity, that same, I guess, energy in the house, no matter what. And I just wanted to be like her in a lot of ways.
And I'm telling you, with it being like that, men in their nature is drawn to that. That's why a lot of people get pissed off a lot of times when we sit there and say it's not necessarily the black women that we're saying that's having a hard time, or they're saying there's no good men out there. What we're talking about is a type of energy that's being brought out when they I'm not he ain't gonna be. It's like, oh no, absolutely 100% not. No.
Yeah, and I have some notes. I wanted to answer Shan's question about what does a woman do when she isn't already married. Is that correct?
The question was if when women go into a situation, and let's just say they decide not to go get an education, or they decide, like you're kind of like in the scenario in which your parents put you in. It's like, oh, you either have to go to Army or you have to go to get an education. Or maybe not an option at all. You just got to get out of the house. What do you do with the women who choose not to do anything? They just go out in just leave the house, because there are a group of women who do that as well. I met a couple here.
Okay,
so
just
what happens if they don't have a man to
cover them?
Correct. So I I guess the word is fortunate enough to have my father's covering even when I first went off to college, because I knew if worst case scenario, college wasn't working out, everything was going, down the drain, I could at least call my father. And if I couldn't call my father, I could call my older brother or my twin brother. So in this scenario, it's an element of fear. And I don't want women to operate on fear, because fear will hold you back, and it could hold you back for years. So my grandmother was a school teacher of over 30 years, and she's now retired. And her favorite saying, along with my mother's, was education is the key to success. So when they said that, I always assumed school. But as I got older, finally into my 20s, they said, well, education is the key to success, but that does not always mean school. You need to always have a skill you can lean back on if everything else fails. Now, I've had times where my ankle was completely shattered. I was really sick. Obviously, I got sick along with everyone else. I still had skills. Most of them I learned on YouTube, or again, things I remember from my great grandmother, recipes. So I was able to use the skills I had in between when I wasn't able to work. So one of them was graphic design. Now, I did go to school for graphic design, but I learned more on YouTube than I ever did in school. So I actually did full courses on YouTube, 2-3 hours, how to work with Canva, how to get Photoshop for free, all those things. So I was able to hone in on skills I learned online. And then also my grandmother taught me how to sew. So I had a sewing machine. So if anyone needed something altered or fixed, I was able to use that skill to make money. And then obviously for free for like my brother and my husband, but I was able to have that skill. As far as cooking, at one point before I moved to the West Coast, a kitchen actually wanted my recipes for their kitchen. So I was making a little mock cookbook, and I sat down with one of the cooks and said, this food is really good here, but I know ways to improve it. So he almost hired me on as a sous chef for his kitchen, but I declined that because we were already getting ready to move on the West Coast. So you need to hone in on a skill you're actually passionate about, learn it on YouTube, get connected with other people. And another thing is you don't necessarily need to even have a skill to make money. So you can pressure wash, you can clean houses. I had a full cleaning business, again, before we moved here, just off the recommendation from my tax person. So my tax person said, well, are you starting a cleaning business? He told me which bank to go to, how to start it, and actually started cleaning his house. He left a review on my website, and that's why I got all 10 clients.
Good job. I like that. So, I have Kyle dial. So there's a small percentage of women who are educated. I think that there's a myth that says most Black women are educated. That is not true at all. Matter of fact, we are not the majority. We are the minority. And so I often wonder why people are always getting on the educated woman when there's so many women who are just not educated that you can choose from. And so
I would say most
wonder,
Black women have a skill. Like you can do hair, you can do nails, and you don't even have to go to school for that.
That's what I'm saying. So
most women have an education in something they can use to make money when times are hard. Even natural hair, you can learn how to do natural curly hair because I used to be in the flag and rifle line. If you guys know what that is, it's when the band's playing the songs and you're doing the rifles. I messed up both of my hands at one point. So I had to go to a beautician for months for her to do my hair, even when it was natural like this. So if you have a skill that you can do, you can always make money on the back end. So most Black women are very savvy.
Okay, so that's not. Let me complete the thought. So what I'm saying is, most Black women are not college, university educated. They're not. The numbers don't suggest that. So I've always questioned, why is the focus on the women who are educated? Why not, if there's a group of women who have skills, maybe they do hair or maybe they do other things, why is it always bashing the woman who is educated when we're not even the majority? Just choose from the majority.
Shan, it's not about bashing educated women. If Brienne LaFay came up here and said she had 10 PhDs, 10 doctorates, the energy that she brings,
she's not for you. That's what I'm saying. Don't focus on her. She's not the majority. She's a minority right here. So why do we keep talking about, it's kind of like we talk about high value men. They're not the majority. So why are we focusing on a majority group of people when you have, if there's 60%, 70% of women who are not educated, why are we focusing on the 30%? Why are we not focusing on the 60%?
In regards to marriage,
between like being college educated and just like being overall like educated, like you can not have a college degree. Like when you look at a lot of CEOs, a lot of them don't have college degrees, but they hire on people that have college degrees. So you don't have to have a college degree, to Brianne's point, to have or build a skill set. So I think when men are talking about educated women, I would believe that they're referencing to women that are well-versed, that can carry themselves in a certain kind of way in spaces that they share together, where, you know, at the end of the day, I don't think anybody, man or woman, wants someone aside them that's just like, what are your primary colors?
I think it's the characteristics that come around educated women that go to college. So the characteristics are, you know, being dominant, unable to listen, and then using that as almost like a tool. Like, okay, I have this, therefore I qualify for a certain kind of man. And a dominant, you know, non-feminine demeanor is not what most men are looking for. So if you can be college educated and still be feminine, but it's kind of a hard ask, because depending on what degree you go into, you're going to have to tap in more into your masculine. Again, I was in a paralegal program last year after I got released from my job, and it was stressful. I was in a class with a lot of men, and I never ended up finishing those courses. Now, I could this year after the baby, but it's not something my family's prioritizing right now. But I remember I was, you know, very upset all the time. I was getting very close to being masculine. And my husband at one point said, if we don't need this, just drop the classes for a few semesters and see how you feel. That's what I ended up doing. So I ended up dropping my classes and just focusing on our family. And that's when I got pregnant. And I wasn't stressed anymore.
So I would say that I agree to an extent, Brianne, that like, you know, certain spaces will lead a woman to become more masculine. But I have to say, just to kind of like put it out there for the other women, that you can definitely pursue an education and still be in your feminine essence. Like when we look at, you know, it's definitely possible. Being intentional. I don't think pursuing your wanting to be educated is a masculine trait. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I think you were really blessed to be raised in a household where your parents, you had that kind of modeled for you, what it looked like for a feminine woman to be in the household, and to have a masculine man in the household, and what that interpersonal relationship really looked like. Because at the end of the day, men aren't raised or born into, you know, knowing what it is to be masculine, just like women are. It's not innate for us to know what that looks or feels like. It's something.
I just have a small pushback. My mom, she has about maybe 6 degrees in various fields. So I wasn't raised necessarily by a woman that was as feminine as you're saying. I look more to my great-grandmother and my great-grandfather for how they raised their families. Again, my mom grew up, you know, wanting to be in school so badly because my grandmother, when she was going into the schools, she was one of the first integrated schools in the nation in Tennessee. So she had hoses sprayed on her. She was, you know, spat on, things thrown at her as she was walking into her integrated school. So she really put that idea on my mother, who, again, never claimed to be a feminist, but had a lot of feminist ideologies, to the point where when I was 18, it's like, you have to go to school. There's no other option. And I always believed that growing up, that college would save me. And that's why the only pushback I have is I was raised with 2 parents. My mom has very feminine, beautiful ways, but you couldn't tell her anything about a college degree. Like, if once I got my college degree in her hand, it's like she had a sigh of relief. And I was glad to give that to her, but that's not something I actually wanted for myself. I just wanted to go and work and eventually, you know, have a family. But if I would have followed what my mother said to the T, I don't think I would have been married today.
I think that let me make this point, because I think that she just proved kind of like your point.
Yeah, that's what I was
going to say. Because you just said 2 things that work for your husband, but obviously your mom's personality worked for her husband. Because she's been married for 40-something years and she has 6 degrees.
And, so and you have that modeled for you. Yeah. And so it helped. And so I guess the point that I was getting to was that in many spaces, you don't have that in the household. And it's something that has to you're taught and you're learned and you see it modeled for you. And so as you get older, it's easier for you to kind of transition in those spaces, like for yourself. Whereas in other spaces, you don't have that modeled. And so it's something that actually has to be learned, and you have to be intentional about learning it. If not, you're going to kind of find yourself in these, polar relationships where neither one of you are really in, occupying the polarity that really works best for you.
I know.
Her getting those degrees came at a cost.
Go ahead. You guys, please. I don't want to fuss with people. Okay, so we're gonna go in order. Okay, so Mistaken just had her thing. So Mistaken, I know Marcus has something to say because he was trying to interject when he came back. Okay, so let's go with that. Go ahead, Mistaken.
I was just going to say, similarly in terms of upbringing, having both parents in a home. My dad, he did go to college but didn't finish. But my mom, she never went to college. But I guess because of her experience, and especially where she grew up, and at the time that she grew up, women were not necessarily pushed or expected to actually go to college. And so for her, it was more preparing her for the workforce. But with us, it became an expectation for us to go to school, because most parents want their children to do better than they did. And for her, and my dad, it was about making sure that you pursue your education and having an example of what the type of woman my mom was to her family. For us, her thing was she wished she knew she was smart enough. She loved school and she wished that she had went to college. So it can go, both ways. You can have that influence, but it's up to you to decide which path you're going to go on. So I kind of want to say with Della, I agree with both Bree and with Della. I just think it's important that everyone gets educated in some way. It doesn't necessarily have to be a 4-year degree or a 2-year degree. Like Brianna said, she had other skills that she was able to further develop by going to YouTube. For me, that's the biggest thing, is educating yourself in something.
Marcus, I know that you had something to say before you left. Go ahead.
I kind of forget, but I do want to ask Brianna like 10 questions.
No. No.
All right.
What's the most important?
Yes, choose one.
Are you happy?
Extremely happy.
Why?
Wait, Chan's doing this. I can briefly answer that.
Never mind. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. She can answer that question. Why is she happy?
I'm happy that I followed the lead of the men in my life, because they only wanted the best for me. And by men, I'm talking about like my father, even my grandfather when he was alive. He always said, just be good and stay sweet. So those are just very simple things. But when my grandfather left this world, I kept thinking about the things he said in more detail. Be good, be sweet, listen to your father. Those things always kind of circulated in my head, even when I went to college. And a lot of girls I was around just wanted me to have fun and do the same things they were doing. But I counted up, and after the first semester of college, half of the girls dropped out because of pregnancy. And the other half didn't finish into the first year. So I literally counted all the girls on my floor, and that's exactly what happened within the first year.
What school did you go to?
I don't know if I want to say that, but I went to a school in Ohio.
Oh, okay.
Decently popular, I think. It was bad. And again, there were like 8 Brees on the same floor. So that made things very confusing when I went to college the next year, and they're like, oh, I thought you dropped out. I thought you had a baby. And I'm like, that wasn't me. That was the other Bree. So, there was 2 Briannas, 2 Brittany's, 2 Brendas, and they all went by Bree. So it was the funniest first year because we realized we were all staying on the same floor. But yeah, I'm happy with the decisions I made, and I'm happy that I kept those positive things in my mind as I was going through life. And then obviously to choose the right person who was willing to go to my father and tell him what plan he had for us. And again, my father already knew him. This is my twin brother's best friend. So they say the friend zone. That's how I met my husband.
Okay.
So Shan mistaken. Because I know you don't want me to keep asking girl questions. All right.
Because we have things to go into.
Do you think if her general disposition was the position of black women in general, that our community would be not married?
I think that no. I think that no. I don't think that that's the general. No.
I didn't get a question. Marcus, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. If her general disposition was the position of the women in our community, what do you think our marriage rates would look like?
I can say this. I know that her personality, I think, would fall under that bell curve of maybe majority of black men liking. Right. But I would also preface that with that all men don't necessarily want that disposition as well. So I think it would be best that, like what we were kind of talking about, finding the compatibility, finding the mate that would be your match. In terms of would most of them be married, that's iffy, because when we look at the stats, it shows that black men aren't necessarily marrying. I just like she
Like you're saying, if the women act like that, would they be marrying?
Because let me just drop this. Last week we talked.
That wouldn't be a question for women. That would be a question for men.
Yeah. Yes.
So let's.
I knew the answer already.
This question goes into mistaken.
I just didn't know if y'all realized.
And I'm glad it happened.
The reason in that fact is that you would say yes, but most of them, and I can only say in these spaces, what most men are saying, the reason that they're not married is because they don't think marriage is a benefit. So whether she has a good disposition or not, if you don't think a marriage is a benefit, that's not going to change the outcome of men not marrying.
Well, we got to think about what the basis also why they're saying that, though, because if we go, I mean, gosh, all the panels that I've been on that they invited me to, and that new words I'm learning, manosphere, red pill, this pill, I don't even know. I just know I've been married for a long time, and they always want to invite me to come there. So what I noticed out of that, though, is that when they do say things to me like that, like, man, we're not trying to get married because and they start naming off all the things that's completely opposite of like the type of person that Brienne, or even like I say my wife is. They out here trying to this. Oh, well, who gonna pay for the thing first? Well, these women out here, all they want is these men. I'm like, I don't know. Those women that they're talking about, that they're naming off, I'm like, why would any man want that, to be attracted to that? You know what I'm saying?
Agree.
So that's why I'm saying I get totally what you're saying, but I have a hard time believing that if anybody, like, that's what my wife herself, that's what literally drew me to her, was that sweet, kindred, soft-spoken, sweet of a person that she is. And not to say my wife has her degree too. You know, she's your sister, by the way, Shan. You know, y'all ski wheating and all that stuff. But that type of thing right there, it just I don't know. All I know, I can just go back and base that off of the natural thing that I think that God put on both sides. When I see that out of a woman, period, I swear it's like this. Ooh, wee, like woo, like it just. And then the thing is, like I said, and then it naturally makes you want to just like protect them. You know what I'm saying? It naturally makes you like, you know, you're like, hey, hold on, wait, hold on. I don't know how to explain it, but I just know that's what it seems like. It instantly makes you want to do. Like I can guarantee you on this panel right now, just because the type of person that even how a lot of you ladies present yourself on there right now. If anybody came at y'all in the chat or even came in this panel and came at y'all, I guarantee you these men on this panel get ready to jump in front. Hey, no, you're not gonna be talking to her like instantly. You know what I'm saying? But if you were real masculine and we'll just sit back. Okay.
So last week,
I agree.
When we was talking about wives or whatever, right? So Trigger Mike was explaining something about his wife. I didn't know how to put it in words. My wife, she not really gonna come on the panels and do none of that stuff.
I neither.
But Brienne, you and her got the same type of energy, and the men will understand what I'm saying. Why I'm married. I don't think it transitions to the general culture of our women to understand exactly what we value. And I'm trying to figure out how to pinpoint it. That's why I want to ask the 10 questions, so I could kind of. But I know we can't do that. But
yeah, my husband, he said he never wanted to get married.
Yeah,
Like
if you don't want
the time
to,
he was a kid to now,
Do
he
you
never
mind
wanted
me
to get
asking?
married.
Can I ask what's his profession?
He's in trade. So it's funny, I asked him this the other day. He has just a lot of skills in trade, like carpentry, roofing, water remission, water tech, and even disaster cleanup, which is, a whole separate thing. Like when people,
Y'all in Atlanta?
Go and clean up the
right. You in Atlanta?
Y'all in Atlanta?
He doesn't do that currently. He did that on the East Coast. So now we're on the West Coast. So now it's mostly roofing, water, construction.
But that's one of the things that I really try to push out whenever we go and talk to like people out there in the community is I let them know that a lot of things that a lot of women want out of a man, like, don't get me wrong. When a lot of women come with saying, I want a man that's this and that's that and that's this. But when you present yourself with those traits that actually attract us to it, it instantly, naturally makes us want to do that for you without you even having to ask. I'm telling you. But a lot of them still, well, that's different. That's the old school stuff. You're old school. How am I old school? I'm 40 and I'm old school. What?
Hey, yeah, we gotta move on. We gotta move on. But the great thing about it is most of these things that we're about to move on to kind of go into this. Okay. If you guys have a question that you would like to ask that's going to throw us off topic, please put in the back chat and I'll approve it.
All right.
So we won't get us off topic. Because Shantae got a time limit tonight. You understand? All right. So this is a video that I've seen play back and forth. Hi, little podcast. This is a video that I've seen back and forth, and I want to play. And it is 2 parts to it. Okay, so here we go.
My husband is my boss. My husband is number one. If my husband tells me, hey, sit down, I'll sit down. If he tells me you can't go out with your friends today, I'm not going to go out with my friends. If he says, hey, go wash this dish for me, I'm going to go wash the dish for him. I chose this man to be the king of my life. And yes, I agree with everything he says, and I do everything he says. And I did that because I chose this man. I put him in this position of my life. And this is how I honor and take care of and love the man in my life. So I tell women out there, you want a man in your life, you want to be happy, figure out what you would do when you are happy. Because I am happy. My husband does so many great things for me. And I would do that for him. I obey him, I respect him, and I let him be the man that he is. I chose a man that I wanted to follow. I chose someone to lead me, and that's why I will do anything for him. If he tells me jump, I'll jump.
So what do you guys feel about that? Oh, there's another part. How do you guys feel? Listen, I feel like if you're going to marry somebody and you want him to be the leader of your household, absolutely. Why are you even entertaining or being in a relationship with a man that you won't allow to lead your house? I don't understand that.
If I can, I'll go first then. I will say this. I get the wording in there, but one of the things I don't know, because the type of person I am, I hear that word let, and I'm the type of person, what do you mean let me? I know this might sound weird, but it's like, it's not no letting me do anything. I'm going to do it regardless, So, but no, I do get what she's saying there, because a lot of people will look at this and say, so you got to sit there and ask if he say you can't go out with the girls, you just going to sit there see what I'm saying? When they start to do things like that, they're missing the point. A lot of times when people think that somebody is encapsulating you into this bubble or into this wall, you have no idea a wall is also serving as a protection. You know what I mean? So what a lot of people don't even understand a lot of the dynamics that's in somebody's own relationship for them to make an assumption that the reason why you're on list to your husband because he got you, he controlling you, he got you on lockdown, he got you on this. It's like, no, that is my baby, and I'm worried about my baby. That's my wife. That's mine. And if I don't want her to go out with her friends or something like that, I'm gonna have a reason. She know I'm not just gonna say you're not going out just because I'm a man. I'm beating my chest because I say no, woman, no. That's how these people are picturing that, having no idea. No, it's all kind of things that can be in there. Oh, no, babe, I don't want you to go out because I actually planned on doing something with you. I want to do something. Oh, I didn't want you to go out because of this. It's not because I want you to obey me saying no, and that's it. Don't say nothing else, woman. Go sit it, lie down. No, So, I get what she said. I get it. I understand it.
Women will hear that and be in an uproar. And the first thing she said, or at least one of the first sentences, because I did have to play it back, there was a small lag on my computer. She said, I chose. So I chose this man, knowing these things about him, knowing that he was going to be this way. And anytime my husband said no to something, it was for the greater benefit of our family. And the one time he did say yes, I went to a club with, like, early in our marriage, like years ago, but I went to a club with my cousin for her birthday. And that was the one time I went out for a girls' night because she invited her friends and that was her cousin. I didn't know these people extensively. And that one night, a guy groped me and I had to knock him out. So it didn't happen after that. And I told my husband this entire story. A guy just came up behind me, drunk, of course, grabbed both of my butt cheeks. And I said, "What do you think you're doing?" He's like, "Oh, I just had to grab it. I had to grab it." I'm like, "Okay." I knocked him out. He fell over two white women, and they both started all running in different directions. So that's how that night ended. And I'm like, I'm never doing this again.
Your husband was like, "Who is he? Who is he? Where's he?" Oh no.
Again, it was, and then again, that could have been a dangerous situation. It's just innately, I'm like, I don't know you. And I turned around because I thought maybe he has me mixed up with someone else. I'm just wearing a pink dress and my afro. Maybe he thought I was his girlfriend. I turned around. I was like, oh, hey, I don't know you. Like, sorry. Maybe you had me mixed up with someone else. He was like, no, I just wanted to grab it. Okay. And I pushed him and he fell on the concrete, knocked over two women.
Oh,
I mean,
I've never had to do anything quite like that in my life. And that was about 3 years ago. And that was the only one and only time I've ever went out without my husband. I never went out without my husband again.
If I may, right?
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
What's up, man? What's going on, Ted?
Hey.
What's up, Miss Taken?
What you gotta say? It. Don't get us off.
This is our regular feminist right here, Miss Taken.
I'm not a feminist.
Even though she married.
I'm not a feminist at all.
I didn't realize.
No, you're not. You're not a feminist. You are a woman. It's different. It's not the same thing. No, but listen. This is what I want to say, right? Shout out to husbands, right? But honestly, I sometimes, and I'm not saying specifically for any man on the panel, but I really wish y'all would just be honest and just say, you don't trust your woman too. Like, it's cool to say I'm trying to protect her and this and that, but
yeah, I'll be lying.
But that's why I said the word that, like, please try to listen to me. That's why I said I'm not speaking to any particular man on this panel because I don't want to debate. But what I'm really saying is, we don't want our women out in other men's faces. Period. We don't want that. Why we can't be honest about that part? You know what I'm saying? Why do we have to lie and say, no, it's because I'm trying to protect you from danger? Like, no, I'm trying to keep you out of niggas' faces. It's that simple. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want you in other niggas' faces. I know your girls is hoes. It's hoe. That's not a word that mess up the algorithm, is it? Because they've been telling me all day every word mess up the algorithm. So I wouldn't say that.
Well, I guess the new thing is 304s or something.
I said it earlier.
304s, right? Yeah. So I know your girls is 304s. Right? I don't want you hanging around 304s. Birds of a feather flock together. We know all the sayings. That's really what it is. At the end of the day, I love you. It's not like I think it's just every time you go outside, you're going to run into the arms of a man. You know what I'm saying? It's also one of the reasons why a lot of men don't want their wives to work, right? Because you're going to this place every day. You're consistently in this place with these people. And some of these people are men. And I can't really quote the statistics, but I'd be willing to bet, right, that a high margin of cheating in relationships, particularly from women, happens with people that they work with. So that's what I'm saying. Like, we just don't want our women around other men. I'm not the only me. It's another cat out here that's a little podcast that look as good as me, that dress as nice as me, that talk as nice as me. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Chicago, so I'm different. I'm better. But he still might be, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Nice enough to just make you. I'm gonna tell you something. If you see your woman talking to another man and she do this, take that one finger and pull her hair behind her ear, knock that dude out right then and there, bro. Just walk right up to him like, excuse me, baby. Bow! Just knock him out so that she could be turned off, right? Because she ain't gonna be turned on no more once she see the dude mouth bleeding. I'm telling you. But the truth of the matter is that we do look at this like our sisters do look at this like it's some sort of control. I do believe for a lot of men, especially like the MRM, that it's about protecting and all of that too. But at the same time, it's like, you don't want me in other women's faces. You don't want other women in my DMs. You don't want me in other women's DMs. You don't want me out at the club buying other women drinks. So why do you want to go to the club and let other niggas buy you drinks? All of those same things that you don't want me doing as a man with other women, then I don't want you getting those things either, right? You have to do the same things you think will be a trigger for me to possibly step out can be a trigger for you too. And so some of it is that too. And I just wanted to be honest about that.
You know, there were some women that was on here the other day that I was on the panel when I made that comment right there. And I told them, I said, no, I wouldn't want it was a woman that came on and what she said was this. She said, like, if my husband came in, if he saw, she had like on like I don't know what you want to call those. Y'all don't know the name of all the women clothing because my wife don't wear it. It was like just like it was a top part and her whole stomach part was out. Then she had something like a lower part on. And so what she said was, so I want to know what she asked specifically, I guess out of some of us that were married. She said, like, if I wore this, if my husband was to say, I don't want you going out like that. She said, I would say, I'm going to go out like this anyway. Why can't I go out that? See, that's what I'm saying. He wants control over me. And when I explained to her that I wouldn't want my wife going out looking like that, because I know that if I'm looking at you and I have these certain thoughts about you, I don't even want no other men having these thoughts about you to even want to come and attempt to even try to get at you. Right. So then what she ended up saying, and I'm like, wow, her husband like walked past. What she ended up saying was, I got to know that I still got it. I was like, nope. Yeah. That's crazy to me. I'm dressed sexy and all that, so men can whisper at me or say stuff to me so I can know that I still got it. That's absolutely absurd in a marriage. That's crazy.
Seeking validation from other men when she's married. Oh no. That's why we have this unicorn on the panel.
Did anybody else want to give their opinion on the video?
You know what though? I will say this. I think I don't know if I don't think that lady, and I'm trying not to be racist, but I don't think she's the right one to deliver that message.
Look kind of right?
Because when people look at them, they look at them as an oppressed woman. You know what I'm saying? They look at them as an oppressed group. They feel people look at them and they automatically think they have been brainwashed to think that way. They being forced to talk that way.
Want? So
what we want is to see Shantae say what she said. That's what we want. We want to see.
I have said that. Look, I think that I definitely would say that. Like I just said, if I agree absolutely with her. Now I think that the confusion comes when every man thinks they get that out of Shantae. No, I'm talking about my husband, the man I choose, the CEO of my household is the leader of Shantae, not just a random dude or any dude. You know, we can't just be hiring everybody for the major role in our household. We got to be selective.
Well, I'm not gonna lie.
I agree with her.
I am the type that I would need some clarification because she said jump. If he says jump, I
didn't mean really jump.
No, she said sit. If he says sit, I'm sitting.
I need more clarification. Like I'd be like, well, how high? Like, do you want? You know what I'm saying? I need stuff to be.
No, I mean, listen, the truth was the truth. The truth is this. I don't expect any less, right, from a sister to have some questions behind it. To me, the questions ain't really the problem, right? Just as long as your cooperation. As long as your questions follow cooperation, because I'm that type of person, even on the job. They be like, hey man, can you do woo woo woo? I'll be like, why? Like, first of all, why is it necessary for that to be done? But second of all, why are you asking me? You walk past 3, 4, 5 people you could have asked to do that, but you came to me. I don't know. Like, are you trying to, have some sort of power over me? Like, I have done that on jobs, and luckily my last job I had a supervisor that was just laughing off like, "Beans, you crazy, bro? Look, man, we need this such done." So I get it.
AP?
Yeah, Lil Podcast just said something that too many of our women actually think. And it was in jest, but you said you got some kind of power over me.
Yeah.
And too oftentimes it appears that our women think that we're trying to hold some kind of controlling stake and power over them when the truth is we're either watching out for them, looking out for their best interest, looking out for our best interest, looking out for the family's best interest when we say jump. I mean, obviously
Right.
that's ridiculous, right? Hey, baby, can you jump about 6 inches off the ground for me? I mean, we're not obviously gonna do that.
Walk like a dog.
Right.
But the point of I feel like the point of the video is kind of the same point Brienne has made the entire time she was here. She said that she chose to give her husband that power, that authority, because she recognizes that he's not going to put her in harm's way. And that's why I call that mindset a unicorn, because too oftentimes we do meet these women with a title or a degree, and they're trying to maneuver outside of their femininity in a masculine world, when you would get much further maneuvering in your femininity in a masculine world.
So I want to ask a question again. Why are you focusing on that minority when there's a majority who are not? Majority of women are not bosses. They're not.
The majority I think they are
not.
There you go, Marcus.
But I don't think not having an education is synonymous to being feminine, though. I think they're two different conversations. So there are educated women that are feminine. There are non-educated women that are masculine, and you can swap that around for both. So I don't think that they're.
I didn't say anything about education.
Oh, I was answering Chantel.
You described the young lady who you said was on her high horse, right? And she
what I said was that are in positions of authority or title. Positions of title is what I used.
Right. So that's not majority of women, though.
It's the majority of women in my environment.
Okay.
In our community, it is. You could be a supervisor at Walmart. You think you're a boss. Let's just be honest if we gonna talk about it.
I mean, technically,
you run people. Wait. You literally supervise people. You're a boss, right? So you definitely bringing that home with you. Not to mention you got kids that you supervise. You're a boss. You're definitely moving in your masculine boss.
Look,
but I just want to say,
I
see oftentimes they adopt a lot of the same masculine traits that we exhibit, and the truth of the matter is, Brienne will actually. I would say all four of you get further in that space, staying in your own frame. I assure you will get a lot more done and a lot more accomplished, and. I'm not talking to you ladies on the panel. I'm actually using you guys as the example.
Right.
So I'm speaking in general. You get a lot further than trying to match our energy. You have your own energy, and it is powerful. It is strong.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, I would move mountains for you for it. I really would. I'd move a mountain
if you talking
said,
about femininity?
Get that out my way.
That's what I was going to discuss.
Let me just say this. I object. This sounds great in 2023, but as a woman who has always been a feminine chick all of her life, that did not work 10, 15 years ago when Miss Independent was on the scene, and y'all all wanted that chick who was the chick, to cuss you out. That was not always popular. Y'all are not going to sit here and
whoever desired that.
Listen, maybe you. I don't know where you were raised.
Chicago, and Central Illinois.
Listen, I'm not saying this is for all men, because there were a group of men who always had their head straight. But let's not act like 10, 15 years ago, men did not want that chick with the, I have literally been told I didn't have a backbone. I mean, I asked because for the sake of podcasting, I have asked. My mistaken was even there when my son explained to her why it did not work out between me and his dad, because he told him. And what did he say?
He said that your dad said that he could walk all over you.
I compromise. I was the chick who, if you say go, I'm like, hey, To me, I was that chick where if it did not deserve an argument, I'm not arguing. This is the most. I'm glad I'm in this space because I like to go back and forth. Because y'all give me my arguing skills.
Right.
That's why I don't do it good. When people be in the comments, they like she needs to. Because I'm a bad arguer. I don't know how to do it. I don't like to do it often. So my anxiety gets up. My heart beats fast. I don't even know how to do it right.
So the fact that I would say something like that, if I was a known you, then I would say, you know what? And I say a lot of people that I work around too, because in healthcare, is dominated by a lot of women. And what I always find is that whenever somebody comes to me with the same exact thing that you're saying right now, I let them know. I said, I'm gonna help you out real quick. Those situations, that thing is going to keep on happening because that's something I feel God sees in you that you need to work on and be stronger in. So no matter how much you try to avoid it, you're going to always run into somebody, whether it's your mama, your daddy, your cousin. Somebody's going to do something that's going to test you in that way. And yeah, you're going to, I mean, it's going to happen because they know that you kind of, you don't like conflict. I'd rather take the hurt, take the pain. I'd rather take all the pressure and everything because I don't want to say something that I think might offend you. So I'd rather just not. And that's a dangerous place to kind of be in a lot of times.
Get out of here, Ronnie.
I have a question because this is what always kind of confused me. Because I always, in my opinion, every one of the previous girlfriends that I fucked a relationship up with had similar energies. Not only like I would have sex with a different type of girl, but I was going to always marry a specific archetype of a woman, right? Why is it that women can't maintain their femininity and just use the word no and still have the same exact femininity? Why do you have to adopt a new energy?
What's the example?
Just say no.
Just say no.
That
to
is
what?
the example, right?
To say no
Anything.
to anything. No. If you're in a position of authority, the difference between being a boss or a worker is, you're being stern, direct. And the word no is a direct instruction. No, that is not acceptable. No, you're fired. You still can be feminine and do that. Why did they have to adopt the nigga? You ain't this mother. You why?
It's the
all you had to do is say,
that's love.
Oh my God.
It's a learned trait to communication skills are a learned trait. Interdependent relationships it's a learned skill. And so when you talk about understanding the psychology of people and why, their responses or they react the way that they do, a lot of the times people feeling like they have to go overboard to say no is from places of like feeling like unheard or invalidated. Like
that's a good point.
Not necessarily having your no respected. Yep. And so now you have to feel like you have to overcompensate it. And that's the only way that you're heard. And so, it's a learned skill to be able to be like, no, thank you. And know that that's enough for you. Like, I don't need it to translate over to you. I know what it means for me. And that's enough.
That's there's a balance. I think there's a balance.
I want to say to any lady that's watching, your secret power is silence. Say no, and then don't say nothing else. People can only work with you if you're working with them.
But you can't in the household. You got to follow the lead. You can't say sometimes the man that won't let you say no, right?
I'm not talking about
final say. No, but I would say femininity is actually a superpower.
Look, you play that game, I guarantee you won't like the prize.
It's a joke.
And that's what I was about to say too. Because when you said that, hey, look, Marcus, when you said that, did you hear Shan gonna say that when women get like that, when they get all like this, that's passion? Come on, man.
Listen, let me just tell you
this.
It's the passion. No. If I get to the point with my place, so I'm a different Shantae in the workplace. I can do very well. Like if I have no emotion attached to it, I can get in your skin. Like I can cut the best of the best. When my heart is involved, it's like, like I suck in relationships. I wish I can take that backbone I got in the real, like it's the school or and put it in my relationship because then I will probably balance.
But this is what I want to tell you too. This is what I want to tell you too, though, because when I'm glad you said that word, man. The universe provides. When you use that word balance, right? Because one thing, like even with my lady, right? I'm very transparent about my life, right? My lady can be more feminine, right? We both grew up on the west side of Chicago. So, you know, she from L Town and I'm from Cabrini, and we just got it in us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, right? So she can be more feminine. Ironically, though, when we horizontal, right? Femininity flowing out. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, and all that. Even I mean, everything is everything is so feminine, right? But then when we vertical and we standing up, it's all this aggression. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, bring that same thing you do doing fellatio, bring that to when we having, you know, conversations or arguments. You know what I'm saying? Bring that same soft, same you know, I hate to use the word dainty because I don't really know what that means, but it just sounds like it fit right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, bring that same daintiness to our conversations, especially to our disagreements. Because when you go into West Side L Town version of yourself, then I go into Cabrini Green West Side version of myself, and now I'm in handcuffs. You know, I ain't mean to call y'all. You know, it's just like the whole thing just went all the way left because you don't know how to control your masculine energy. And I'm so glad that whoever, I think that was the other brother AP that mentioned this too, real quick. And I'm gonna yield the floor. Ladies, this verbiage, this slogan that y'all use, I'm matching your energy. It's a death sentence. You got to stop that. That is the worst thing you can do. Why are you trying to match a man's energy?
And
that is the worst thing.
Anyway,
heart attack, cardiac arrest, you're gonna kill yourself in the process.
Well, I mean, you think about it as men anyway. We already just because our testosterone and everything, we already have a competitive nature anyway. So men, I mean, I don't know if you guys, I don't know how to explain this to you guys, but I talk about this amongst my colleagues in the medical field, and I said, you know what, it's weird to me, and y'all probably gonna be thinking like, what is this dude talking about? I don't have nothing against people's lifestyle. If I see two women walking together and both of them are feminine like, and they can be lesbian, I don't think nothing of it. When I see a woman walking with another woman and the other woman is butch, for some reason I feel like I would knock you out. Like, come on, stop it. I'm serious. And when I say this to my colleagues, they're like, yeah, man, I see what you mean with that. Because the thing is, I feel like what you're trying to do is where I'm at, and you're not going to be able to do that. So stop. So what I'm saying therefore is that, like, when we talk, he was just when a little podcast was talking about them saying I'm gonna match your energy. Well, already the fact that you're even trying to come up there and be like that with us, we competitive. And so even if a woman is at her max of trying to exert some type of masculine energy, that might be like our minimum. But the fact that we coming at y'all a certain way, y'all might feel like, oh, so what you about to hit me now? I would call, are you about to hit? Like, it's not even that serious. But the fact that they're even trying to get up there with us, it automatically makes a man want to buck up because we take it as competition. We take it as competition from other men, let alone a woman.
So wait, really quickly. So since you're in the medical field and we got 4 women on the panel, and this question isn't the diversion, it's right where we at right now, Shan. I seen a video from Joe Rogan the other day where he said that women have more estrogen in their bodies than men do, but they actually have more testosterone in their body than they do estrogen. That was the first time I had ever heard that. I looked it up, Googled it. A couple of websites said that this was actually true. So when you add that element in with melanin, right? Which I'm not gonna lie, I'm a white person in this way that I view melanin as an aggressive, you know what I'm saying, like dominant gene or serum or whatever it is, right? The more of it you have, the more violent it's capable of you to be, right? But do you think that plays a part in the fact that particularly our women can be more aggressive, that in fact they actually have more testosterone in their body than they do estrogen?
Let me just real fast, before you answer this question real fast. You know, it's so funny that you said that little podcast, because I was thinking, even in sports, Black women seem to tear that shit up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, look at Simone Biles. She's doing things that they're like, only men can do that, or
mad aggressive.
When you look, think about it on the sports, like we just be killing men, kill it, and also the women. So sometimes I've thought about that too, little podcast. I'm like,
mad aggression.
Black folks just got this little bit of sprinkle of
yeah.
No, I was going to answer. It disperses differently in women. Our bodies are different. So when it comes to that particular hormone, I had to get that check to get pregnant, because you need that for reproduction. Yeah, because it all the chemicals kind of work together to make sure that the baby can actually develop and stay put. So that's what it's mostly supposed to be used for. But sure, there are some amazing athletes that tap into that part to get strong and train well and have stamina, but that has to be trained. So the part you're talking about as far as having more, there's a reason why there's more in there, but it's not supposed to be used in that way.
So if I was to guess, before you answer, let me just guess. So if anybody smoke weed, right, THC and CBD, you can get high as you want off the THC. Then when you add the CBD, it brings your high down. I'm guessing that estrogen operates like CBD to the testosterone.
Very interesting. You could be right. I didn't look that up.
I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm not no doctor.
I know what you're saying. Well, medicinally though, I would say this: it's a whole lot of things that actually can factor into it. Brianne just made a really good point there, and we can take it back to like when we had to do a rotation. We had to study why a lot of military women who seemed to be healthy on paper, everything checked out right, but for some reason these women that's been in the military, they were barren. You know what I mean? They were barren. So what we end up finding out is this: if you keep on doing a whole lot of things when it comes to physicality, you will increase your testosterone levels. Your testosterone will war at your estrogen and take it down. And so these women could not get pregnant because that testosterone, once it gets to a certain level and it's high, you can try all day long, all you want to. But if that estrogen, that hormone is not up, it's not going to happen. So what we're saying that for is that, we have nothing against women getting into certain type of fields of like, sports or even like the military or like the fire department. But the reality of it is, if they continue to do those things to their bodies, the bodies is going to respond by producing more of that hormone to keep them at a certain level of fitness. But that also can end up messing up their estrogen levels. Now, what the body would end up eventually doing is the body would actually adapt to how it feels you want to be. So let me give you an example. We have people that come into the clinic a lot, young men, especially as new, that we call it text neck and gamers back, right? So because these guys do like this all day long and they sit like this all day long, they come into our clinic. If we sit there, I'm gonna give y'all look, I'm gonna so y'all can see me. If I sit them up like this and correct their posture, they can barely hold it for 30 seconds. They end up going back and collapsing like this. So what happened is the reason why it is because the body will actually adapt to how it feels you're trying to be. So if you sit all day and you're on your phone all day, your body will conform to that. So if you constantly are doing all these physical things at that high of a level, your body's going to eventually go, okay, so since we want to keep this testosterone level high, let's just go ahead and just eliminate the estrogen altogether. And it will actually start to shut things down. So then all of a sudden they end up developing, cysts on the ovaries and fibroids and the whole nine, and all these different feminine issues come up. But men who continue to do the things they have, no issues there. So it's not to throw no shade at anybody, but I always say, and I always lean on this, I say nature is not going to lie to you. It's not going to. So as far as women having higher testosterone level, a lot of stuff plays into that. More women that come in there through their files, a lot of them are on more medication than a whole lot of other men because of anxiety. Then they got to actually take something else because the anxiety medication can actually end up weakening their muscles and weakening their heart. So therefore they got to take prednisone or some type of steroid that's going to actually make that muscle work, which is going to increase the testosterone levels, which makes them have more in their system.
Gymnasts.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's why I heard like gymnasts a lot of times that they're because of the training, the amount of training that they do, that their cycle stops, stuff like that. So I did hear about that before.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I always said that women should be working the way they do.
MRM. You know where I got this information from? It made me have such a.
It's right back to housewives.
You know where I got.
How we could get that?
Was that not a really good answer?
No pushback.
To try and dissect that. You know where I got it from?
What's that?
My fucking melanin. Because look, my hair, it grows towards the sun. The sun imputes information in me, and it just gave me the answer, bro. I'm just saying. It just gave me the answer.
Do you have the THC and the CBD in your system right now?
Can I say about healthcare? Yeah,
So-
we were still kind of on the topic of like healthcare and hormones. Someone had put in the comments that married men live longer, which the studies, I would agree to that, because typically the main component of that is someone else holding you accountable for your doctor's visits and if you have an ache or pain. But on the opposite end, divorced men have the shortest life expectancies for all those other reasons listed: heart attack, sickness, stress, drop in testosterone, and then financial issues, which equates to them also, again, not going to the doctor. So again, you can say married men live longer, but the second that marriage ends, everything drops.
Hey, babe, if you leave me, I'm gonna die. That's what they just told me. Hey, look. So check it out.
Okay,
So check it out, Brienne. I had a L4 and L5 surgery.
Okay.
My Renaissance understand this. The jelly between my discs, it eroded and it started to cause like tension on my nerves, and then it started to break apart the bone, and it started pinching my sciatic nerve. So I became partially paralyzed. My wife been loving on me and fixing me these good meals and making my life stress free. I swear to God, my body feel once. So I believe it's true. Niggas get married. Stop being single, so you don't die. It's simple. You want to live, get married. I'm just
bro. What you sipping
I
on?
don't argue with you at all on that.
Again, the CBD and the THC, sir.
Find you a Brienne or one of the other ladies on the panel and get married and enjoy the femininity. That should give you.
Find you and Shantae when she responded to to when I said, remember when I said, look, that lady might not be the perfect one to send that message, and Shan was like, nah, because I agree with that message too, and I just want to say that we can follow leaders. She went into her Southern Belle, you know what I'm saying, voice thing. Hey, that's how you get them. That's how you get them right there.
And meanwhile, right, if your wife brought you food, my husband sent me a text like, whenever you want to eat, the food's downstairs. You can come get it.
Man got some hamburger helper.
Yum, yum.
No.
I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you.
It's beef capratini with, I forget the name of these damn noodles. Hey, babe, could you
Hey, man, listen, man, I'm having pizza tonight. I don't care about what you talking about right there.
Okay, let me go through the super chat, because with all the women, you got to go to the men too. Hold on for a second. Let's do the super chats first, though. Miss
Bella, read the super chats.
The ex-son husband for $2. Where's Tam, the wifey at?
Everybody.
Tam said y'all ain't a part of her tribe.
Oh.
You know, that's an honest question. Unfortunately, you know, it was just a bit too much. You know, you have to have a certain type of skin to deal with the internet, YouTube. You know how it is. And so it's just not for everybody. Everybody doesn't want that negativity in their, you know, their energy. They don't want to be. And so that was pretty much.
Which Tam he talking about though?
Who used to be a part of the
short hair girl?
So that was a good, you know, it just wasn't for her. And that's good. That's cool. So
that's crazy.
Still my friend.
She was the most popular person on here in the back chats.
So Harrison Davis for $9.99 salutes. Thank you. The ex-son husband for $10 salute to JR. I appreciate the consistency. Thanks,
You're welcome.
Jay.
Are you talking about the other JR?
You too. Sir Chai 87 for $2. Happy Friday, Chic critique panel. Happy Friday. David H, because Black women are viewed by all races of women as masculine.
That'd be a good comment.
That's true.
That's true. But it may be a little bit of that sprinkle we were talking about.
Yeah.
The AP, the accountability partner for $5 with this great conversation. Why haven't you hit that like button? Keep cooking.
Yay.
Yes, hit the like button, please. D2 Premier $4.99. Most Black women don't operate like Brienne. If I meet a woman like her today, within a year, she would be married. Little Ba for $5. Good evening to all, and shout out to Brienne. She's very well spoken and friendly and seems quite intelligent, not to mention pretty. D2 Premier for $19.99. The reason most men state marriage isn't a benefit is because women don't operate from the standpoint of my husband and family is first over materialistic values and career.
Oh, Lord. Oh Lord, guess who's trying to join the stage? Oh,
Yeah.
Bro,
Boy, you over
where
there
you
eating stuff you
been?
can't pronounce?
did you just roll up in here with a stocking cap on?
Yes,
The Bell bonnet?
I'm not a YouTuber no more. I'm from the.
Why?
Yeah, man. Hey, Mr. Logic, man. People emailing me and everything, asking about you. People, man, stories came up like something happened. You disappeared, and man, I was even worried. I'm like,
What happened when
I
you
went
get that
looking for
wake
you on
up money?
Security Boss channel. I'm like, I don't know where he at, y'all.
Man, look.
You ain't got to explain it, but I'm glad to see you though.
Oh no, it's good to see you too, man. This like it was good. I popped in. I said, "Team Dale, that's my dog." Miss Taken, where you been? The nigga above me tells him he got goddamn Ethernet cables coming out his hair. Get it?
Ethernet.
Cables.
Hilarious.
I see my man AP in the building too. Podcast. I never met you, ma'am.
Brienne.
Brienne. I just want to just say hello. You know what I'm saying?
Hello.
You've been missed, Logic.
Nah, I've been good. You know, I said for 2023, I want to make it about me. So yeah. So whatever I do, you know what I'm saying I'm going to cooking school. If y'all don't know, I enjoy cooking. You know what I'm saying? Even though I DoorDash because I have to. So you know what I'm saying? I figured I'm gonna start doing some new stuff and let my hair grow out. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna do all kind of crazy stuff. Mr. Logic 22, 23 gonna be crazy. I'm gonna get that cables in my head.
Girl.
Damn, dude, your hair long as hell, man.
Yeah, you pulling all that. Look at that hang. He got some shrinkage in there. That's all.
It don't hit the same when it's on a man though. I don't know why that is.
It's all the information.
When it's on a woman, it's beautiful.
Wow. What texture is your hair? Is it 4C?
Yeah, I think it's
no.
It's 4C. I'm 4B. So I hear you.
Boy, that's Division 9. That's
y'all know these numbers. I don't even know what those numbers mean. I hear people saying it all the time.
That hair ain't 4C. He from Chicago. That hair Division 9.
Y'all don't know what Division 9 is, but in the county, that's the violent cell block. Murders in over 1,000
pounds. Get on with the conversation because I'm not gonna be here with y'all all night. It's not gonna happen. I got two more.
Can I ask a question? Y'all were talking about like why Black women, tend to seem to come across more masculine or what have you. I do have a question. With men, do you think Black men are also perceived to be much more aggressive? Like Black women are considered to be more masculine. Do you think Black men are perceived to be more aggressive?
Masculinated?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that?
So
and it works in our benefit.
That has anything to do with the way we interact? Like if you're coming across to be more aggressive, that Black women are, like you said, I guess kind of sense matching that energy because we are perceived to be more masculine?
I'll say this really quickly, and I've admitted this a couple of times before, and I'm not gonna lie, it's like, I don't want to exaggerate it, but it's like discomforting to admit this. The darker you are as a woman, the worse it looks when you're being aggressive, right? And it's the same thing with men too, but it's just, you just expect men to be aggressive. It's in our nature possibly to be aggressive. But the darker you are as a woman, it just looks, for any of this, any loud, belligerent, ghetto type of behavior, it just looks worse.
I think it looks,
and I'm a dark-skinned person saying that. So believe me, that's what I'm saying. I feel some type of way about saying it because I have to acknowledge that the same is true for us men. That if you see me as a dark-skinned man running down the street, the first thing you might think is, I just committed some crime. I'm trying to get away from something. I'm in the middle of some aggressive act, right? Whereas you might see somebody else like, I don't know, let's go with JR because I think he's light-skinned, right? You might see him and you might think, oh, he's just jogging, he healthy. You know what I'm saying? And I think I've noticed that over the course of my life. I'm not saying that's true for everybody, but I do think that has something to do with it. But I would say this, Ms. Taken, is something I think you should consider. There's more married Black men than there are Black women. So when you take that into account, I think you have to really consider that it may be something to this narrative, what the men are saying about women and their aggression and their disrespectful, condescending, belligerent type of behavior. We can't be dismissive of it. It's just not attractive, particularly in women. If you're outside, and I got a video that I'm gonna react to in a couple of days. This dude was in the gas station, tapped a woman on her behind. So that's what you did. She went outside, got her dark-skinned boyfriend, and he came in there and put the backs on that dude, right? You did that, right? That's what you want. You want that man to be in that aggressive mode. So you kind of, like you said, the matching of the energy is just not a good thing. You want that from that man, but for you, it's just not a good thing.
I'm gonna let you go. Minus 2 seconds. I just wanted to bump that. I wanted to clarify. You're absolutely right. There are more men who are currently married than there are Black women. But in overall of the percentage of people who have actually married, there are more women who've actually married than Black women who've actually married than Black men. Does that make sense?
But see,
I understand what you said, but
podcast, you didn't answer the question. Mistaken. I'm gonna surrender. I'm gonna tell you the truth. And these chat niggas ain't gonna like what I'm finna say. The reason we have so many masculine Black women is because they're heads of households or they share a partnership household. Anytime you have a woman in a role of leadership position bring out masculine out of anybody. I get the situation when you have I had women that was captains in the military. They had to be masculine. The soldiers will run over them. They had to get out of character. When you have these women, and I used to say this all the time, well, women cutting off the electricity on dudes, and y'all used to laugh like because y'all didn't get what I was saying. What I was saying is that these women held too much power in the household. They was the head of these households. They can take your PlayStation, throw it out the window. What you gonna do, nigga? Nothing. You ain't gonna do nothing. Because she's paying half of the bills, or she paying majority of the bills. She's sucking and smashing. You know what I'm saying? She's doing everything. So now these partnerships that we are in today, they're partnerships. These women has an equal role to these men, and they got something else that the men don't got, a wet box. So now they will hold a majority in the household. So now by being in charge, anytime you see somebody in charge, it will bring out masculine attributes. That's why we see our women so masculine, because for the most part in relationships, they are in charge.
We talked about that earlier with the Walmart supervisor.
You guys.
Let me plug my computer.
Give me a second. I know people want to. Logic I promise you guys are just psychic tonight, because Logic just put us into the next video. And before I want you to talk about it, because it's going to be the same thing.
Can I just ask my question before you go to the video?
I want to. You're going to have a promise is the same thing. This is the perfect, because the whole vibe thing actually came from Logic, and he just walked away. I'll tell him when we get back. But I want you to watch this video, which has everything. I don't want us to start talking about it and then the video is left out. I want to get to the video, okay? Because in order for us to understand the woman who came on before, we have to look at the men that she dates, okay? So just give me a second.
This whole mentality of 50-50, wallahi, it's so muhrij. I've seen it happen, right? Husband, he takes his wife out to lunch, right? They're sitting. As soon as they finish, the bill is brought. Everyone's taking out the money. Huh? The wife is taking out half of the money, and the man is taking out the other half of the money. من أين جاء هذا? Where did this come from? None other than the Westerners who have set us standards that we are not in need of. From that which Al-Islam came with, my brothers and my sisters, is honoring the woman in such a way that even if she is a multi-billionaire, I never said millionaire, I said billionaire, does she have to contribute a single penny to the bills of the house? La wallah. Whose job is that? That is the husband's job. She wants to help out, no problem. Jazakillahu khayra. May Allah Azza wa Jal reward you with good.
Look, we can't look at the women and not look at the men. Okay. So that the reason why I want to stop there because I think that that's along the line of what Logic was trying to say. Now you guys can speak. Go ahead, Marky Mark. You got it.
I think that's why we're mistaken with saying like, you know, masculine women. And that's why I kind of like interjected like in, you know, emasculinated men, because that's the kind of the difference of the polarities when you see these kinds of these relationships going on.
Brienne LaFay, if you started making more than your husband this month, would you then assume the masculine role in a relationship?
No, and I've used the example that my husband got injured before, and he still had 100% control of the finances during that time. It just worked out better, and we were already in that habit, so that's what we maintained. So there's a point where he was injured, like physically injured for multiple months and couldn't work, and we still maintained the roles like that.
What Logic said is very understandable because, right, it applies to the mentality of women. But at the same time, this don't have anything like, bro, the thing that tripped me out is that it be people that swear they Christians, right? That want to play the money card. Like, it's the money, right? You got to have the bag. You ain't got, it's like, bro, it don't matter how much money I got or don't get. You supposed to play your role to the best of your ability. You don't get to define your role based on what I have or what I don't have. That's not how that works. So
what's the man's role? Like, so we know our role. What is your role?
Y'all don't know y'all role.
When I say role, what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. If look, I posed this question in the Lapeef Facebook group. I got a lot of hate for this, but I'm gonna ask y'all intelligent. As a woman, right? It's your role to bear my children. Correct? As my wife, right? Okay. If you can't give me children anymore, are you disposable? Are you not a real woman anymore? Do you not matter anymore? Are you not valuable anymore? Because you can't, you had fibroids, you had whatever you had going on, you had to get your uterus removed. You can't give me any children anymore. So now am I supposed to devalue you because you can't give me the greatest gift that you can really give me anymore, right? So you don't want to be devalued because of that. Don't devalue me because I don't have no money this year or next year or for 2 years. I'm building something. That's called, you're supposed to build with me. That's the point. You maintain in your frame and your purpose. That's how you hold each other down. I fall off, you pick me up. You fall off, I pick you up. You might be tired. The kids done drained you, this or that. I'm not going to come in and just scream on you like, why is these toys in the floor? Why is these dishes in the sink? I see you're tired. I'm gonna clean the dishes. I don't have no problem with that. I'm gonna pick some toys up. They my kids too. It's not about, to me, it's not about 50-50. It's about seeing a need that need to be met. I'm in a position to meet it. I do it. And I don't have to scream on you because you didn't handle something today. I know you will handle it tomorrow.
Podcast, what they call that?
I don't know. Sipping.
That's what I'm.
Let me just say something real fast because the chat gets mad at me when I ask questions. And let me just understand. Let me define my role on this channel. It's to get the conversation going. So if you don't like the way I get the conversation going, and you don't like the questions, then please respect my role, okay? But I do have a question because I'm gonna always get pushback because that's how conversation is generated, right?
That's a fact.
So and it leads to better understanding. But I do want to have a question. So what I heard Brienne say was when her husband was down, she had to step herself up. And I do think that women should have skills. So if something were to happen, they are able to push their way. But that's not what's happening. They never get to fall back into a position which Brienne stated earlier that she was in, which should mean she's a housewife. So yes, she had to get out of that position for her husband when he was in need, but that's not a normal, that was a temp. That wasn't permanent. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
And
yeah,
so
everybody don't qualify for that.
Listen. Absolutely. Because we're talking about staying in lanes. You weren't here, Mr. Logic. This is all about you with your tribe, because we were talking about the tribes. But you're right. Staying in your lane. But just like women don't qualify for certain men don't qualify for certain women.
Exactly.
You have to stay in your lane.
And it's capped that I even hear this from a little podcast, right? Because for most part is, if you want to be honest with you, these are not temporary situation that these men be in. Like I said, if you want to see a household ran how it's supposed to be ran, let that man be the primary breadwinner and watch how submissive that woman be. Now, if you want to see how we looking at today, we looking at everything today because it's no longer relationships, it's partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
So if you in a partnership with a woman, don't get mad at her if she got an equal vote with you. You can't sit here and demand that. You need to fall in line too, because y'all have a partnership. That's not a relationship. If we was in Wakanda and it was a perfect situation, then women obey by what's in the Bible, then we might be in some totally different situation. But I tell you this, and I used to say this on Lapeef, and people used to get like, oh, Lord, you crazy. Because guess what? I make a lot of money, right? If I really want a woman to be submissive to me with no questions asked, you know where I go? Walmart and Waffle House. You know why? Because no matter wherever she's used to, I will be able to be the breadwinner. Now, if I date at my company and I pull somebody who bringing equal money than me, then I know that I'm going into a 50-50 relationship. I know that, look, she's working, she's getting up hard, she's doing everything I'm doing, she's fighting traffic, she's doing everything. And then guess what? She's wounded. I don't want a woman that's wounded. I want you to chill. I want you to heal me. But you niggas today, and I'm not talking about nobody on the panel, but men today, they want this 50-50. I don't want to say too much, but I got one of my, I just call him my partner. He sought out his girl because she was bringing in resources. That's the reason he got her.
Smart man.
So wait, hold up. It worked to an extent because now she got an equal vote. You just can't shut her out. You're not the primary breadwinner in the house. Y'all doing this together. It's joint. But in this world we living in today, we see how that's working.
So I have a question.
I'm gonna hold my hand up for a minute, y'all. Let me just ask you.
Go ahead.
Brianne LaFay, how long would it take for your man to no longer be the man within the household?
How long would it take him to not be the man of the household?
You
Yeah,
don't even understand.
Primary
Why would he not be the man?
If he wasn't the primary provider, how long would
it take for him to no longer be the man in the household?
I guess if you're talking generally, what I looked up, most women don't want to wait over a year to be the primary breadwinner.
No, for you.
They weren't before. For me, I would say there's no limit on it because my husband would still be doing all the same things he's doing now. But I'm talking about for the majority of women, they wouldn't wait longer than about a year, maybe a year and a half on average. But I wrote down that 50-50 doesn't work for a majority of reasons. Like you said, that final say. So I've owned a business with my twin brother, and we both have a vote on something we want to do, right? Now, we also had a mentor that if we couldn't agree on something, the mentor would actually be the final vote in a business aspect. So our relationship aside, if he wanted to make a big purchase for the business and I wasn't completely for it, we would talk to a third party and the third party would make the final vote. And the problem is in a relationship, most people don't treat it like a business, even though on, paper or between the two of them, it looks like a business. If you really want to operate your situation like a business, you need a therapist, a mentor, an older family member to facilitate those large purchases. Like if someone wants a car and the other one's against it, you guys both have a vote. Now what do? Do you argue until you prove someone right? Do you kick someone out the house, or do you go to that third party? You would go to the third party. So that's how an actual 50-50 relationship should work, but most people don't go through that extra step of having an arbitrator be the final say. Now, if you give someone the choice to say they're going to be the final say, you never even have to go through a third party for those larger purchases or decisions. So my husband gets the final say. We never have to go through a third party.
Right, because the point is what you realize is that the dynamic of your relationship is not based on income.
Simple.
That's the whole point. It's not based on income. How much money you have or I have don't have nothing to do with nothing. If I meet a woman, because the argument that the sisters is trying to make, and a lot of these men in this mental fit space too, the sisters, not y'all, I'm saying the sisters in general. The sisters are trying to make, and a lot of the men in this mental fit space is this. If I meet a woman today, let's just say I'm a manager at Home Depot. I make $55K a year. I meet a woman, she's a physician. She's making $157,000 a year. So now I have to try to find a career so that I can make more money than her in order for her to love and respect me and be with me. Like, get out of here with that. That's some black people stuff, right? I got a cousin that lives in Shelbyville, Kentucky. And I remember when I was talking to her about my situation, I'm like, cuz, I know I'm struggling financially, but my woman is so abusive and emotionally abusive and verbally abusive, and I just don't understand. She was like, you need to find somebody else. I'm like, man, why I gotta find somebody else? She like, cuz when I'm at down here in Shelbyville, it's a lot of men out here who are stay-at-home dads, and it's a lot of them that have like lawn care businesses and other businesses they control because their wives make so much money. Their wives are executives, their wives are doctors, physicians, all these other things. Their wives are in tech. So the wives make the majority of the money, and they're not being abused emotionally, verbally, or any other, because they're not defining the dynamics of their relationship on money. I'm a woman, you're a man. We're going to play the man-woman game the proper way. The money game, okay, we'll play that differently, but it don't have anything to do with the dynamic of our love.
But see, this is where you're wrong at, though. I'm gonna just say this. This is where you're wrong. If we were in the 1800s, the things that the value that the man brought to the relationship, in 2023, it can be bought. You can pay for protection. You can pay for a lot of stuff in 2023, where if you was in the 1800s and the early 1900s, you couldn't pay for protection like that. You see what I'm saying? It was an inherited role of a man. A man would provide, protect, and do all them different attributes, right? A woman had the role as a nourisher, right? If you look at it today, she's taken away from your role. You're not taking away from her role. That's why we're seeing this power struggle now. The power struggle is that, guess what? For her to be able to provide protection, she can move to Buckhead. She can move in a gated community. She can move where it got a good police system. So guess what? The need for you to protect her like it would be is not needed anymore. But if y'all was to move to Congo, your role would be more defined, because Congo is not a police state. Congo, guess what? Our women today, because we live in a police state, they don't necessarily need the protection. You can't go in Congo, South Korea. You can't go to none of these countries outside of the Western civilization. Women can't go out at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night without the presence of a man, because they will be snatched up. In America, they can. It's a police state. So now what you're seeing in the dynamic, what I'm really trying to explain to you, some of the main things that men provided in 2023 in the United States, the government provides it. The government do a lot of stuff, so now you can pay for this. So if she's having that role where she's pulling in all the money, then she is the provider. That's why that's why if I wasn't true, why in the fuck is these women telling these niggas to suck their dick?
Well, I will say,
what's the language on here? We've been great. It's a language.
Listen, real quick. I understand what Logic is saying. I just wanted to know that.
So two things I wanted to make sure. So one, that the divorce rates do suggest that when you look at why women divorce, it's usually the women who make more than or who have to contribute more to the household than those women who don't have to contribute to the household.
It's typically at 40%. If the woman is making 40% more than her husband, the increased likelihood of divorce increases.
Or what was the contribution that she has to contribute? You remember she was saying they had to, if she contributed.
It was 40%.
Okay, 40%. Mm-hmm. So that, let's keep that in mind. But two, I just wanted to point out,
I think they may be reading.
I don't think that's status. Yeah, I don't think that's status.
But here's the thing that I don't think that
we can drop it. We don't quote like on this show. You know, we do our research and we can definitely drop the link. But what was you about to say, Marcus?
I think that y'all probably are reading the face value of the stat right, but it's different things that change the group or the information that you perceive. And so a stat might say that 40% of women that made more than a man wanted to divorce them. What they won't say though is, because it's kind of hard to quantify, is within that 40% of women, those men tied they whole worth as men to financial value, and then they behave negatively based off of that, which created conflict within a relationship. I think there are intricacies and nuances within these stats that aren't accounted.
40% of women divorce. It was saying if they contributed financially, 40%.
I wasn't sure on the stat. I was just trying to provide the
that
fact
makes more sense.
So what he's saying is, if you dig a little deeper, it could be the dynamic that because of that's making the more issues. I see what you're saying.
Well, I think that all plays a role. Like when you talk about the role of, you know, a woman being in her femininity and a man being in his masculinity, you know, provision is it's energetically entwined with the masculine. And so, you know, we can, you know, it's like, okay, well, for example, I'm going to be the stay-at-home man. And this was like the whole, you know, dynamics that I was talking about with Mistaken, where, you know, women being more masculine and men being more emasculinated, where you're taking on more of the feminine role and she's taking on more of the masculine role. But in all actuality, neither one of y'all are really happy in those spaces because it's not really where you want to be. Like, you're the man in the relationship and you want to have a masculine role in your relationship, but you're not taking on any kind of real masculine roles. And so you're not really feeling fulfilled as the man. The woman in the relationship wants to be in her feminine essence, but she's having to take on all of these masculine roles. So she's not really feeling fulfilled in the relationship. So you have two people energetically in opposite polarities as to, you know, compared to where they actually really want to be. And so now the dynamics here are not really, you really don't have that polar attraction because neither one of y'all are really fulfilling the roles that you want to fulfill. And so
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Let me say this. Is it possible? Let me just say this. Is it possible that we were talking about staying in your lane in your tribe? Is it possible that both of you guys could be right and you're just looking for two very different type of women? Like, everybody, it's not a one size fits all type of thing. Little podcast, maybe the woman you go out there is going to be totally different from the woman that Mr. Logic is going to go after.
Yeah, but what we talking about is mindset, right? So listen, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with what the sister just said, right? But this, and that's why I wanted to go, because it was gonna. I knew I was gonna.
I also didn't finish what I was saying, but y'all can go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, then, sis. Go ahead, sis, because I can't remember what I was going to say. Go ahead.
Taken out of what I was saying, but y'all can go ahead.
No, go ahead, because I can't even remember what my response.
I really forgot.
Oh yeah, me too. Like it was something. It was something you said where I'm just like,
but I forgot.
Well, this is what I was gonna say. This is what I was gonna say, right?
You know that tequila.
I'm not.
Can't remember.
So this is what I was gonna say, right?
Tomorrow.
This idea, right, that women ain't supposed to work, right? It's a bunch of malarkey, right? Okay.
Our bodies made like your bodies. Like, I know there's certain jobs.
Nobody's saying you're supposed to build skyscrapers, right? But this is what I'm saying. Here's what I know for sure, right? No matter how far back you go, right? There was no time where the average woman sat on her ass all day. That our women aren't out here cultivating the land, growing food, you know what I'm saying? Taking care of the animals, any of that type of stuff, while the man is out hunting and gathering. You put some dishwashing detergent into the dishwasher and press start, right? Stop. I'm not buying this idea that I'm supposed to provide that life for you to just press start on the dishwasher and then go and sit down and roll blunts and watch General Hospital all day. Like, that's yes. It's here's and then at the same time, this is what we're going to say. As a woman, right, we're also going to say you should be able to get any job you want to get. You want to be a doctor, a lawyer, whatever. You should be able to do that. In the military, you should be able to do that. You should be able to get the same bag that come along with that. You shouldn't get a discounted bag because you're a woman, but you shouldn't have the same financial responsibilities as a man that earns the same as you. It's bull, right? Like, at some point, you have to pick a side. Right now, then we talk about male and female roles, right? Bro, I have my own place. Guess what? I got some bowls and some silverware in the sink. And when I get ready to go in there and clean that, I'm not going to feel feminine. I'm gonna feel like I'm washing my dishes. I'm getting my dishes out the sink, right? And the truth of the matter is, I could pay $125 every 2 weeks and have some Mexican ladies come in here and clean the crib for me. I just choose to do it myself and keep my little change in my pocket. But that's what I mean. It's not feminine to wash dishes. It's not feminine to vacuum the floor. That's called cleaning. It actually feels good when you get through doing it and you can stand back and see that your place is now clean. It's like, I have refreshing thou sanctuary. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh my God, I just washed dishes. What am I gonna do with myself now? Like, that's not how that works, man. Like, get out of here with that, man.
Wait.
Come on.
I can add.
With this, a single person, guess what they have to do?
Everything.
So now you see, I hate when that's why I hate you.
Thank you for making my point.
No,
right? But wait, hold on, Logic. Look, because if your bills is $5,000 a month right now, you telling me half of that wouldn't be better?
Listen. You explain the concept of a single man or a single woman.
Right, yeah.
When we're talking in the context of relationships.
Right.
So now, even what you just said, right?
I got a woman.
Okay. What? Apparently not. But I ain't gonna go there. Look.
Why? Because I wash my own dishes?
No, listen what I'm saying. See, that's how we start getting into the weeds when we start talking about washing dishes. Because look, I like to cook, right?
Right.
That's something I like to do.
Right.
I always like to cook. Anybody you ever know, I always love to cook, right?
Yeah.
But when it gets to the deep aspect of these relationships, the problems that we're seeing, if you want to go through history, when you start having these nuanced relationship problems that's coming up now, it start when women start working, when women start actually competing against men.
Yeah, that I agree with.
When you start seeing women get the bag, right? Mm-hmm. Now we're creating a culture. See, we're not dealing with Wakanda. We're dealing with reality. In reality, you can buy anything today.
That's a fact.
See, back in the day, I met the AP in real life. He a big dude, right? Back in the day, the AP dude, women would fall over the AP dude. Mm-hmm. But now they can hire him. They can buy the AP dude. They can buy secure police officers that do their job in their communities. Right. The first thing you do when you go to a community, you look in the area, you look at the crime rate, you try to figure out how good is the police officer because you want to be secure and safe. Them used to be attributes that a man used to produce. Nowadays, you can buy these things. So if you want to live in this, have these good relationships in today's reality, you have to, if you sit here and you work at Wall Street, you're going to have to get your Amazon worker. Or you're going to have to get you a Waffle House chick. And guess what? Or you can get somebody that work at Wall Street with you, but you will be living in a partnership. It would not be a relationship. And I keep saying that.
Logic,
these are partnerships.
Yeah, I agree.
It's not the traditional roles that we're used to. The roles has changed.
Logic, I want to thank you. I want to thank you. You might have just single-handedly, you and Brienne, the contrast, might have single-handedly red-pilled me today. Y'all might have just red-pilled me because I listen to y'all talk, right? No. I'll be in the back chat with Ali and them all the time, and I'll be like, bro, I just don't see it. I don't understand. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. XYZ. You telling me that in today's day, if you made $100,000 and she made $1 million, that you no longer are the man because she has gained financial power? That makes absolutely no sense.
No, I don't think that was the
argument. I feel like that's what like you and Little Podcast have kind of like made this whole dynamic when we're talking about like masculine and feminine, like the masculine and the feminine. You've made it about only finances, where a man's role or a woman's role is not in just one role. Like it's complex, and so but y'all keep putting it back to what he makes versus what she makes, and it's so much.
Well, really, wait, hold on, really quickly, Sister Jess, because I want you to understand, we're actually doing the exact opposite.
Exactly.
Right? What we're doing is saying,
I guess it's just not being received that way.
Right. The word when I say the words literally,
saying is that a man's role is bigger than just financial. Right. And that was the thing too that I actually wrote that question down. Do you think as a society, we tie value, power, respect all towards money. And so what happens is if a man is tying his value of who he is as a man is towards how much money he makes, women reinforce that ideology because they want a man that makes a whole lot of money, you know, because it gives access to resources or what have you. So it's this mindset that my manhood is as big as my bank account kind of mindset. And so
what your girl just say?
Huh?
What your girl Gabrielle Union just say recently?
Yeah, because she made more money, she felt that she can, you know, slide out on her husband. But that's my
with
point.
Wait, with Dwayne Wade?
If
no, she said she did that in her previous marriage.
Go ahead, go beyond, Miss. Go ahead.
But my point is that as a man, if we only look at men as financial resources and they only value themselves as financial resource and their power comes from how much they have, if they ever fall on hard times, then everybody's looking at them less of a man. And it shouldn't be that, because they should come with other qualities, values, and attributes that even if the financial part goes away for a period of time, that you still should be able to maintain that same respect for that man because he's protected and provided in other ways. We limit the provision to only finances. Like my husband, he protects my peace of mind in terms of I'm able to trust him. I hear a lot of men in these spaces talk about you need to do X, Y, and Z. You need to be fit, feminine, blah, blah, blah. Or if you're not, your man gonna lose, you gonna leave, your man gonna leave. He gonna have sex with another woman. He gonna step out on his marriage if you are. That's one of the ways that my husband provides provision for me is a peace of mind. Because no matter what, I don't ever worry about him stepping out on me. I just I don't have that worry. Yeah. Because he shows me that, and he provides and protects me in that way to give me that security.
But you darts all over the dartboard. The thing is that, like I'm gonna say this again. This is 2023. Y'all making this about financial, but in order for you to be fit, I have to provide you the time to be fit. Now, if I don't provide you the time to go to the gym, if you're working, if you get up, you're taking care of kids, you're going to school, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this, you don't have time to get fit. And wait, hold up, wait.
If that's important to you.
Right, that's not an issue.
It's important to me, right? And I'm going off the YouTube talking point. Fit, whatever. This is the most feminine women is the men that can provide them the resources so they'll be in a feminine energy. You is not gonna get a woman out here working every day as hard as you, bringing in just as amount of money to you, and then she gonna, let me fall in my feminine energy. And people can say it on these panels, but they're YouTube talking point. Let that nigga lose his job and be playing PlayStation while you going to work, and let that last for a year, and let me see how you come back to this conversation.
It's
not
no PlayStation.
But the thing is, it's not the finances piece is only the ability to provide.
Right.
That's it. If you can say whatever you want to, the only thing that they keep talking about finances is because that's the ability to the man to provide. This is 2023. Now you can buy things. You can buy security. You can buy safety. You know what I'm saying? You can buy a Tesla. You ain't got to buy no little dirt ass Honda Colt with a messed up seat built.
But
it's about providing.
Man just got finished saying that it was a point in time that her husband lost his job.
But it was temporary.
No, my point is this. No. Listen, it should be temporary if he's still able-bodied to work. What I'm saying is, what she said is that there was no level of respect lost in his manhood because he did not have a job. Is all I'm saying.
let me
agree. I don't think that there, but it was also, I think it's a really big point to make is that it was very temporary. She's been a housewife the majority of her marriage. And the other gentlemen on the panel have made it very clear that their women are more aggressive.
Yeah, but she was already feminine prior to the marriage.
I'm gonna let Marcus. I just want to say that I'm gonna let Marcus and then TAP. And I think that I was going to say something. I think that Mr. Logic made a good point. I think that in mistaken, it went to Mistaken's point. Mistaken made it very clear that these are the things in her household, but there are things that some men in the manosphere or whatever this is state that they want, but those are not necessarily the things that her husband enforces upon her. So it's like a give. It's like it balances out. You can't be like Mr. Logic said. You can't be like, oh, I want you to be fit, feminine, and all these things.
Don't you do it?
No, I'm the devil. I'm playing devil's advocate here. So he's saying if you don't give her time to do that. And Mistaken is saying that she doesn't have to worry about her husband leaving her over those things. Those things are because it's just two different relationships. You understand what I'm saying? They're both given in some type of way.
Okay, so first I want to make sure I clarify this.
Can I give you one example?
The type of personality she has is the same type of personality my wife has. She just don't come online. So it's not that my wife is more aggressive at all. Like the story she told about fighting the guy, I couldn't see my wife doing that. So I wouldn't even go that far and say it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna keep it a billion. Now, secondly, my initial point was this. Like, to be extremely, extremely transparent. My wife made more money than me the last 2 years. I have more money than her, but she made more money than me the last 2 years. Maybe it might not correlate what I'm saying. I have more money than my wife, but she made more than me the last 2 years. Not a thing has changed. She brought me a plate of food in front of this. Femininity encourages, creates, and continues with femininity. The roles don't switch because the income changed. That's all I'm saying.
But I think that's
and
what
Brienne,
because
my wife doesn't come on the panel and she's not like that. Brienne is the closest to her that I'm gonna get to be able to use as an example. That's why I keep referring to her, because she reminds me of my baby. I keep referring to her because I'm like, this how my wife act. That's why I'm really low key. I know Shannon and might be a little like, damn, what the fuck is you doing? It's because you similar to my wife. So naturally, I just be like, hey, Brienne, because she talks like that. You get what I'm saying? That was the point in the gist.
I think that people lost what the man said. He didn't say he took the ability for her to work out the situation. He just said it don't matter what she make. That don't run nothing over here because I'm going to continue to be this right here. Fact. Is that what you're saying? Fact. So I think nobody's arguing with that. I don't think
that is BS though. Come on, man. If I make $100K a year and my girl somehow win the lottery and make $100 million, we not living $100K lifestyle no more, and y'all know it. We not, man.
I don't know. Look,
she don't want to live $100K lifestyle no more.
They don't want to be men of luxury. They don't want to be men of luxury. Wasn't that this group?
But see, this is what you see. We look at it because we only see it from one side. I'm gonna give you an example, right? A man role is to provide and protect, correct? Mm-hmm. In 2023, can you buy provision and protection?
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Now, if you see something different, now is a woman role birthing kids.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, when the technology comes to where you don't need a woman to birth a child, you know what you're going to start seeing? The value of that with that woman drop. The reason that dropped within the man, because now you can get this without the man. That's what I'm saying. This is the whole manosphere. All this red pill talk is niggas bitching because women can do what they do through provision. It's no longer the niggas is the providers no more. The women are providing just as equally. They know that they can buy provision. They can buy all of them attributes that a man normally provided. So now the scales tip. Now once, because I saw an article about they're making technology now that you don't need a woman womb to produce a kid. Now you know what happened? We'll revisit this conversation again because now the scales will tip again.
I think your point on that landed, but I'm not going to rebut it or I'm not going to rebut it, but I will say this, bro. Okay, let's say I'm whatever age. Where am I meeting my woman at in life? Where am I meeting my woman at in life? Am I supposed to be looking for 17-year-old girls, right? Nope. Because if I'm looking for a woman, right, a single woman, guess what that means? She's probably going to be working. She's probably going to have her own crib. So we keep telling women that they need to be in shape. But by what you and Shantae was just trying to say, well, I should expect a woman to come to me big because she had to have a job up until this point, right? So therefore, she should come to me fat, and then I provide her the ability to not have to work so she can actually be fit. That's what that sounded like.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what we're saying.
Wait. Shantae, before you start, listen to what I'm saying. Okay, so if she's working before I meet her, right, and she has the ability to be fit, why is it that now because we're in a relationship, she all of a sudden don't have the ability to be fit anymore?
So I think that happens. So one, to think that me taking care of myself is the same as me taking care of a family is two different things. I can provide for myself. It takes less energy to pick up after myself. It takes less energy to cook one meal. If I don't even want to eat today, I can say, oh, I'll go somewhere because I'm looking after myself. When you have another person that you're responsible for taking care of, I have to now take him in consideration along with little Miles. A single woman with kids or a single woman with a husband, a married woman with a husband lives a totally different life than a woman who is single by herself. They just do.
Okay, so we just automatically.
So my point in telling you that, and I'm not saying you deserve a fat woman. I'm just saying if she's taken on the responsibility of so much, it is possible. Not guaranteed that her weight, especially if you're a little chubby yourself, because women tend to mimic their mates. If you in the gym and you popping, that may motivate her to be in the gym and popping too. Okay. Now, if you chubby, y'all may have a little chub luck because if you notice mates, they kind of look alike when they're together. They kind of match each other's shine. You feel me?
But look, Shantae, look really quickly. This is what you did, right? To justify the argument, you put kids in the situation. We wasn't talking about kids. We talking about men and women, right? We talking about a man and a woman in the space that he's supposed to create for her, right? To be fit. That was all that said. Did nobody put no kids in the situation? All we said is they ain't fit because you ain't created space for them to be fit. And I'm saying if I meet this woman and she has a job, she's working, she has her own place, she's taking care of herself like an adult person, right? Weight. Okay, so then the only thing that has changed is now we're in a relationship. Now it makes sense for her to be fat because she's in a relationship.
No, she shouldn't be.
So the argument then that I have to create a space.
I wasn't thinking about.
So listen to what I'm saying. The argument that I have to create a space for her to be fit is ludicrous at best. Because when I meet you, you're doing the same thing. You have a job. If you have a job while you're single, you have a job while you're with me. What's the difference? If you had the time to be fit while you were single, you have the time to be fit.
She had the job, bro.
Right?
Bro, she had the job before she met you because she didn't know you yet.
Right, but she's still supposed to come
what
to
are we
me
talking
fit.
about?
Yes or no? Bro,
the reason,
yes or no? She's
the whole
supposed to come to
reason
me
is she
fit.
got to take care of herself, right?
Okay,
unless she's living with her parents, she got to take care of herself. Am I right or wrong?
So
that's how you met her.
Yes,
so
you're
when
right.
you come in, you're supposed to enhance her life. Period.
Cool, bro.
Period.
Bro, listen,
you got to create the space.
Okay, cool.
You have to create.
So you're saying she
should come to me
fat.
Up to the man. Now, on Logic's point, I've been quiet and I've been listening, y'all. Logic,
how this conversation
very
really
excellent
quickly, AP. So you saying she
Hold up,
come
man.
to me fat, right?
Podcast. The nigga ain't saying shit. Let him talk.
I'm just asking him based on what he
said. You don't know what he said. I want to let him get his point out.
Okay,
it would make sense for her to come to me fat because she had to work, right?
Well, sometimes no women, let me just say this real fast. I'm gonna let you go, TAP. To know women, sometimes we do mimic our, if you become lax, if you a chubby person on the couch, she gonna end up adapting to kind of like if you're a sports guy, she's gonna start liking sports. Maybe there's some habits that she's used to and now she's accommodating. Look, I'm just telling you how it is. It
You
just is what it is.
typically attract what you are, and
You
as a
typically
man,
attract what you are,
if you have more access, then yes, you can be a chubby man with access, i.e., money, and get you a real fit girl.
Mhm.
A chubby man that does not have access is going to attract exactly what he is, because that's what that's the law of attraction. Everybody attracts what they are. So you're not going to be an average or below average man. The same for a woman too. You're not going to be an average woman or a below average woman and think that you're going to attract the cream of the crop.
I want to make one correction. I misspoke. That's our money because we won. That is our money. I said I have more money than her. That's our money. But in reference
she
to
came in there and told you to make that correction. That's why you went on mute. That's why you went on mute.
She said it's very feminine.
I went on mute because my dog is right here. My wife, she don't look. Hey, babe,
like, you better tell them that's our money.
Definitely watching though. You know,
yeah, can y'all let the man wait?
Huh? Yeah, no. You know why? You know why it's our money, Logic? You know why it's our money? She just had my third child, bro.
I got you, man. But she,
look, let me explain.
Podcast, we can't talk about kids.
Just had your third podcast, we can't talk about kids.
Topic, please.
Bro, her job ain't like a job that you.
Quiet, man.
She's a banker. It's not the same type of shit. She got a home office. Right? It's different. Right?
Go
anyway.
ahead.
Yeah, no, but she just had my third child.
Dude,
Marcus, we get it. Damn.
No, I feel it's necessary to say. Y'all gonna put some name. Y'all gonna put some
not.
Nobody's
That's
AP. Would you please step to the mic? AP, please step to the mic.
Go ahead.
I don't blame you because I wasn't drinking until you.
AP, would you please step to the mic? AP, would you please step to the mic?
It's all your fault.
I might need to get another drink, but
it's all your fault, bro. I wasn't drinking until you made me like, you know what?
We forgive you, Marky
so
Mark.
first, I'm gonna go ahead and acknowledge little podcast point. I understand what you are saying. If her ass was fit when she was working before she met you, she should. How the hell why would I have to create a space when she already had that space to be fit? I understand what you're saying.
I can't believe
but wait. Oh no, I understood what you were saying.
This is a holiday.
But keep in mind, all it was her work and then her free time. So if part of her free time meant to go to the gym, great. But when you add another person into the picture, if you want her to give you the attention that whatever attention you require, that time has to come from somewhere, which means you still have to find a way to create a space for her to be able to live how she was living prior to meeting you or better. Now, Mr. Logic made a point when he said when we're talking about finances, if a man loses his job, and he's playing the PlayStation, and yeah, the woman's gonna get fed up. Women will get fed up with a man not doing what he's supposed to do, because we know as men, we're not gonna be without a job sitting on our ass on the PlayStation all day, because we have now changed who we are, who that woman met. So yeah, she's gonna be a little upset about that. We have to be consistent with who we are when we came into the relationship. So if we do fall on hard times, yeah, baby, you might have to hold us down for a little bit. But I said a little bit. I didn't say forever. I didn't say I'm just going to sit here and not do anything. So I understand what Logic was saying. But if the man changes, yes, that's going to, the female may feel some kind of way about it. Now, in regards to meeting a female who makes as much or maybe even more than you, when we're talking about provision, I firmly believe if we're going to talk in this space about her money doesn't matter, you have to be able to match the current lifestyle that she lives without the money without her money, because her money will remain her money. Now, if you can't do that, you don't qualify for that woman. And as a man, you can't bitch because you don't qualify for that particular woman.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now,
That's by definition, that's tribes. And I've been saying this a long time. That's tribes. If you live in the projects and she stay next door to you, you can bring her in. You can give her the same Honda Accord she had. You can give her the same roach infested house that she used to. That's tribal. So, but what we don't do tribal. What we do today is we see men trying to come up off of women. And that's the downfall of these relationships. If you realize this, y'all keep saying, and we're not talking about slavery. For most of part of this, most of part of the world, women control what dynamics? The household dynamics. Once they started working, they started assuming more your role. That's why they got a bigger voice now. Because they still can they can fall on their womb. They can fall on what you call that postpartum, all that bullshit. They can do all that, and they can sit on it, and they can get back out there and start earning just like you. Until something happened, a dynamic happened where technology or the times pull one of them roles like childbearing, then you will see a whole nother gender war. The reason we're at this gender war right now is because women have the ability to provide, which was normally a man's role.
We in the gender war right now because men ain't picking the women that like them.
Okay.
I don't know. That ain't a bad take right there, Marcus. To be honest with you.
But that's
not a
back
bad
to the
take.
tribe. With the tribe thing, there it is. I think that everybody's banking or not staying in their lane and going to another tribe, trying to bank for another tribe.
You know what that's called, Shantae? The swipe left culture.
It's called what? The swipe left.
Swipe left culture.
Well,
yeah, everybody's swiping left. You know what I'm saying? Thinking they're better than what they qualify for.
It's the internet. It's the internet culture. Because what happened is that half of these motherfuckers don't know what Birkin bags is. How did they find out what Birkin bag? They looked at little baby girlfriend on it. They didn't know what it was. Right. Half of them don't know what Christian Louis Vuitton is. Right. How did they get access to that? It's not within their tribe. Ain't no. Hey, look, I'm from West Side Atlanta, right by Westlake train station. Ain't no Christian Louis Vuitton store there. For the most part, we didn't go to Buckhead. That's where all the Christian Louis Vuitton stores was. We went downtown to Walters. And we got our Jordans, we got our Stan Smiths. We was tribal. Now, because of social media, Christian Louis Vuitton, Balenciaga, all that kind of stuff like that. So now when you pull these chicks and you start dating them, guess what they say? I want a Balenciaga. I want Christian Louis Vuitton. I want Birkin. Now these women mentalities, and they pushing these men to get outside their tribe. They're living in the hood with Christian Louis Vuitton shoes. They shoes cost more than they rent for their apartment or they mortgage. That's what's happening nowadays. But the thing is, it still go to that defined thing. We have to be tribal. If you date within your tribe, obviously she shouldn't complain. But now we see it. One of my partners, I'm gonna say it, my little brother who I went to the show with, he had a $35,000 wedding. For what?
Exactly.
For what? Oh, because you see people on social media with $35,000 weddings.
Right.
People going to Cancun and buying everybody this and this and this and matching suits and all that kind of stuff like that. So now you're figuring that that's the way you should do it. But that's not tribal. That's the area of social media. He learned that from the internet. So now that became his standard. So now whether he could afford it or not, his woman pursued him that is what needs to be done.
So that perception is being sold that the perception is greater than reality.
It definitely can be. Logic, can I ask you a question? Do you think that when you dating a woman, right? I'm just gonna assume that you just say you had $1 billion, right? Would you get things for a woman that expects them or that you can surprise them with? So it's one thing to have an expectation for you to spend all your money on her, and it's another thing for you to want to do it. If you expect it, I'll never do a thing for you. I promise you I won't. If I can surprise you, I'll do it because I know I can get appreciation that way. Like it's because you didn't expect it, and here's something extra, baby. It's like tips. Like if the waiter say you got to give me 100% tip on the bill, I might not go to that restaurant. But if I go to the restaurant and they give me 100% worth of service, then I might get them 200% tip. It's a weird thing that we have in our culture right now where people expect more than they deserve and then don't expect what they deserve. It's crazy to me.
And I'm trying to figure out why this rule don't apply to the other races. Like the demographic of households where it's single, like where it's a single income is so low, right? Most households have two people working.
So
You know,
across colors.
We overcompensating for not. You got it.
Listen, the men that I talk to, the white men that I talk to a lot of white women, but the white men that I have spoken to say there's no 50, like most, they're not paying 50-50. Now they do contribute, but it's not 50%. Because my question was, I was on a white panel and I got chewed up, especially in the comments, when I said, well, most men aren't dating 50, and they came for my ass. I mean, most men aren't paying over 50, and they came for my ass. I was like, excuse me, I'm sorry. I come from a different culture. My apologies. Like they just, because I went to the white manosphere. And undoubtedly, that is not their situation. They're like, hell no, we pay more than that, blah, 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 blah. And when I tell you the most to the point where I had to turn my little, it was ridiculous. They came for me. So I understand that we may think that, but unless you know white people like that and you live in their household, and I know some white people, I think that we like to sit here and think what white people do, and we don't be knowing what white people do.
But see, this is something, and I'm not bashing you for this. This is something that I notice all too often is that we listen with our feelings, right? We respond with our feelings. Did you hear what I actually said? I didn't say nothing about 50-50. I said they work. That's the argument that we have been making, that because black women
about
work.
finances. You didn't mention either or. You didn't specify either or. You just said, why don't we have this? And so
right, because they work.
A part of the entire conversation, which also included income. Now, if you want to clarify, then now that you're clarifying,
they work. And that's been the whole argument that's been made here, is that because sisters work, they can buy and they can do this, they can do that. Look, every Asian women work. Mexican women work. The last job I had, I was bouncing from warehouse to warehouse to warehouse in Joliet, which is quote unquote a suburb of Chicago. Mm-hmm. Guess what? The Mexican women run them warehouses. Mm-hmm. They on the forklifts, they lift in the box, everywhere. They doing everything everybody else doing.
But see,
I think that the guy in the video.
How you gonna tell me that ain't true?
Listen. I know what Logic is saying, but the guy in the video did not say that was not when we put the video of the original question. He said he understands she's bringing in money. That was the original format. Yeah. It's not her. He just doesn't use her money. Do what you do, but I'm not taking that. This is not a woman-led household. I'm still going to be this, and this. You can have he said I can $1 billion, not even $1 million, $1 billion. And guess what? I'm not going to ask her for a dime of that money because I'm the man in this house.
So let me add something to that real quick.
I'm just telling you what the man said.
I want to add something to that because I can speak on that right there. So I've been taking care of my family since day one, and I've been married for 21 years, right? So my sons are now 20 and 18 years old, getting ready to be 21 and 19. And it's at a point right now where my wife works, she goes, works, having the hours that she wants to, whatever. And whatever my wife made, there is not even a question. I don't go, okay, wait, well, since you made this much, then I'm still holding everything down. I don't care how much she's bringing in. I don't care. I'm still taking care of my house. I'm still doing the things that I was doing for the 21 years and going to continue to do it. So if she ended up landing to somewhere she's like, okay, well, now I'm doing this now and I'm making this much money, I'm still not going to simply say, well, because you're making that much, I can kind of pull back. No, I'm still taking care of my house and taking care of everything that I did before.
Yeah. Right, but see the thing about real quick, Logic. I'm gonna be quiet real quick. Let me just get this off.
Earlier, I think it's a different of perspectives and preference. At the end of the day, you have men who desire to fulfill that role in a woman's life, and then you have men that don't. And so for the women, choose wisely.
See, because I look at it like I'm not just doing it for her. I mean, me taking care of my home.
But that's something that's fulfilling for you. Like, that's what you choose to do. You know, I feel like whether it was your wife or another woman who could have potentially been your wife, that's the role that you desire to fulfill in your household and in your marriage. Or am I wrong?
And look,
no, you're right. And wait, I want to say, and actually, to Logic's point, what he made early, he actually answered the question right from the jump when he said, I had it written down right. Okay, he said at the beginning when Logic said, he said today's marriages seem to be based off of a partnership more than it is actually a relationship. And I totally get that now. I understand, like I know we threw it all in there and say, well, you know, the money and everything shouldn't have nothing to do with the dynamics of the relationship. But I get it. See, it shouldn't have nothing to do with the dynamics of the relationship. But the reality of it is, like he said, a lot of them are based off of a partnership more than is a relationship.
But see, I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say this. This is what I'm gonna give you an example of tribal, right? And Scam likely was in the military too, so he can vouch for it, right? In the military, an overwhelming majority of the women, guess what? Do not work.
I mean,
they do not work.
Military spouses?
Yes, military spouses. An overwhelming majority of them do not work. Their primary responsibility is the kids. So now, like I said, maybe this is my tribe, right? Right now, my job that I work with now, you know what wives do? Bring sandwiches. Good ass sandwiches, man. The croissant bread, like some, I don't know what kind of mayonnaise in it. It got mayonnaise that not mayonnaise,
Thousand Island.
And it got these big chunks and stuff in it. It's delicious, right? You need to try it. So, but my point I'm making is that, guess what? It's a tribal thing. I'm totally agree. It's a tribal thing. The areas that I lived in my life, military, and then working on the government side, a majority of the DA civilians' wives don't work. A majority, I say. And then guess what? They're perfectly fine. And you know why? They have better outcomes. It's because their primary role is the kids. So you cannot eliminate kids when you're dealing with relationships. Their primary job of that woman is the kids. And you know what? For a long time, I didn't understand that dynamics until my kids lived with me in Korea and Hawaii, right? I was wore the fuck out. When I tell you, for any dude to say that being a full-time mom is not a full-time job, you need to, I ain't gonna cuss. You need a reality check. Because that is a full-time job. That was the most stressful time in my life because I had to work full-time and I had to be a full-time dad and mom. I had to do homework. I had to get up and go to PT in the morning. I had to come back and, bro, a woman role is needed. So now just because you niggas can't afford it, then guess what? You get the motherfucker to slap you around. Step your game up, or you get within your tribe, pour from the Waffle House, what you used to, the hunter court life, the roaches and cats, you get that. But don't get on here and say that it don't work. It actually works. I'm sorry.
I think that's disingenuous though, because nobody never said that it don't work. And once you throw kids in,
I'm not talking to
I know. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But look, once you throw kids in the mix, once you throw kids in the mix, yeah, that changes the dynamics of it. What I'm talking about is this, bro. Mentally, this is how I picture this. Me and my woman get together. Let's say Shantae, the only one who ain't married. Me and Shantae meet each other. Let's say we're younger though, right? We meet each other. Right at this point, she's a grown woman. She been out taking care of herself. I'm a grown man. I've been out taking care of myself. We get together. We say, look, we're gonna do this thing, right? We get married. We're gonna build. I got a video that encapsulates this, and unfortunately, it's a black woman with a white man. They was together in high school, 17 years old, right? Do you know how old they was when they had their first kid? 27. And that's what I'm talking about. We had these conversations like you meet the girl on Monday, You marry her on Tuesday. She had a baby on Wednesday. Bro, can we talk about this genuinely? She met the dude that was in high school. She do a whole roll of their history. 17 years old, they was together. They didn't get married until after she graduated college. It was 6 years later before they even got married.
But he was a white guy.
It was
Guy.
still.
So they like to eat pussy. They don't like to slay guys. So that's
hold on. Please don't deflect from this because this is important. I know you got your jokes, but hold on. This is important, right? Because this is how you're supposed to do it. You get with somebody and you build something. Let's use the word infrastructure. You get with them and you build something first before you run off and just start having kids and all this other stuff. Because now, right, when they start having kids later, guess what? Now it makes sense for there to only be technically one income in the house. They probably have investments, savings, all kind of things set up so that it's not a strain on the man, so he doesn't have to commit 16 hours a day to work. He can actually take some time to be a father too, because whether y'all believe it or not, a lot of men want to be fathers. A lot of men want to really be in a kid's life. A lot of men don't want to have to be at work 12, 14 hours a day. Some of them want to watch their kids grow up. We want to have the time to throw the football around with our sons too, or do daddy-daughter days with our daughters on our shoulders, and don't want to be in the house with our kids and still only be weekend dads. But see, that's not important. Just make sure you get the bag and you pay for everything so the woman don't have to do nothing. That's the most important thing. Like I said, they was together for 10 years before they even had a kid. That's how you do that. So this is my point about this, is that when we speak about it, we saying things like, oh, you ain't got the bag yet. Well, guess what? Most men don't when they 25. Most men don't when they 30, right? That's changing now because of tech and this and that and increased wages. You know what I'm saying? But that's why the dynamic of the relationship is so important regardless of the money. Because if I get with you young, I'm 24, you 22, and you ain't willing to build right now, you think right now I deserve to be able to sit on my ass. I ain't got no kids. Right? I ain't got nothing going on, but because I'm a woman, I deserve to not have to do nothing except for washing dishes. No, that's not how that works. You got to be willing to build with somebody, and you got to be willing to accept that if you just now get into that mindset at 35, you still got to build. At 45, you still got to build. You're not going to walk into some man's situation and just have him take you out of the responsibility of working or providing. That's just not how that's going to work. You ain't going to qualify for it.
Okay, so I think that what people were looking at was your age. I don't think they were they weren't talking about a 23-year-old, a 24-year-old when I was making that discussion. So I think that I agree with you. I think ideally you should, and I know people push back on that. They say, no, you need to get his money up. I've always said, I said it last week, I do think that the perfect time is to get a person who is of like minds, and you guys build kind of like you say, and you stick with that person and y'all go. Ideally, that is the situation. But I think that when we were discussing the information a few minutes ago, what a 23-year-old and 24-year-old, even up to a 30-year-old looks like, is totally different from a 40-year-old. If you still trying to get your shit together and you is still living like a 23-year-old at 40.
That happens a lot because most people just work jobs.
You say what?
That happens a lot because most people just work jobs. Most people don't have investments and S&P 500s and all this other different stuff going on. Like if you're a single person, you're going to have a single mindset, right? You're going to, right now, there was a statistic that came out that said the percentage of single women in a certain age demographic, it was something 20 something or 30 something, right? The percentage of single women in the same demographic as men, they were purchasing houses at a higher rate than men, because men like, I'm gonna go get the house because I got a family, I got a wife, I got kids, I need to get this space for them. But in general, I got a 1-bedroom apartment with a reading nook that I use as my bedroom because it got a real closet in there, and I use my bedroom as my office. I'm cool with this for the rest of my life if I don't got no family and no kids that I gotta. I don't need 5,300 square feet and upstairs, downstairs, flowing waters and pools and movie theaters, and I don't need that, right? So that's how most men think.
In a second, but my question to you is: are you saying that because you chose 20 years to waste because you didn't think about a family, you should deserve the same woman as the man who
No, because wait. We keep saying the same woman. What is the same woman?
We're talking about tribe. This is whole
okay.
thing. You came into the conversation. Listen.
I hear you. I'm smart enough to.
Okay. A little podcast. I know you have your own show.
It's not that. I'm smart enough to understand what it is you're saying. I am.
So this show was about tribes. That was the whole what the show was about. So that's what we're talking about. So what I'm saying to you is the woman that, so I'm looking at you guys as having two different women. Okay. So I get what you're saying. You want a woman to build with you. You weren't thinking about it. So maybe at 49, you're thinking about it. There's a woman for that. Okay. But that woman looks totally different from a woman a guy who started doing his shit early on. And now he's at 40 and he's further along.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. There are some women, right, out here who look like Shantae, right? And I'm using you because you're not married. There are some women who look like Shantae, right? Who are amazing, bro. No kids, graduated from school, out on their own, taking care of themselves and this and that. And they would qualify for a provider male. And there are some women who look like Shantae that are coming with 2 and 3 kids by 4 dudes who believe they qualify for the same provider male that the other version of Shantae qualified for. So what I'm saying is people just need to be honest about who they qualify for. And it, bro, I'll be honest, right? Let's say visually, I think most men, because I believe most men prefer light-skinned women anyway. I think most men, right, would say that Brienne's face, right, is more aesthetically pleasing than, my girlfriend's face, right? No, than my girlfriend's face. My girlfriend looks good, but I think most men would pick Brienne over my woman. But this is what I'm saying. I'm gonna be me in my relationship.
Your woman not watching this.
Why? Because my woman thinks the same way every other dark-skinned woman thinks. She thinks that men are colorists. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm starting to believe it. I am really starting to believe it at this point, because even with all this passport bro crap, everywhere they go to passport, they going to pick light-skinned, Asiatic, white-looking women. They not going to Africa. They ain't bringing back home no dark-skinned women, right? So I'm starting to believe them on this colorist tip. I'm with y'all on that, sisters. I'm not going to argue with y'all. No more about that. Let me finish. Let me land my plane. I'm going to land my plane. This is what I'm saying, though, right? But regardless, right? I don't like. Let's say Brienne looked the way she looked. Let's say she had the best body on earth. Let's say she didn't have no kids. She had a degree. She had the bag. My lady got 2 sons, right? My girl got ass though. She banging, her body nice, right? She look good and all that, right? But she coming with 2 kids. What I'm saying is, I'm gonna treat Brienne the same way I treat my girl. It's not gonna change because of what's going on with her, because I'm choosing her. And that's what I'm saying. Women get in these relationships with certain types of men, and then they try to make it seem like it's something wrong with the man when that's just really who they qualify for. No, it ain't nothing wrong with him. That's what you qualify for. And most of the single women out here are single because they don't accept who they really qualify for.
But what you say when you say qualify for, you're speaking in tribes. That is the definition of tribes. Do you know that?
On subject? Thank you.
No, but you still lost me though, because if she said the conversation was about tribes, you wanted this whole damn
and you just said I was speaking about tribes.
Iterate tribes. We understand tribes, but the thing is when you start looking at what we see today, we are not tribal people. We do not date within our tribe. We date outside our tribes. You know what I'm saying?
Can you define the definition of?
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Can you define
so, for example, this is how I defined it. The guys who I'm normally around, the people who we have like minds together, We think a lot alike. We hang around the same social circle. We just mesh. It's just who we are. Those are the people who, like he said, when you step outside, I see them often. These are the people who are in my surrounding. We just mesh. We're even though we're not together, it's just a compatibility thing. Like we just all, if you put us all in a room, we had this same conversation, we're gonna all be thinking alike. And we'll be looking at you like, I don't know what he's saying. That's your tribe. They usually think that same value system.
Yes.
So Shan, earlier when we were talking about remember I was saying I have different compartmentalized groups that I be with. Because of that, it's damn near impossible for me to date within a specific tribe. Like because that you say what? I guess I probably am low key. Like, I'm gonna take that and own it because the tribe that I made at the if I was to date on the highest scale of my tribe, right? I don't like those type of women. Right? I'm gonna keep it real.
And that may not be for you though. That your compatibility.
Extremely pretentious. They have extremely high standards. And my father died when I was real young. He was an architectural engineer. Like gas. He made really good money, right? And one of the things that, in my opinion, I think killed him. One is trying to fit in a society that didn't want him. The other is working harder than his peers. I'm not trying to work harder than my peers and kill my damn self.
But no, wait. You've been disingenuous. You just said if I date on the highest part of my tribe,
right?
Ain't no such thing as the highest part of your tribe.
You missed the previous part of the conversation.
If you look,
about compartmentalized portions.
It's a separation. If it's a separation there, brother, that's not your tribe. If you live in East Lake Meadows in Atlanta, right? Your tribe will be West End in the hood.
Who is little baby tribe?
Outside of your tribe will be Latonia. Outside of your tribe will be Buckhead. Outside of your tribe would definitely be Cumberland. That's outside of your tribe. So when she explained economic, social, if she's within that tribe, they know Birkin bags.
So let me pause you.
You don't know Birkin bags. Guess what? You don't know fried sushi. No, wait, hey, fuck it, I'ma say it. Because niggas need to hear it. You don't know fried sushi. Have you ever had fried sushi?
Absolutely.
Who said that?
Oh, me. I'm saying
it wasn't me.
Oh, I flew remote private jets and niggas in private flights. You need to know who you're talking to. Bro.
No, I'm not talking directly to you. I'm talking to your point. Right? I'm talking to your point. Right now, what we see is we have young women out here right now that's telling people that they want to go to Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen! No, nigga, you need to go to JJ Rib Shacks and McDonald's. Because that's the niggas you have. Them niggas can afford that. You will never be in a Bentley. You probably can be in Lil Boosie Bentley, doming him up. And guess what? Guess what Lil Boosie gonna do? When you finish doming him up. He gonna put you out and he gonna get with the women that's in his tribe.
What
you like to do?
Now wait, real quick. Let me say this real quick.
I'm gonna let you go, Marcus. Yeah. But Scam is here. And I want to answer the question that Lil Paz gave a scenario, and then we'll go back around. So
okay,
Marcus, Scam, and then.
So Logic, this is my point of saying this. Here is my situation, right? So you tell me which tribe I'm in. You tell me. I'm gonna explain it to you. You tell me which tribe I'm in. I'm from the areas in Chicago y'all hear about on the news, right? But I went to a high school that was for the ultra smart kids. I went to Purdue and University of Connecticut. Then I played basketball professionally, but I'm still affiliated with my neighborhood. Which one is my tribe?
The one you
Where you live at? Go outside your door right now. Go outside your door right now and then look in your neighbor's yard. If they got a broke down 1970 Caprice in that yard,
no,
they don't, right?
No.
All right. What grocery store is near you?
I got two.
Is it a food line?
Hood grocery store, and the other one is a podcast. You know this. If you go down Jackson, you got Pete's. I don't know if y'all familiar, but Pete's.
Okay,
is the other one is
what I'm telling
they're playing some bullshit like that. So where do I go?
You know what tribe you're in. So, and I'm
No,
not
I'm asking you because, in my opinion,
I'm
this is
damn, I'm
this,
He doesn't know because he doesn't know you, but you know which tribe that you're in.
so this is how I would define the tribe. I need somebody that's from my specific region of the city, which I dated within my wife come from. The specific region of my city who elevated that but doesn't look down on that. That's my tribe. It's a very small niche. People who have got to position, very, very small niche. People who have got to a position where they could look down on people, used to.
Facts.
Those are my people.
That's my tribe.
I'm gonna give you an example, right? Where I live at, right? It's a place called Wegman, right? And if anybody that's in the Virginia DMV area, they will know what Wegmans is, right? But then if you go to DC, guess what disappears? Wegmans. It's no Wegmans. I talk to a DC fool, he won't know what Wegmans is. So it's certain things that they have. It's certain attributes, it's certain lifestyles, it's certain things that they're accustomed to within that tribe. A tribe is a community, but really it's about social, economic, all these different things that it's not in DC. And DC is a weird place because you can cross right over to the capital region and then it'll go from broke down pickup trucks in the yard to all green grass when you cross over that bridge. Right. And it's a different things start coming up. And then people know what tribe they're in, trust me. And a lot of people that work in DC, they migrate to that area to work. But as soon as they leave, they go to Fairfax County or Loudoun County or whatever. And we have every major city.
And to Logic's point, I think that I can just and to Logic's point and to Shan's point too, I can tell y'all this. A lot of people that actually, a lot of people know what tribe they can get with you as well, because I'm just telling y'all the God honest truth. I mean, if you know about the Chicago area, you know about West Garfield, Lawndale. Yeah, that's some areas that I came up in, Cabrini Green. But at the same time, once I got away from that and got into the medical field and all that, and people that would approach you, they even know. Like, they would never guess that I grew up in Chicago in the projects or anything like that. But yet at the same time, because of how I carry myself and how I articulate myself, they would know, yeah, I probably couldn't. You got a wire girl, don't you? It's like, what? So the fact that they're even assuming this particular thing about me at this predisposition, it lets me know they even know, yeah, I probably couldn't get with somebody like that. Nah. And I'm
wait a minute, your wife is white for real though?
No, she's not white.
Oh, okay.
No,
I was about to be like, God damn it. I thought we
real fast. Let Scam talk because
I was about to
waiting in line.
I didn't get to finish that point.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry because you jumped out of line.
Yeah, I cut him off. My bad.
An hour and a half. I timed it.
Okay.
No. Get your point out, bro. Get your point out.
No,
because I don't want you to miss it, and then we'll go to Scam. Do not nobody talk except for MRM and then Scam, please.
Wait, hold on. I'm just joking.
No, but so that's what I'm saying. So, but I even knew just from being around that type of environment, I knew that I wasn't going to be with anybody within my tribe. But at the same time, I also knew in order for me to be with somebody outside of that type of tribe, I had to be in a certain level as well to end up being with somebody that's not the same exact way. And y'all can cut me out and cut me down all y'all want to. Yeah, my wife is light-skinned and all that too. So kiss my butt.
Of course she is.
He's an let me stop.
Very beautiful.
Yeah, light, bright, and damn near white.
I think it's a divester.
Okay,
Hold on, I didn't see it. Put the picture up. Put the picture back up, MRM. All right, you got a beautiful wife. You got lots of kids too, right?
2 boys.
Congratulations to you and your family, man. I love to see a black. I'm gonna give you your flowers too. I love to see a black man do something competent and change the narrative on us, and then be there for his family, because that's what we need to be, and we need to provide that.
Y'all already know West Garfield Park and Inglewood, man.
Shout out to dark skinned women though.
Yes.
That's what I wanted to say. I wanted to say that.
Scam is next, and then we'll let you.
But look at his name though. You didn't even let him talk. You see that
name? Listen, Scam, go ahead, please.
Spiritual Negro.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Reporting live from the Duster Sphere.
Now, once Scam, again, don't come in here with that BS, because I'm gonna move on to the next one. We got
once again, a productive person wants to come in and have a regular conversation and hear some kind of Negro knowledge. Then they listen in more, and they start to hear more just dustified crusto bullshit, such as tribalism and blackity blackism and colory blackity light skin. Instead of, let me find someone who can have a plan, have a structure, know who I am, and then find somebody who can actually rock with that. And we go and we either build or we make a deal at the table, say, I'm going to do this, you're going to do this. I'm going to take lead, I'm going to be the man, you're going to be the woman. Understand their family structure, their history, and the stuff that they believe in, the stuff that turns them on, turns them off, and all that. Simply put, what the hell are y'all talking about? The tribe. What a F them tribe. So let's take me, for example. I've lived in a few different states, military, college, victim Olympics sometime, over here, over there. So every time I move, I got to date these women, the tribe. I got to go over here. Then at the end of the day, when you find your woman, y'all got to sit at the table and say, how black are you? Are you light skinned? So then if she's light and you're dark, because you favor one, because we all got to be colorist, racist victims. You're light skinned and she's dark skinned. And then you have 3 kids. 2 are light and 1's dark. So you got to beat up one of your kids every day because you're
Now that's funny.
Ladies and gentlemen.
That happens though.
No, I'm saying we got to be colorists. And we're supposed to be building this fictional community and working all together in the tribe. But then we got to be colorists and tear our own households down, or hate your own wife, or hate your own damn self. If you're racist against black, okay, if you're light and you like dark, you either hate yourself or you hate your spouse, one of the two. Then you're gonna have some kids. Why do people do this? Why? At the end of the day, and last point, why are people studying fake algebra, victonomics, and all kind of stuff to put up a formula to say, well, like it's an auction?
My kid's ears is dark skin. I just would.
So you got to pluck them in the ears every day and then whoop the other one. I mean, what are we doing? But where is this place where there's an auction? Because unfortunately, there are people selling dreams. Junior, if you go and get a degree in biomolecular chemistry and make $76,200 a year, you go to the auction in your local neighborhood. Excuse me, sir, I'd like to apply for a wife. First thing to do, let's take a blood test. You are bliggity dark. Second door, we're going to introduce you to Melina. What's your tribe, sir? Well, my dad was Jamaican and East Indian. And oh, sorry, we're going to have to send you over with the passport. What are we talking about? Seriously, I'm lost. Is this whole thing?
In a nutshell, Black people didn't make up classes. That's just.
But who's making where is it that there's this whole Bible of rules before you just go and get somebody you like and try to date and rock with them?
To think that everybody is the same is no different from you going and dating Shaniqua with the long nails and that's not your vibe. There's a guy who's gonna date. Listen,
is she a Wigglesaw?
There's a guy for her, but you may not be like that's the woman for me. The guy for her is going to like her for what she is because she has a guy. It's just not you. So you have to find somebody in your tribe, the same mindset that you have that goes along with you. And that's where we're getting tribes from. That's why we're
tribes. If she's white, if she's black, East Indian,
it has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with race.
If she's broke, if she's a baby mom, whatever it is that you're looking for, if y'all can rock. But it is no, excuse me, let me see your driver's license.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're digging a little deeper than that. I know it sounds funny, but we're trying to really have an honest conversation. And it's crazy because this is true. And I know you're trying to make it a funny thing, but it's the reality of the situation. We may not like it. We're not here for likes. Well, we are. Can y'all get the likes up? But
no, because I agree with what you were saying about just finding somebody to rock with. I was agreeing with that part.
It is what it is. We've all experienced it. You just have, whether we like it or not, we all have categories. We all have vibes that we can, some people you qualify for, some people you don't qualify for. This is just another name for it.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. I qualify for a Wigosaurus Rex. I just got my test back. Well, 300-pound Wigosaurus Rex that's from the Nation of Wiglam. I'm joining the Nation of Wiglam. Assalamu alaikum to all my Wigosaurs in the chat.
So disrespectful. But so what I was going to say, it sounds like what it is when you're talking about tribe. It's really about compatibility. And a lot of times what I think happens, I can't even just say in these spaces in general, is that a lot of times we may see one aspect of a person that we like. and you can't necessarily build on that one aspect, right? And so what happens is then we get in a situation in which we're trying to change the person and try to make them into the person we want them to be, because we're not necessarily compatible. A lot of times we're compatible, let's say, on a sexual nature. So people get in relationships based off of that, but they don't have the same mental, same level of mental or educational, financial. And so you're trying to build on that, and that's not going to sustain any kind of healthy relationship. And when we were talking about stats, again, like we like to, talk about stats and facts and stuff like that. And when we were talking about divorce, we had spoke on that before. The number one reason of divorce, it was saying it was like 40, I want to say it was like 46%.
Communication.
Study, right, was due to 43%. It was due to incompatibility. And so that was the number one reason, was incompatibility. Most people think it's finances, but it's not. I think that was like number 3. And so if we're talking about trying to get families together, trying to maintain the first step is, like you said, staying in your lane, finding somebody that you're going to be compatible with, whether it's, the foundation of like religion, education, family, what kind of family you want. Those are the things that need to be discussed at the dating stage. So you could just start weeding people out quicker until you can find that one that is on that level, or in that same lane, or going in the same lane, that in the same direction that you are. And if we stick to that, I think relationships will last and more people will look forward to marriage.
I think we need to get skinny girls need to probably start getting more love. I know we in the BBL culture right now.
Gain weight. You're good.
But I think we need to probably because I know I've never been with skinny girls.
Why are we derailing the conversation, bro? Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about?
Trolling.
They just trying to.
I'm just trying to troll.
But I do want to say this though, and this is going to be pushback, and I just want to throw it out there. I don't want people to bank on devaluing. For example, I know that little podcast was saying, oh, well, I found a girl, she looks like, we use me, we're gonna take me out of it. But if you met this girl, she looks like so and so. Let's just say they're pretty girls of all tribes. You got to find a pretty girl in your tribe, okay? But if you're trying to, even if a girl has, let's just say, if she's divorced or she has a kid, but your mentality is different, it's not gonna work. You understand what I'm saying? Because you guys don't even think alike. So I think that a lot of times what happens is like, oh, he can't get that girl, she can't get that guy, so let me get her. And y'all don't even think alike. It'll never work out. So don't bank on just because these things are in her life that you quote unquote devalue her, that you're next in line. It doesn't really, I don't think it works. Sometimes it may, but I don't really think it works that way. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you remember what I said earlier, about the video that I usually go to with the couple, with the black lady and the white man. They was together for like 6 years before they got married. So that's what I'm saying. People that smarter people take the time to invest in a relationship, make sure they're compatible, see where it's going and stuff like that, before they just start jumping, off of buildings into everything. But we know that that's not how it usually works. And so we have to make room for the fact that there's going to be a lot of trial and error in relationships. That's going to happen, right? What you want to do is minimize the damage to kids with this trial and error. If we can get to a point where we're minimize trial and error and then minimize the kids being brought into the trial and error phase, I think we'll see a lot more healthier families, at least, if not relationships. I think the average marriage in the Black community lasts 5.5 years. I don't think that's just all about compatibility. I think that's also about expectations, sometimes delusional ones.
But see, this is the problem with you, rather.
You like that, the AP? Is that better for you?
Yeah, this is
Much.
what you.
Thank you.
You actually, you're not trolling now. You
Hey, we need trolls, bro. Troll
Y'all
lives unite.
But this,
Not in the conversation, you don't.
My wife was dying laughing at you,
this
just
is
though.
this
I
is
walked
what y'all
back and
got.
she was dying.
Hold up, player. Look, this is what y'all got to realize.
Logic, you're low. I can't really hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Not really.
All right, can you hear me now?
It's
It
like
still sound the same. I can hear you, but you ain't. It don't sound like you speaking into a mic.
Yeah, maybe get closer.
He said he gave up podcasting. He ain't got no microphone.
I ain't got none of that stuff no more.
That
But look, all right, look, can you hear me now?
Next week.
Better.
Y'all can be better?
Yeah.
All right, this is what it come down to. It's when y'all dealing with this stuff. And then, like I said, it's a time for trolling it. But look, this is for real. When I say it's for real, it's because that this is now becoming a cultural norm. This is what they expect. So if you give two fucks about your kids, this is going to be normalized.
Who is they that you say expect? Who's they?
No, nigga, just listen.
Talking about the women.
Who
I'm
is
not
they?
talking to you.
No, just they. Who is they?
I said they, our kids. Kids.
Okay.
Oh,
kid.
yeah.
You got kids?
No, listen, I got you.
You plan on having kids
Shout
one day?
out.
I don't know.
Well,
it might be ugly. I don't know.
Then you ain't ready for this conversation. But the thing is what I'm fucking with you. But look, when we sit here and we analyze it, right? These are becoming cultural norms. These will be what our kids expect. My son listened to Andrew Tate TikToks. He listened to Andrew Tate TikTok. If you have a son or a son around between 12 to 15, I promise you he listened to Andrew Tate TikToks. If I'm not there to be able to give him that explanation, he would take what Andrew Tate say out of context. So when I'm telling you this is serious, because now we don't have these moral codes instilled in our society no more. When we was coming up, we just saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which is stand, one nation under God. We had cultural morals. That was it, regardless how bad we was. We still had these cultural morals. You know what I'm saying? When our mom said told us that the guy who smoked weed was a crackhead, and now in 2023, he's no longer a crackhead. He's a regular citizen. So now what I'm saying is these conversations is important because kids are listening. They're listening. And if we don't provide no kind of context to nothing we say, like I said, I'm not against women. I love women. But when it comes down to it, I'm going to say certain things if it needs to be held accountable. Women don't like it. Men don't like it when I say certain things because I'm a fair dude across the board. I said dudes are unrealistic for this fit feminine thing. When you run around in the projects telling you want a fit feminine chick, they don't exist. Popeye's fried chicken chicks live in the projects. You pick out of that.
You a hater.
I ain't no hater. I'm keeping it funky. And then now we have to have this tribal mindset because if we don't have a tribal mindset is the only thing that makes the Jewish community succeed. Tribal mindset is the only thing that makes the South Korean community in America succeed. The Chinese community in America succeed. They have a tribal mentality. And what they do is they shrink their inner circle. They don't have these big communities. Ain't no Korean community, American community. No, it's a Korean tribe on Buford Highway. And the only thing they give a fuck about is the Koreans in Buford Highway. You never hear them talk about the New York people. You never see it. They don't get on no podcast expanding out.
Right.
We got to focus on the levels that we can control. And we got to realize kids are watching and listening. If we don't do something as men, we say we the leaders of the community. If we don't do something as men, they sit here and say, hey, look, you know what? We're going to raise our boys to be the breadwinners. So now your daughters will actually have something to fall in line to. But if we don't raise our boys to be the breadwinner, they'll be inheriting the same shit that we inherited, where we got these boss chicks. Have you ever heard of a Korean boss chick? Have you ever heard of a white boss chick?
Actually, white women started it.
Boy, stop. Boy, get your trolling ass out of here.
It's so funny to me.
You never heard no goddamn.
But she keep that money in her pocket.
You do not hear that. And like, even if it exists, do you hear it?
Logic, Logic, can I go ahead and validate your point real quick? Because there is a real life example of that. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it might have been a year and a half ago when Tommy Loren got on her TikTok and decided to blast white men. 2 days later, she got right back on her TikTok with an apology. Why? Because the men that she worked for over there at Fox News said that shit ain't gonna work.
Ain't playing.
Facts.
Ain't playing.
So it's up to men to straighten the course. Period. Point blank. Bottom line.
The thing again that I keep asking about this is, why is this not a problem in the other races? We make more money on average than Mexicans, right? Than Hispanics, and yet they married, they get femininity, they get all this other stuff going on, right? They ain't nobody telling them, no, y'all need to make more money and all this other stuff. They get what they get. Like, that's one of I hate to bring his name up, but that's one of Kevin Samuels' talking points, right? Like, he said Enrique could be on the side of the road selling oranges. His woman respect the hustle. She respect the grind. She respect the fact that he just getting up doing something.
No,
right?
There's two groups of Hispanics. The ones, foreign ones that barely speak the language that's in their community, they get order. The Americanized ones, just as bad, just bad as off as everybody else.
That's a good point.
Two classes.
That's a good point. But on average, the numbers still say that they still married over 60%, right? And their divorce rates ain't as high. But we make more money than them.
Well,
so that's what I'm saying. Like, this is.
But see, this is the
problem.
problem.
We gotta really look into that though.
What do Hispanics see as a successful relationship?
Compared to what we see
family.
As a successful relationship.
Yeah, household income that's higher than black.
Like they look at it and say, I want a family.
Yeah.
I don't need a Bentley. I don't need all this.
That's a fact.
I want that infrastructure. And now they're killing us by developing that infrastructure, which is by default creating tribes.
Yeah, we saw that. We saw like
wait, hold up. They're taking over areas all over the world.
I was just about to say
the only thing we taking over is projects or hood areas.
Yes, sir.
Time for us. We worse than the Indians. We might as well put ourselves on reservations. And I'm saying the bigger picture is they value things. Their value system is different. They have a moral code.
That's a fact.
We no longer have that moral code anymore. That our women is coming up valuing Birkin, Bentleys.
There you go.
Where they're valuing, hey, I want a husband.
Right, family.
Well, I think that is it fair to say that when you come somewhere, when you come from something not as great as what you're going into, that is a come up. Like your husband brought you from this place over to this place, that is a come up. But then we have to look into, all I can go is by what I see. A lot of times they're young boys who, especially in high school, those boys are working full time. Like they're not focused on, they're working in the job. Like I know kids who come in with hundreds of dollars. I'd be like, what you do? Because I need something done. You know what I'm saying? And they already have a skill because it's like a family. It's a family business. Like if your dad laid down the floor, you know how to lay down the floor too. Matter of fact, one of my students, my old house, painted the entire house. His family did that. And they just go out and, so I think they just move a little different, period. But I think that who's to say that that's the way, when they've been here for 10, 15, more years to come, it'd be interesting to see that once they've settled, how, if the American mentality kind of, plays with them, or if they continue that tradition.
I don't think it will. And I'm going to tell you why. I can bring Marcus and Modern Renaissance, man. We're all from Chicago, and we all have a knowledge of the surrounding areas, so they probably know this as well as I do. I'm going to pick one specific area, Aurora, Illinois. Aurora, Illinois, right, used to be this very untapped land. It was like, man, maybe 10% cultivated, right?
And then they start really building. Let me tell you something. The Mexicans took that joint over. What do you look? We watched this happen. They would be 3, 4, 5 families in one house. 3, 4, 5 families in one car, right? Everybody working at the same places, everybody building together. And now you look, and those 4 or 5 families that was in that one house, they all have their own house. And they all have brought another family in so that they can build off of that as well. And they all have Escalades and Yukons and Suburbans. They got all the trucks, right? Because it's always so many of them. They work together. That's the point. It's not, I need, like Logic said, the Birkin bag right now. I'm trying to, the family, the legacy is still the most important thing. And that's not with us.
Podcast. You know what I'm saying?
Podcast.
They
I
were
agree
able
with
to
that.
achieve that. It's because we have ego, right? Ego.
Right.
Yeah. Ego.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
And ego.
And emotions.
And self-esteem issues.
True.
Kanye used to, when before Kanye married a Kardashian, he used to say some of the realest shit. When he was talking about,
fact.
I can't walk through the mall without a jersey, a shirt with a name and a brand new chain or whatever. I forget the verse.
Yeah.
But what he was saying was, we have to present ourselves at all times like we are wealthy, because if we do not show people our wealth, we have no worth. That is our main issue. Our ego is in front or in back of our self-esteem issue, which makes us force people to say, hey, I got a Gucci shirt on, or I got an off-white shirt on. I paid $750 for this shirt. You need to respect
regular t-shirt.
I'm worth, I can pay $750 for a t-shirt.
Right.
I can't go to the store when I'm not fresh. If I don't go to the store fresh, these motherfuckers gonna think I lost it. These people gonna think I ain't got the money no more. They not gonna respect. I'm not gonna be the man no more. Ego and self, like that's been my biggest fight in life. It ain't been nothing other than fighting my ego. That's why I don't co-sign none of this elitist shit on some for real shit.
I don't think that wearing a Gucci top makes you elite. That's
actually a waste of $700 to me.
No, it does. No, it does. Because when you go to the club,
if you had money, you wouldn't have bought the shirt. Because now you ain't got it no more.
When you go to Soho House, when you go downtown, when you go to the bars, when you go to these places, you know what? Women recognize that shit.
Right, because they have the same mentality.
The difference between waiting in line outside a club and not be an outfit and a potential for bottle service. People who buy bottle service can buy shirts that cost $750.
I disagree.
I'm telling you from experience, bro.
I get it.
I can back it up, but go ahead.
But what I'm saying to you is, and people who think like me, my tribe will know what I'm saying. I would even look at that and say, that's a mentality. Those people are a different, Like, I'm not saying people don't like nice things, but that guy who has to be flashy with the Gucci belt and he got him hanging and he got to have all this, and everything that you just named, that's a tribe for that as well. I'm not saying
I feel the same about people. Hey, Shan. Hold on, Shan. I feel the same about people who put up Christmas lights.
Wait,
I want to answer real quick to the whole.
Because that is a social construct of a tribe.
That's what
It
she
is
said,
a
right?
social construct of a tribe. The thing is that everybody in the black community wearing Gucci.
Yes.
It's a social construct of a tribe. If you got a Gucci tie and you work at Bose Alley, right? Where you see everybody in there wearing Gucci ties, everybody wearing nice suits, they wear nice built, they wear Italian shoes, then now that means you're a part of that tribe. You can afford that. It's a part of your social construct. But now, if you're dealing with the black community, where everybody, the project chicks got Birkin bags. Niggas he ain't even got a floor mat in his car, and he got on Christian Louboutin red bottoms.
Or he on Section 8 and he got.
That's what I'm saying. It's not. See, the thing is that they have tribal things. If you look at the cowboys that work, if you ever been in West Texas and you look at the cowboys, they just different in certain aspects from the guys who own the ranches. They
Can I add
still have their
something?
tribes. It's different. Even though they might wear combat boots, I mean, not combat boots, cowboy boots and hats, you see, it's a different level of it. See, we don't have that. Because, see, now, I can work at one of the biggest Fortune 500 companies in America, right? And when I get up and dress up, a nigga live in D.C. dressed just like me. See, them social constructs don't exist in the black community because we think as a black community as a whole. If Lil Baby got a chain, I need to get a chain. Even though I can't afford a chain, I need to get me a chain. If Lil Baby got some Balenciagos, I need to get some Balenciagos. But if you look at other tribes, you don't see that.
But Logic.
And
No, you're saying that some of it is
Brianne was trying to go. We're gonna let Sam go because we gotta move people around because I have 2 people in waiting at the bottom and I can't come up because it's 10 people on the
I'll drop. Hey, thank y'all for having me.
Oh, thank you,
Logic, man. Beautiful talking to you, bro.
I'll make it quick, then I'll drop too.
Okay.
What y'all are saying is true. So, Marcus, I'm not saying it's not true that there are people who have this wealth and they wear this stuff and they shine.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But the people who, there's a lot of millionaires, black millionaires, they're invisible. Breon could be married to a deca millionaire right now and you wouldn't know if she doesn't tell you. She'd be wearing that regular thing, regular hair, no make. People don't know, but they don't ask. But they somehow somebody told them everybody in VIP is rich. And one dude just got his FEMA check and sold his soul, and he's going to the club one time. He's going right back under a bridge. And 6 weeks later, they find that out. But them in the VIP and the chicks chasing them end up broke. Because let's be real, most people ain't got no money, or they ain't got no net worth. They don't own anything, and they're just rat race running victims.
I was going to add to that. I know the example you guys mostly use was clothes, right? The biggest examples of, I guess, just showing your wealth is always, I have a house and look at my new car. So I made a YouTube video a while ago on how to be a stay-at-home wife in this type of economy. And I recommended downsizing your house and selling, or downsizing your car to reduce that bill. Because in most cases, if you do both of those, or at least one of those, one parent can afford to stay home. So
I love you.
This woman is a unicorn.
I said it earlier, bro.
This woman is a unicorn.
Yeah,
is your tribe hiring?
The comments said that. So they were like, well, how can you afford for 2 people to, how can you afford not for both people to work? You have to downsize, and you have to downsize your lifestyle. You can't live that lifestyle. You have to live below it. So when we first moved to the West Coast, we were in a studio, and now we're in a much larger place because we were patient. So if most people thought like that, instead of, wanting to show off the car or say the fact they have a house, because we don't have a house, we just now have a larger apartment. Like, this is the largest apartment we've ever lived in, and now a kid's on the way. So we had that plan in mind when we first came here, and that studio apartment was 400 square feet. That was the smallest place I've ever lived in, and it was the best decision for the first couple of months here.
You treated him like a man with respect, and y'all only had 400 square feet.
Well, why wouldn't she?
Where you at? San Francisco, San Jose?
Shan, stop. Come on, Shan, stop. You my hero. You can't do this to me. I don't like it when you act like you don't understand what
I do understand. But what
you guys mind if I chime in afterward?
Oh God.
Okay.
You said what now?
Anyway,
I
have a good night.
Black, but I wanted
Thank
to
you, Sam.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nice scam, bro. Respect, bro.
Yeah, you know what I was gonna say to what piggyback off of what Brianne said.
Because this young man right here has been here for a very long time, and I just wanted to I didn't know if he had something to say, so I could get him off of you, because I'm gonna drop so we can put people up. He was here first. I just like to go in order. I'm sorry. Did you have anything to say, Chain?
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Chain, you're on mute.
He been talking, but we just don't know it.
You're on mute. Okay. Did you have something to say?
Nah, I ain't had nothing to, nothing too much to say and shit, Wait, you about to cut this off?
Huh?
Excuse me?
You say you about to cut this off?
No, we were just trying to see if you had something to contribute, because now Morat is gonna go, because I just wanted to go in order because you've been in the back check for a long time.
Yeah, I was in the chat for a long time, and
Go ahead and we're gonna let him go because he said he has to go.
You put me in the spot.
It's Friday night for you for real, huh?
Yeah, yo, listen. But nah. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yo, I can compose myself and I can say that, a lot of that what you said and a lot of that what people said, and it was confusing. It was confusing because it was a lot of talk about this and there was a lot of talk about that. It was a lot of talk about this women be acting like this, the women acting like that, and then it was a lot of talking about, you know what I'm saying, these niggas is like this and these niggas is like that. You know what I'm
Can
saying?
you take your camera and go
So
around
the
so we can see your
conversation,
card?
so the conversation is lost. So I'm coming in lost too. Like I'm like, yo, wait,
Lost for
what
that
I'm
sauce.
gonna grab on? Like, yo, can I grab on this? Can I grab on that? But you know what I'm saying? In all in all aspects of the conversation.
What?
You can laugh at what you want, but
Go ahead,
in
sweetie.
all
Go ahead.
aspects of the relation, you know what I'm saying? In all aspects of what you're talking about is that I feel like because in difference between men and women, and or this nigga got this shit or this nigga got that shit. Well, I feel like you should be more understanding to the relationship if you come into the relationship and somebody give you their real self.
Oh shit, you made a
So
point.
For sure. I think that people.
if somebody give you their real self, you should be more understanding.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that
Amen.
if you give your real self to somebody and it's just not working, that's just not the person for you. You have to find somebody who is going to accept your real self.
You so nice, Shan.
Say you see my lifestyle, yo. I'm not looking for nobody. I'm not looking for nobody for real like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for somebody for the day.
Oh, okay. So I just
Well,
I get that though. I get that though, because in actual specs, what you got to realize and understand is this.
No, we're not doing that today. Okay, so thank you. So I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna go.
Man, I appreciate you, brother. I swear, I'm pretty sure I just lost like 3 times.
Go ahead. We have another person, so let him go ahead and get it.
That's crazy.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm sorry. Did you want me to go next?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please.
I just wanted to piggyback off of what Brianne said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be very blunt with you and let you guys know, as an outsider, American born, of Middle Eastern descent, we look to the Black community for different things. First off, we have a lot of commonalities.
That nigga horny.
We got a lot of commonalities with the Black community. And from my upbringing, I'm taught to look up to the Black community.
I want to put some dick in you.
Oh,
chill out, bro. Like, what are you doing? That's not called for nor necessary.
You guys, but go ahead.
No, I was going to just piggyback off what Brianne said, or let me make a point off what she said, and then I'll go back to my topic I was discussing. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep, right? And the Black community as a whole, I read this statistic, which was incredible. As a whole, as a combined net income on an annual basis, it's like $1 trillion is what the Black community, Black Americans as a whole in America are able to earn on an annual basis. If they were a country, they'd be the 8th largest country on the planet.
7th.
And that's a fact. And the interesting thing is, I know that statistic. I also know a lot of the other statistics. And the reason why is because there's a lot of commonalities. And we can look at the data over the last 50 to 100 years and try to speculate how what we can do differently, my community, right? Like people of my ethnic background, not necessarily community, but ethnic background. So I'll give you an example. In the 1950s, I think it was 1952 or 1954, 94% of Black families had both parents in the household, right? So you got to ask yourself, what's changed from that 1952 or 1954? And I do know what's changed, right? Like I know I look at the data and what's caused it. And the unfortunate reality is the Black community had a lot they had a lot of outside forces working against them, not just outside, internal forces, right? And what I tend to look at, and I'll give you an example. Here's a statistic. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this statistic. Did you know there's more Black doctors in America than there are Black athletes?
Yeah, I knew that easily. Easily. It's
Interesting,
only
right?
like
So why? I mean,
So you're not when you say doctors, let's just clarify doctors meaning
MDs or
not necessarily
PhDs.
of medicine. Because a lot of people think automatically medicine, but a doctor.
No, PhDs.
Okay.
There's more Black Americans with a PhD.
I'm one of them.
Right, exactly, right. And so I'm a first generation born American, and a lot of your role models are my role models. I'm also a Muslim. So great example would be Malcolm X. I look at his life and everything that he said, it's 100% spot on. 100%. I mean, I read his autobiography. And so really at the end of the day, I look at a lot of the struggles that you guys are dealing with, we have the same issues ourselves, right? Colorism is a problem in our community. Believe it or not. Well, you guys don't know that. As you guys as outsiders don't know what's going on within our community. We have issues with color. I'm considered a person of color, believe it or not. You guys may not consider me but
bro,
let me
I lived in Lebanon for 2 years. I know, like
if I sit in the sun come summertime, I get a lot of color. I got melanin, right? And so bottom line is a lot of the issues that you have as a community, we have the same problem. We got colorism, we have divisions, we have victimization. We can go down the list, right? Now, when you start to put us all in the same category, you honestly don't know who you're dealing with. Some people, like I'm a Muslim, right? I'm of a certain ethnicity. But if you dig deeper, you start to understand what my position is. It's very common with the Black community in America. Then on the other side, we have what you guys refer to as Uncle Toms. we we got our share of Uncle Toms. I swear to God, you guys don't even know this. Like, if you were to dig deeper, do your research, you can then understand who your friend is and who your enemy is. Internally in your community as well as externally. Right? And I'm not saying you should sit here tomorrow and see somebody that looks like me or might come from a similar background, assume he's your friend. That's not what I'm saying. But you have to be able to really dig deeper, do your research to know who you're dealing with. I think a lot of stuff that's come into fruition, you're 100% spot on with this supremacy shit that's in America. It's real. It's alive and well, you know. And you guys are not a minority, you're a majority. Second largest majority in America. 40 million Black folks in America. That's a lot. There's only one, maybe if we're lucky, 1.5 million people of my ethnic background.
Where are you from? Which country?
I'm Palestinian.
Oh yeah, y'all.
Yeah, so we're just like you guys. There's only 400,000 of us in America, and even among these people. So I'll break it down, make it simple for you guys. There's 4 countries that are same culture. It's Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, and then parts of Jordan. We're not considered purebred Arabs. I don't know if you know that. We only speak the language. It's like a person from Brazil. They might know. It's like for example, a person from Brazil speaks Portuguese, but their ethnic background, they're not from Portugal. It's the same with us. We're so close to Egypt. Like I have 15% Egyptian DNA. You wouldn't know that unless I told you that. And you could see my features, and then you could, you can break it down. Anyway, that close proximity, yes, we're the native people, but there's been some intermixing. Palestinians are a little bit more open-minded than Saudi Arabians or those purebred Arabs. Now, black people don't know that.
I know that actually.
Oh, you know,
I got a joke for you. I know one thing.
Now you'll find. Don't get me wrong. You'll find black Saudi
I
Arabian.
didn't.
You'll
we've
find
been.
black.
I want to say this really quick to you, Morad, before I forget, because my memory is really bad. One thing I would say is, as far as the numbers go right now, we're being told that we are the third largest demographic. It's not to dispute you, but it's just to say that because the Hispanic community has risen up to about 60 million. So they are outnumbering us around probably about 14 to 18 million, depending on what you believe.
With the borders right now.
Yeah, right. So
and I think they'll replace you guys. I read a book by Claude Anderson.
That's the goal.
You read a book written by Claude Anderson. I think it's called, I don't remember the title off the top of my head.
Yeah.
He said in 2015, if your community doesn't get it together, Hispanics will replace you guys.
That's the goal. And I also want to say, peace be unto you.
Likewise, brother.
When you first came on the panel, I was scared. I thought you was about to hit me with the the red pill high value man talking points. Like, nah, listen, you niggas got to start making more money, and then your girls will act right. But nah, you came up and you said some things that I don't usually hear when we're in this box. The fact that you are aware of Malcolm X and the fact that you understand and are aware of supremacy tactics and outside forces that infiltrate not only physically but spiritually and psychologically into the black community, cause a lot of this division. The same genocidal and war tactics practiced around the world, where they instead of fighting them, they get the enemies to fight against themselves. And the black family was a great enemy of this country.
You really want to study what's going on with black people, study the Palestinians.
Facts. You definitely
really
came
want to know
through.
what's going. If you really listen, you can use them as a actual. You can use the data from the Palestinians to understand your situation. Everything from supremacy to victimization to power to, I mean, we can go down the list because you're a Palestinian, you just don't know it.
Eminent domain.
So
eminent domain.
You're saying,
you know
right,
what eminent domain is?
In the Fatiha, it says, show us a straight away, the way of those who thee has bestowed thy grace, and not of those whose portion is wrath or those who go astray. So you're telling me those are you, those people are you. You're the Palestinians are the people who can show us straight away.
Your people don't even know you're Palestinians. That's the problem. Because you have a lot of the traits and the attributes of Palestinians. Like you guys, as a people, you guys want to progress, but you have powers that be that hold you back. Until you're able to identify that, I mean, obviously, what the powers that be, but the problem is, the truth is, if you dig even deeper, you have to look at who's my friend and who's my enemy. Because a guy, at the end of the day, I'll give you an example. I had a guy that was a black Muslim, and I didn't understand his position when he would tell me, don't talk to this person or that person, but I didn't understand his struggle in life. And then when he broke it down to me, when I started to see it firsthand, I was able to then comprehend where he's coming from.
Yeah.
And then he was able to break it down to me. And so we, at the end of the day, it's really like the problems that you guys are having, it's a lot of it's internal and it's going to take generations to really heal. And then also externally, but you have to be cautious. There's no reason for you. And to be honest with you, everyone has some form of, I don't want to use the word prejudice, but let's be honest, there's a defensive wall because you don't know who to trust, who not to trust. To be fair, you should have it. That's why I said if you study the Palestinian struggle, you understand yourself, because you have two types of Palestinians. You got those that are fighting for self-preservation. You got the ones that sold out.
Well, one of the problems I think is that, see, right now you can have this conversation, right? But if I try to have this conversation on these kind of panels,
to be honest with you.
But I mean on these type of panels, I'm not targeting JR.
You'll get flagged like we'll get flagged.
I'm not even talking about flagged. I'm talking about from the people who be on the panel. They're gonna call you a victim Olympian.
They're gonna act like none of these things. Everything is a conspiracy, right? What do you mean supremacy and what do you mean racism? And wait, I got $1 million, so racism can exist. Like that's what we get hit with whenever we try to have those conversations, right? Because it's the changing in the Black community. Even when you're talking about the change in the dynamic of relationships between men and women, you're never going to be able to address that completely unless you address how we got there. And people don't want to do that because talking about the origins of the dysfunction, well, then now you have to go back in time. And then they're going to say, well, why do you want to talk about 1980? And why do you want to talk about 1960? And it's like, well, that's how you fix things. You fix things by determining how they were broken in the first place.
Because he's a Muslim. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm very biased. I don't see him as a black man. At the end of the day, when we all die and go into the next world, we ain't black and white. We're Palestinian and not Palestinian once we die. So, I mean, you know what I mean? I'm not going to be dying as a Palestinian. My soul goes on to the next world. So in the next world, as Muslims, we believe, we'll all stand together as Muslims. No black, no white, no Palestinian. And the reality is the powers that be that created this system, and even among these Arabs, like I told you, I'm not a purebred Arab. And I didn't know this until a Saudi Arabian told me this. He told me, man, you're not a purebred Arab. I did a DNA test. Now, I'm not trying to impress you guys, but I'm just trying to say that then you start to understand, okay, where he's coming from. Just because you've been Arabized doesn't mean you're an Arab.
Let me ask you one last question. What brand shirt is that you're wearing right now?
Oh no, this is just a regular shirt, man. To be honest with you, I'll tell you the truth. I actually, when I was a lot younger, I used to go out and buy clothes all the time.
Right.
I read these books on, the millionaire mindset to understand their mindset. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I like to look clean, presentable. I'm in bed, and so I got a regular shirt on, but I got a lot of nice clothes. I put it on when it's needed, but overall, I think some of the things you guys touched on.
See, because let me tell you, the reason why I asked you, nigga, this is what everybody on the panel already know, bro. Like, I like polos, right? But I don't want to give the polo company $80 for the same shirt I can give Aeropostale.
Right.
The Aeropostale will be $13, right? So I go on Aeropostale and buy 9 of them joints and all kind of colors. But then when I go to the lake, it's like, dude, you wearing Aeropostale? I'm like, yeah, it's a store in the mall.
So I think we glossed over one of the things that Murad just said. I think that anybody that's watching this right now, I recommended it before. I don't know if y'all heard me before when I said it, but The Millionaire Mindset is an excellent book. They talk about the spending habits of the rich. And back to his original point, it's not what you make, it's what you can keep. If I made $100 million this year and I spent $101 million and you made $10, you're in a better financial position. When we grasp that concept, then we can move forward. You can't move forward spending everything you earn and then acquiring debt at whatever percent interest rate. It has to come through acquisition and then maintenance. It can't come from acquisition and then exportation. Most countries I'm not going to go too deep on this, but countries' debts are measured in what they export and what they import. Our communities export labor. We import a dollar, but we're at an extreme deficit. I'm talking about an extreme deficit. And until we can factor in and fix that, it's so multi-level and multi-layered and faceted within the problems within the community. It's really, really hard to just in a real short stream go down. But if I was to give a brief synopsis on how it would look to change those things, one, you acquire wealth, right? You maintain said wealth. Then you pump wealth into the community, be it home improvements, businesses, community organizations that employ people. Then from there, you can build from there, even if it's within a block. That's why I be so adamant on, if you have something and you can provide value, bring it to the people that are with you to provide that value. I know it might have not really fully translated when I was saying it because I didn't know how deep I can go and it would translate, but that's what I was speaking to.
The other thing I want to touch on top of that, I think as your people are starting to grasp onto, you guys need to start going overseas. And the reason why is for a few different reasons. I'm going to just share with you. I was born and raised in this country, been to 35 countries, lived 7 years outside the U.S. Tell you the truth, other than working here, I don't know why you guys be. I mean, I would still have your feet on the ground and have your roots here. And I would really start traveling. And the reason why is because Black Americans need to, I will tell you the truth. I'm going to be very direct with you guys. You guys need to go to Africa and take advantage of the fact that you have African roots with an American mindset, whatever that looks like. Doesn't have to be American mindset, however they want to define it. And you guys got to start building businesses in those countries. Those Africa's rich in resources. The Chinese are going there, but you have a leg on them. One is you have I don't want to say the American mindset, but the entrepreneur mindset. It's naturally ingrained in you because of our environment that we're in. So we see stuff that other people don't see when we go to other countries. I tried to open a business in South America. Um, it just wouldn't work as a culture. Worked against, but I took the risk, and that's how you learn in life. It's not the failures. It just risks
Now, how
that
many
you
times you
take.
fall, but how many times you get back up? I got you.
I'm
Keep
not.
doing.
But I would say you
I'm
guys
not
really need to
disagreeing with
start
you,
looking into
Murad.
Africa.
Can I present something to you
Oh,
though? I'm not
oh, no,
disagreeing
no,
with
God,
you, but I
please
just want
let
to
him
print something
finish.
to him.
Let him finish.
I think you
Right
guys need
I'm
to.
just want to. I want to present. I want him to keep going. I just want to present something to him to go along with his thought,
Okay.
right? Because I watched a video the other day where the guy said Africa is where Africans go to die. He talked about how you can be an African, right? But you live here, you shop here, your bank accounts is here, you work here. Like he was basically saying that Africans, they whole lives is everywhere else. Germany, Greece, Britain. They go to school, Britain.
Yeah,
Like
but
everything they do is everywhere
you guys
else,
are
but
Black
Africa is the
American.
place where they buried them. So how is it somehow different for them than it would be for us
It
because you're
is. It is
suggesting that
different
we
for you.
go over there and build?
I'll tell you what I do know about Africans that I've come in contact with from Africa and in Black Americans. It's different. Number one, you can go to Africa. Let's just throw a number out there. Say you went with $10,000 to Africa,
Mhm.
and you developed an app that delivered like Grubhub, whatever, and then you had your app, and you start develop. I'm telling you, it doesn't require a lot. You could start building on the ground, and if you wanted a second passport, Ghana is offering that to Africans from the diaspora. So you get a second passport from Ghana, gives you access to all of those African countries. So obtaining that second passport, get it through Ghana, and then have access to all those African countries. You have a leverage on them. You only got to spend a $700 on that shirt or sweater that costs them $10 to manufacture in Asia. I'm going to tell you, I've been to Bangladesh. 80% of their damn exports are clothing that cost them $2 to make. You guys spend $100 some on. You can go to these places. If you can get, I'll tell you a great idea. I have access to 100 factories. I've been to all these countries building relationships. You can get somebody famous on board. This is what you guys need to do. You need to somehow partner up with these famous black rappers or whatever and say, listen, hey man, I want to create a shoe after you or whatever, 50-50
Mhm.
or 20, whatever, however you want to work it out. And you use their name, their brand, and you go manufacture the product. I think Fubu did that. I could be wrong. But this is what it's not going to take a lot for you guys to do this. You have access to that. I'm not, I was originally from Chicago. I just moved outside Chicago recently, but I've always been from Chicago. From the inner city, Northwest side.
Where
But
at? What area?
near Belmont and Narragansett area. You know what that's at?
Wow.
That's this
Steinmetz High School right here.
Yeah, right down the street.
Right down the street.
Chicago's. I'll tell you what it is about Chicago's
most segregated city.
Chicago's multicultural, but very segregated. I think the
That's a
second
fact.
most segregated city behind Los Angeles. This
People
is a
don't get it.
problem because it's segregated. Yeah, you go to school, you might hang out with people of color, but then you go back to your neighborhoods because it's segregated. That's a
Mhm.
problem. I don't think they'll ever resolve that. It's not by accident, it's by design. And that's even before I even got there. I grew up with everybody, so I don't really have a problem with all that. People don't remind me there's a race. People remind me, like I'll give you an example. I went to a salsa club. I know these two Puerto Rican guys, and I know how to dance salsa. So I'm dancing salsa. They come up to me. They go, hey, my name's Rod. Hey, Rod, growing up, man, we always thought you were we thought you were a Arabian guy, a Puerto Rican trapped in an Arabian guy's body. They're telling me that. Why can't I just be myself and I like salsa, right?
Right.
So my point is like you always have people that will, that kind of stuff just throws you off guard. But not getting off the topic, you guys have access to a lot of stuff. And you know what? I'm going to tell you the truth on behalf of my people. We thank your community for what your ancestors have done. And even in the 60s and 70s, and you don't hear it enough, and you should hear it enough. You guys need to be acknowledged for that, what your grandparents have done. Your parents, right? They've done in the 50s and 60s, have made life easier for other people of color. And so
Yeah, that's big,
at
man.
the end of the
Peace
day,
be unto
and
you,
really, to
man.
be honest with you, the struggle, everyone has an individual experience overall. So I mean, I didn't have it easy and whatever it is, but I don't want to get into all that. It's not going to progress to move us forward. I will say this: I listened to, when I was in my early 20s, the opera singer Pavarotti. Someone asked him for advice. He said, the best advice he can give young people and even adults, old adults, he said, live local, think global. So this is what you guys as a community have to start doing, is thinking global. It's no longer the Chicago or the United States. How do I go expand even further? And what resources do I have, or what advantage do I have based on my ethnic background? You can go to Africa, tell them, hey, don't tell them you're African. Say I'm Black American. You have to distinguish the difference, because I hate to tell you guys this. You guys are one level higher than the average African in Africa. They see you as educated. They see you guys as progressing. You may think you're held back, but no, not at all. $1 trillion in combined wealth every year. Come on, you'd be the 8th largest country on the planet. You guys
Changing
are
the
not looked
narrative.
down on, you're looked up to. I think the problems, though, is that within your own community, you have that internal struggle, internal issue, and you guys are constantly emphasizing those internal issues. But it's kind of like that stepchild. I mean, what are you going to do? You know what's there. So how do you move forward from it? I think it's going to take action. But I think if you guys really were able to just expand even further, look at, okay, what do we have in front of us? Well, I got a passport. What else do I have? Well, I'll give you an example what Africans have done. There's over 100,000 Africans that live in China. They're exporting clothing and other products to Africa. So now they have that link, and then they have Africans selling it on the ground in Africa. And I think you can steal those type of, that tribal mentality, so to speak, because that's what they have. It's a tribal mentality. Everyone has it. Well, Black Americans have it also, but I think it's a different type of tribal mentality. When I say tribal, I mean like from the aspects of traditions, and you know it better than I do. But like I said, I would
But
never.
yeah, it goes to what you were saying earlier about not spending $700 on that shirt, right? Because you talked about the marriage rate in the 50s, right? Well, in 1960, right, when the marriage rate was still high like that amongst Black people, my research shows that the average Black man made about $9,900 a year, while the average white man made about $17,000 a year, right? And yet we were still married at such a high clip. Well, nowadays the average Black man is earning 45K, right? So all of a sudden he don't make enough money, right? When the average white man is making 55K, which is it's like the same difference in earning is still the same, but somehow we want to keep saying the Black man don't make enough. No, you want more. You want bags, shoes, trips, vacations, and all this other stuff. You want more, which is exactly why you should contribute. The average person, you should contribute to the funds in the house because you want more as a woman, right? So because you want more, then you should contribute more. That way we can do all this other stuff that you want to do.
I
Because
remember
on average, the average Black man can still provide.
I was going to say I can agree to that because a lot of times it's the more you make, we have the more you make, the more you spend mentality. And I remember my husband and I were like talking not too long ago about how when him and I first got our first apartment, it was an attic apartment. You know what I'm saying? And we were talking about how life seemed so much easier then.
Yeah.
And we were making way less than what we're making now.
Yeah.
And it was just, life was much more simpler. it just seemed so much easier. We didn't have, like you said, we didn't have a car. We didn't have cars. We didn't have, to worry about, having a 4-bedroom house and all of those things. We just lived within what we had because that's all we had. And now that we're making more, now all of the things that we wish we had, that's where the money's going. And so we were literally just talking about like how life is easier, when you're forced to live in a certain way. It's harder when you make more money because now you have to force your mindsets to still live below your means, even though you have money that you can afford other things.
Right, I agree. I think that also the thing that I actually just kind of noticed, I was the type of person, y'all know, I mean, we got some shy towns in the house in here tonight, but it was the type of deal where I'm like, okay, yeah, hey, when I get out and I get on, I'm gonna come out here rocking, but at that time, y'all know what's going on. I'm gonna give me a Cadillac, put some Dayton's on it. I mean, nobody even talking about that.
Not the Cadillac on Dayton's.
Yeah, white walls and all that, but I know that even like right now, when I go and do these speaking engagements to a lot of these kids, I always play this clip from Charlie Chaplin where he says, "Don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you, to regiment your life, tell you what to do, what to think, and what to feel." And what I'm saying that for is that's why when we talk about these different things when it comes to wealth, a lot of our young people, and especially has been pushed to the Black community, that they're being told to desire those things through the music, through what they seeing around everybody else around us. They're being told to want those things, desire those things. Those are the things that's going to make you on. Those are the things that's going to make you notice. That's going to make you it. You know what I mean? But having no idea that that's actually a setup for them to fail. So yes, that's why you have a mindset of these girls. It's like, I'm just being real. It's like, I came from the hood, but I could understand how somebody would look at them like, you done lost your mind. Like me, I done went through school, medical school and everything like that. And I'm looking like I would be insulted if somebody from the hood came to me talking about, yes, when you go to me, I want you to buy me this bag. Okay, bye. I wouldn't even waste my time even entertaining that. So what I did learn is this, though. I did. I'm not going to lie. My wife sat there and we held it down while I was going through college, raising my 2 sons. I would go to school from 7 to noon. Then because I was on the 4-hour scholarship from track and field, I had track practice from 1 to 3. Then I went and worked at a furniture store from 4 to 11. Would come home. My son had weird sleeping patterns. My wife would give me my son. I would put my son on my legs. I'm sitting there rocking him like this on my legs while I'm sitting there studying for my exams and everything, right? So holding it down, right? Get out of school, and I just once I get out, I'm getting ready. Automatically, I still had a little bit of what I call the hood-like mentality a little bit. I'm getting ready to get out. I'm going to get my wife, babe, I'm getting you that Benz. I'm getting myself a Porsche. I'm going to get this. I'm about to go get this house. And if it wasn't from my mentor, who's like a father to me, who's also in medicine too, Dr. Beckton, he got me on with working with the St. Louis Cardinals. This man makes $3.5 million a year, right? And I'm like, wait, you driving a what? A Metro? Like, wait, what? No way. Like, no. He drove a Metro. His wife had a Honda Odyssey. And I'm thinking like, man, come on now. Yeah. And so what ended up happening is that he was just breaking things down to me when it came to wealth and everything, right? So what he did to his wife, it was a little embarrassing for him. I mean, for her, but it wasn't for him. Because of his lifestyle and what he does, his wife wanted this particular ring for their 15-year anniversary, right? He went and got this ring, Fat Rock, on her finger. We know we all go to their anniversary, and you can just tell the way she was talking, she was purposely, and so anyway, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make sure, and so she had this fat ring on her finger. He let her rock that for 3 months before he told her that ring was Cuban zirconia. So check this out. The lesson that was taught in that, he said, because of they know what I do, they know my lifestyle. All these people that was around that automatically assumed that ring on your finger had to be real when it was Cuban zirconia, the whole 9. So he's just letting it be known that stuff that we actually try to go after in life is not really worth it. That's not how you build wealth. It doesn't mean anything. Those things are going to go away. So that kind of gave me a wake-up call, and I'm kind of like, wow. And my wife, thank God the way that she is, my wife is not even into all that stuff anyway. And so what I always did is that once I did get out, I always made sure that no matter what, I stayed not even at my means. I do really well for myself. It's not to be bragging. I'm just telling the truth. But I stayed below my means no matter what. Y'all, I'm talking to the extent to where, because when I got to go into the hospitals, one of the nastiest places you can go in there and work, if I'm doing basic things where I'm going around just checking on patients, whatever like that, guess where I go to get my stuff from? The Goodwill. I kid you, I don't care what anybody says. I posted on my YouTube channel. This right here I got on right now. I'm not wearing scrubs or even something basic like this, because I don't know some of these patients that you go in, you don't know what they're carrying. So I'm not about to wear no good stuff going into the hospital. And you know what I'm saying? I'm going to go get something at the Goodwill that I can mess up, get dirty. If somebody drops something, slide, I don't know.
I'm clipping this. I'm clipping this. And I'm using this against my lady tomorrow.
No,
like, I ain't gonna have none of this no more.
No, I'm telling you,
check this out. I'm talking about going out here buying all these fancy scrubs and stuff.
No, I will go to the Goodwill and buy some scrubs, or I will even go on Facebook and look for people that might be having them, like, you know, sometimes our hospitals are like, they'll give them off to another company as wholesale, whatever like that, and these companies will drop. But I'm like, I'm not about to go and buy this expensive stuff that's made to get dirty and germy when we go into these hospitals, one of the most nastiest places you can go in, right? So that's one of the things that I try to push to the youth. And the other thing, I'm gonna finish up with this, is that in orthopedics, I had a patient down in Florida that I was working with. He would come in, and this man back was so bad that it actually had, like what you said, Marcus, he has a paralysis going on. And because that's one of my specialties, and I specialize in sports medicine, I said, if you do what I need you to do, I guarantee I will have you walking. This man just, okay. So anyway, as me and this man became acquainted over the period of 4 months of me rehabbing him, right? We became acquainted to where, you know, he knew some personal things about me. I told him about Chi-Town, where I grew up, and all this and that and the third. And then he started explaining some things to me. So as he got better, people just started like, hey, Ty, oh my God, do you know who that is? I'm like, no, that's Mr. Span. But do you know who he is? I'm like, no, he is bragging on you, Ty. I'm telling you that this is crazy that you got this guy like this. He's telling all his friends about you. I'm like, well, who is he? And in Florida, I don't know if y'all know about this. It's an area in Florida, Panama City Beach, called Bay Point. Bay Point is where all the celebrities go to like vacation. Like Jordan, Tiger, all of them come to this area to vacation, right? He built that. And that's his stuff, right? So I didn't know this. All I know is I rehabbed this man. So what he did, he said this. He said, Ty, I know you're in medicine and everything. He said, but I'm gonna give you something that's actually been pushed down to me in generations that's been in my family. So I'm like, okay, because by that time I'm like, okay, this dude is worth, you know, $38 million. Golly. So what he did, he said something that I know is not being told to the black community is this is something you can take back to the black community, but I don't know how they're going to accept it. So he said, I'm going to give you these books, and I want you to go and study them for at least 3 months, and you come back and you teach it to me. And what he gave me, and I'm just letting y'all know this, is called covered calls, is what it's called. It's a way of trading. It's called covered calls. So check this out. This is what he did. When I talked to this man about food stamps and all this, the third, and talked about how people bought ramen noodles and Barry's hot dogs and Vienna sausage, this man said, okay, Todd, can you just give, can when I came back and I taught it to him, he said, can you just take $500 and just buy $500 worth of, ramen noodles in stock. So I'm like, what? So we opened up this whole account, whatever like this, and ramen noodles was selling for like 75 cents a share, right? So I bought $500 worth of shares in ramen noodles. He said, now you told me that people get their food stamps on the 1st of the month. I said, yeah, on the 1st of the month, definitely by the 3rd or by the 4th or the 5th. They're going to get it by then. He said, this is stuff that seems to sell out amongst the people that you grew up around. Like, yeah. So I sat there and bought 500 shares worth of ramen noodles, right? The 1st of the month hit, the ramen noodles shot up to like $3. And he's like, so what you want to do is go ahead and call it. That's what you mean by sell it. So I'm like, wait, so I'm taking that $3 and times it by the 500 and that's what I get? He's like, yes. I'm like, dude, hold on, wait a minute. And that's mine? He's like, yes. So now that you made that, you can do the same thing again, because what it is that there's this algorithm pretty much that after about the second week within a month, it drops right back down. Ramen noodles go down, Vienna sausage go down. I'm just being honest, y'all. A lot of stuff that black people buy.
This is insane right now.
Yeah, it goes right back down. Right? It drops down.
That's true. I know about that.
By the second and third week, it drops right back down. And then by the 1st of the month, about the first week, into the week and a half, it goes right back up. And that's all he was showing me. It's just invest in these things and buy these stocks in these products. So the last thing we'll tell y'all is that y'all know in Chicago, what's one of the big shoes brand, the biggest shoe brand? Jordan. Check this out. So we looked up Jordans. This man showed me. Now Jordans at that time, he said Jordans is going for like $200 a share. And he's like, no, that's not what we want. I'm like, I'm not doing that. He's like, no, that's not what we want. What we're going to do, let's look at who makes the fabric for the Jordans. Some company over in Taiwan, right? So this company over in Taiwan makes the fabric for these Jordans. He said, now let's see what the fabric costs. We looked that up. The fabric was selling for like,
DJ, come here.
it was selling for like 50 cents a share. The fabric was, right? So what we did, he said, okay, now, he said, you told me that Jordan has this thing where he announces when he's going to release his, you know, his J16s or his J18s, whatever. I'm like, right. He said, so buy it right now. We bought this stuff for change. By the time Jordan made that announcement and said he's going to be selling those J's, all of a sudden that stuff went from being like 10, 50 cents a share. It shot up to like $20, $30 a share, all because Jordan announced that he was going to drop these new J's. So so all I'm saying is that if you listen to me right now, whether you on this chat or not, look up something. They teach it on YouTube. I didn't have YouTube back then. It's called Covered Calls. It's not a get rich quick scheme, but you can easily bank anywhere from $10,000 to $40,000 a year just by doing it and following that algorithm, because it's like butter. It happens it goes up and down. And they're basing this, and I hate to say it, I'm being honest, they're basing this off of people definitely that are on welfare. And that's why they love giving people welfare, giving the food stamps out, letting people sign up for it, because people like them, and I'm being honest, and like me, I'm banking off of that now.
You can do the reverse push
real quick. You know that 98, I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's important to know, because it's not just black folks that are thinking, you know what, system's rigged. 98% of people live paycheck to paycheck, relevant on what they make. So if it's 98% of people that live paycheck to paycheck, hey, they're not coming ahead. I think they're 2 paychecks from going broke or something like that. A lot of people don't have that emergency funds or anything. It's a really difficult time, and for someone that's lived outside the U.S., I can tell you this: if you're going to retire, I would really consider retiring somewhere else where the cost of living is less. You just have to do your research on it. Like, I know exactly where I would retire based on the crime, cost of living, the tolerance also. A lot of these countries are a lot more tolerant than the United States.
More. Are you familiar with like Lebanon at all?
I am to some degree, but I wouldn't go there if I were you. I think the Palestinians are a little bit more tolerant than Lebanese people, and the reason why, because there's black Palestinians. So there's three type of Palestinians. You're either white, you're black, or you're mulatto, which is a mix.
It's kind of the same with Hispanics, but remove the mulatto. Like when I was in I was in Lebanon, right? And I had a couple of the homies from Tripoli, and we all played on a team. So I went with the Syrian national team. No, I went with the Iraqi national team to Syria. This how I kind of got familiar with them. Those were some of the cool. The Iraqis was the coolest fucking people ever, bro.
You could be Iraqi. That's what's crazy. I'm telling you. There's black Iraqis. There's the Lebanese are more
racist
European. Yeah. They see themselves, because you know what it is. They originally were like Greeks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, if you look at the Palestinians, we had every single empire. You had the Arabs, you had the Turks, you had the Persians. You can go down the list.
Yeah.
Every empire was there. So keep in mind, just because you speak the language, your DNA, like there's a city, and that's a Palestinian city called Jericho. Everybody there is black.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I didn't know this. As a matter of fact, I ran into 2 Palestinian guys. One of them, his family arrived from Chad in Africa 300 years ago, but he's Palestinian. And I was talking to him, and then the other guy was mulatto, half black, half native, whatever that is. You could just tell. And he says they're both rappers. These 2 guys are rappers, both from a Palestinian. And I was talking to him. I say, hey, tell me about the Palestinian experience. Because keep in mind, I'm American.
You caught that, AP?
So they're telling me about the Palestinian experience, and I say, hey, listen, guys, don't tell anybody you guys are rappers. That's why I told them that. I didn't tell them don't tell anybody that, but there's like an automatic assumption anybody that's of color is a rapper. These guys were Palestinian rappers. And I said, it's cool if you tell me, it doesn't matter, but don't go to these these guys and it's cool. Like, to me, it's cool. But, I was, at the end of the day, I didn't see them as black. I see them as my brothers. You understand what I'm saying? So I wasn't looking at them like, oh, they're black. And I was just
Yeah.
like, they're Palestinian. I'm Palestinian at the end of the day.
Do you
So
drink at all?
no. We're more like, the Canaanites. I have like, if you ever look at a picture of that former Egyptian president, I kind of look like him a little bit, right? My grandfather's got that Egyptian blood. Like Egyptian's kind of interesting. It's a mixture. So, Egyptians have that they look like Ethiopians, right? Because there was a lot of intermixing,
That's
a
why
lot
I
of
was.
intermixing. But
That's why.
we still got that Palestinian DNA. We're like 70% or 80%, and then or 70, 75, and then the other 25% might be Egyptian, but we're 75% native. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like
no.
talking
So when I was in Lebanon, I realized that one, racism is not as bad outside of the United States as it is in the United States. I don't know if anybody's
oh yeah.
traveled. It's completely different.
Well, you know what they've done? You know what they've done to these Middle Eastern people when they got here? You got to keep in mind, I think it was in the 1800s, they started identifying them as white. Do you
Yeah,
remember that on
yeah,
the census?
when they
Now,
start grabbing Irish, Italian, now Hispanic is under that same moniker.
yeah, do you
But
know why they do that, right?
yeah,
So here's what happened in the 1800s. When these Lebanese and Syrian and I don't know, some Palestinians, but mostly Lebanese, Syrians, when they got here, like I said, some of them look like they're Greek or South European, right? And they were discriminated against. So they said instead of being discriminated against, let's identify as white since we are from, close to Europe or whatever. That's one of the many reasons. There's a lot more reasons to it. And then they have that South European look. The other thing is, what was the other thing? So there's no benefit in identifying as white. We don't get any benefits from it. Why would I say I'm white when I have melanin in my skin and I don't get no benefits in this country? What do I need? Tom to say, hey, let me pat you on the back. We favor you over somebody of darker skin. I don't get any benefits to it. Do you know what I mean?
no,
So
I do.
identifying as white, there's no benefit whatsoever. And even if you were to apply to a college as a person that's supposedly white, come on. So
You
the
heard
reality of it is,
You guys, we're gonna have to sum it up a little bit. It's after 2 o'clock.
yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm just
Let, let me just say this one thing to him, Shan. You heard Hezbollah before?
Who's that?
Hezbollah?
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with them, but keep in mind I'm Palestinian, man.
Never mind. I won't tell the story then. But
Yeah,
absinthe is pretty dope. So go ahead, Shan.
All right,
I'm
let's
sorry.
wait, go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
We have a few super chats and we have to because I have ballet. I'm a ballet mom, so I have to do ballet. So the first chat, the super chat.
Okay, Congo English, $10. Sham mistaken, good evening. MRN, yes, sir. Rebellious videos, $5. 1, your parents and grandparents made 50-50 work. 2, since relationship are transactional, name your price, ladies. E, $6.99. Unfortunately, in the West today, if you're 50-50, you're living the happy wife, happy life lifestyle. You will always have to compromise. Ray Alexander, $10. People tend to date and marry within their socioeconomic peer group. They marry others with similar social standing, job prestige, educational attainment, religion, and background, a sort of mating.
Sorry, I thought I was on mute. Correct. Thank you guys for all of the super chats. Anybody want to say their word?
Yeah, I'm gonna go first because I'm trying to eat my Captain Crunch, so I'm gonna go and say my final before I leave. I just want to say salute to Captain Crunch. It's still the best cereal in the world. I don't want MRM to be the only one dropping jewels for Black people. That was super dope what he dropped about the money.
Right.
I hope I can remember that so I can make some money because Valentine's
This
Day
video,
coming up.
it's gonna be taped, so you can just go back and rewind it.
No doubt. But my jewels for the Black community would be stop drinking milk from cows. We have something called Khalifa Farms coconut and almond blended
Are we
milk.
allowed to do that?
Only 45 calories. Well, it's not about the company, but it's about the fact of staying away from dairy. We have to take care of our bodies. We have to be mindful of our health. A lot of the stuff that we put into our bodies also affects our moods and our behaviors. And so it's some things I'm trying to stay away from. I still haven't been able to put down the ramen noodles. I know that the sodium is not good, but they are just so doggone good. But this blended coconut and almond milk, I promise you, you will not miss cow milk. Try it. It's the bomb. Shout out to Shantae. Still, you know what I'm saying, my favorite female podcaster along with Miss Taken. My main man Marcus, the one and only Debo, aka the AP. My main man, Modern Renaissance man, the lovely Brianne LaFay. She came through and participated in my docu-series that I'm shooting, Women That Live in Color. And thank you for that, Brianne, so much. And then my main man, Morad, who came through, bro, and shook the house up, bro. That was great. And everybody else that came through. And last but not least, of course, my main man, JR, for putting this thing together for us. Salute to you, bro. Thanks for opening up the panel to us. And peace be unto my main man.
Let me this little podcast. I'm gonna put polos on my website on Amazon because I got discount on those too. So you can get your polo.
Holla at your boy. I got $27. Oh God.
I got cheaper than that.
Boy, I love y'all, man. Peace.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else want to see? You don't have to. It's not a force.
Oh no, I was just gonna say thank you. Go ahead.
No.
Ladies first. Go ahead.
I was going to say thank you for having me on. I hope to add more to the conversation. I came in maybe a little bit late, but to kind of go with the super chat, for me, it's happy spouse, happy house, and then someone should have the final say. Because 50-50, yeah, I work for our grandparents because someone had the final say, and that's my personal opinion, of course. But you can't both have a vote in opposite directions and have it work. Someone needs the final say, the final gavel. If it's not going to be you two, it needs to be a third party that's non-biased. So it can't be someone's mama. It has to be like the pastor, that's old and wise, or the person down the street, or your neighbor or something. So happy spouse, happy house, live below your means, and listen to the men in your family. They care the most about you and want the best for you.
I think I appreciate everything she just said, and I want to say I didn't understand the full context of what this show was about. I just enjoyed coming on and getting a chance to share a perspective. But I will say you guys have proven the point that not all women are the same.
You're not.
And if anybody had any questions about it, if they rewatch this stream, it will become extremely clear that they're good people, they're bad people,
It doesn't mean you're bad. It just means that you have a difference in it. Why does everything gotta be
good?
No.
Let's finish his thought.
Let me just get it out, Shan. Don't interrupt. There are women that don't interrupt you. There are women that do interrupt.
But listen, it's
There are women that hear the whole thought.
I think that it's important if people don't like to take other people's opinion, just understand it's just a different try. It's not yours. It doesn't mean it's bad. Let's stop putting labels on stuff. Just say, I just did not know.
No, Shan, my point was that they're good women and they're bad women. There weren't any bad women on the panel tonight. And I wasn't making the point that they were interrupting women or any of that till you jumped in.
But when did we talk about bad women?
Just jumped in like that. So no, what I was saying was they're good women, and as Shan spoke earlier, she fall in line with the women that would people would accuse of not having a backbone, right? And we all know as men, those are the women we typically want because we don't want to fight with someone. We don't want to have someone in our house where it's cantankerous, where it's contention on who's the leadership and who's not. If you have a woman that allows you to lead, it should not be a scenario where she then has to feel bad that she did that. That's what we need to avoid so we can foster relationships where leadership can clearly be expressed, because it's impossible for two people to lead in opposite directions, as she said earlier, because at some point it's going to end in a separation. It's not fair, but it is what it is. You can't go left and right at the same time. Someone has to decide to go right, and someone has to choose to go right with them. Morad came in and he cooked and he talked about international trade. I'm a big advocate for that. But I think before we get to that point, we have to internally solve some issues within our households. We solve those issues within our households, then we can heal self-esteem wise. Once we heal with the self-esteem, then we can learn to internalize and keep the wealth that we generate. When we do that, then we can advocate or have expendable income for new opportunities, and they don't cause us too much friction. At that point, we can move forward. But it all starts at home first. It starts with self-esteem and understanding what needs to be done, not want to be done, but what needs to be done. And if we move from a sense of need and not want, we can get what we want. But if we move from a want sense and not a need sense, we won't get what we need, and we'll barely have what we want.
I just want to thank everyone. I appreciate all of the knowledge that I've gained. Just things that now I'm excited about learning more about. Reading, you guys dropped some books that I'm like, okay, I'm about to get these. So I definitely appreciate it, and that was what we talked about earlier. But backstage was, the purpose of our platform. And Marcus, thanks for reassuring us that we're doing the right thing.
Yeah.
Brienne, I
Don't kill me, damn.
hear it. Thank you for joining us. Definitely would love to have you back. Love all of the insight that you provided as well. And AP, you're a standing member. Appreciate it coming back week after week. Murad, thank you so much for giving actually me another perspective. I love having some others, that are from different ethnicities and countries, kind of giving us, insight on how others outside kind of view us and giving us feedback at the same time. So thank you so much for your perspective, your input as well. And good night, y'all.
Did anybody else have
Good
something?
night.
Did somebody else have anything to say so I can close
Yeah,
it?
I just wanted to, if you don't mind me adding on, I would say if you guys can start traveling, you don't even have to travel long distances. Um, Believe it or not, there's a uh, probably larger African diaspora in like South America and Central America, like Brazil, Colombia.
Brazil has the highest population of Africans that are in the diaspora.
You ought to consider it, and the reason why is because you can really get a different perspective and then gain some knowledge even from their community because they're operating differently there than they are in the United States. So maybe some of the solutions may exist there, and I'm only saying that because I'm someone that travels to other parts of the world and I see the pros and the cons, and there's always something you can take away from it, whether it's positive or negative. And thank you for allowing me to join you guys tonight.
Nah, come back.
Thank you.
Shan, we have one more super chat.
Okay, let AP go. AP, did you have
Okay.
anything to say?
No, I think Marcus actually covered it pretty well. I appreciate the good conversation. And just one message for everybody: before you can really get into a relationship with someone else, heal yourself. Take accountability for your actions. Take accountability for your words.
Yes.
Heal yourself first.
Yeah.
Then impact a life in a positive way.
Yep. Gotta put your safety mask on.
Okay, so
Big Bad Bull, $10. Hey, Bo. Let's dead 50-50 in 2023 because to me it sounds like two half-assed individuals in a relationship. Let me be the first to push 100-100 going forward.
Big Bad Boy. That's why I clarified that's not my money. That's me and my wife's money because we not individual counterparts. I appreciate you putting that up there because we are one. We are one.
thank you, Big Bad Bull, also for holding down the chat. He always holds down the chat, him along with Jordan. Thank you guys, all the panelists, for being here. Thanks for everybody who came with us and who's in the chat with us. As always, if you learned nothing else today, understand that everybody is different. It doesn't mean that they're wrong. It just means that they're wrong for you if you don't think alike. End of discussion. Everybody ain't going to be on the same plan as you. You have to find a person who works well for you and move forward. That's all we want to talk about tonight. Have a great weekend, everybody, and we will see you next week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Chic Critique. Good night.